Okay, imagine a scenario you're driving your car and suddenly your car broke down. And then you don't know what to do, your car is not starting, so you call the service center. The service center guy came after around 2 hours and that took around 5 or 10 minutes to fix your car, and they handed over the car key to you and you happily drove away. This is scenario number 1. So now imagine another scenario. You are driving in your car and your car broke down. You suddenly see that your engine is not starting. So you get down of your car, you open the car bonnet and you found out that there is some issues in the engine and it's basically some heating issue. So you let the car cool down for 5 minutes. So basically you know what the issue is. So you waited for 5 minutes, then you did some fix and everything is sorted out within 10 minutes. Then happily you started your car and you drove away. So this is the scenario number 2. So obviously this is the same thing we are going to do today. Till now, whatever we are doing with the Spring framework, we are basically running it in default configuration and in autopilot. So right now we'll try to take control and we're gonna see the framework in much deeper. We'll try to understand each and every component of Spring framework. The internal stuff will go and we'll debug and we'll find out how to basically configure and customize different components in Spring framework. And basically we'll learn a whole lot of internal thing. And right now we're gonna take control and we're gonna start it plug and play different Spring components that we'll be creating and we'll be customizing that particular stuff. So it's gonna be a whole lot of fun, and from now on, you will try understanding the framework in much deeper. So this is what coming up. This is the episode number, I don't know. So last time I have published a video of Spring Security Internal and Architecture Part 1. So this is the Spring Security Internal and Architecture Part 2. And this is the most important video of this particular series. My name is Abhilash. You are watching Selenium Express. Without wasting any time, let's get started with this particular video. Alright, so before we go further, let me tell you the contents that we'll be learning in this particular episode. Well, as I said, it's gonna be a long episode. It's gonna having around 8 hours of content. That means it's gonna be 8 hours of videos. Obviously, 8 hours means you're gonna watch 1 hour at a time. So it's gonna be 8 different episodes that you'll be learning, and it's gonna be pretty much easy to follow, and you don't have to follow it in one shot. You have to take your own time. Maybe I'm gonna tell you take around 10 days and 12 days to complete all these things, because a few things is gonna be a little bit of heavy lifting, and maybe it's gonna take a little bit of time to grasp everything. And what you have to do, you have to just imitate me. I never say that imitate me or do something just like that, but for this video, as I'll be doing a lot of debugging for beginners only, I'm saying this, I'm not telling it to any of the experienced guy. I'm just telling it to beginners. Maybe if the things are getting a little confused after the video number 5 or video number 6 of this particular series, maybe you just try to see what I'm trying to do. Okay, do not give up. Let me know if you have any issues. I will be helping you, or put that issue in the comment section. A lot of people are there, a lot of good and kind-hearted people are there, and they will be helping you in the video comment section, and I'll be personally looking into that. Well, before we go further, let me tell you about the contents that you'll be learning in this particular video. The first thing that we'll be learning, customizing our own user detail service. So far, we have been using the framework user detail service implementation. For an example, in-memory user detail service, JDBC user detail service that we have used earlier. But right now, we're gonna take control and we'll be creating our own user detail service. That's a good thing, right? And obviously, you will be needing these things in your real time. The next thing, we will be creating our own filter. You'll be learning to create our own filter and to tag it with the Spring Security filter chain. We'll be learn more about filters in a following video, which is gonna come up next. But in this video, you'll be learning a little bit about the filters as well. Not a little bit, you'll have some good amount of hold and filters if you're going to watch this particular video as well. The next thing that you'll be learning to create your custom authentication provider. How you'll be creating your custom authentication provider, what are the different kinds of authentication you can do. I have told you, right? You can do authentication by using username, password. You can do authentication by using your thumb impression. You can use authentication by using your face. You can use authentication by giving OTP, how to set up those things. Okay, maybe the basic and foundational idea you'll be getting over here, and we'll be setting up some of our own authentication providers. Okay, and the next thing, you'll be learning the flow, the Spring Security flow, which is very, very important in future whenever you'll be creating something of your own, or whenever you'll be, setting up Spring Security component for a particular organization. This is very, very important to understand how this framework works and how the Spring Security framework works. And obviously, I have taken time to make you understand that. I have done that with debugging. I have spent a lot of times to explain very, very simple things. So maybe if you are a fresher, as I have told you, my first targeted audience are the freshers. So if you are a pretty beginner to Spring Security, maybe it's not going to bore you. You're gonna enjoy it because obviously I'm gonna take time, and obviously I'm gonna recommend you, whenever I do something, you do the same thing at the same time. So let's say if I'm debugging a particular class, you start debugging the particular class in the same time. Okay, in this episode you won't be seeing I will be coding a lot. Maybe I'll be coding 60%, I'll be debugging 40%. So you have to make sure you are also debugging. And also for the experienced people, as I said, this course has no bar. I have designed this course for anyone who is trying to learn Spring Security. Maybe you know the best which part to see, which part to skip. If you are saying sometime I'm trying to explain, I'm trying to explain how to debug things, or I'm trying to explain a very simple component, maybe a very simple method, you can skip that particular part and let the beginner watch that part, and you can go to the next part and can start learning about the concept that I'll be teaching on Spring Security. Very important stuffs tagged with this particular video. Also, I have given some of the FAQs, the general FAQs that they have asked in interviews, and also what people most often ask me. I have also tagged those things in the end of the video. I hope this is gonna be a complete package, and it's gonna really take time, a little bit of time to understand and everything. If a lot of things are not making sense in the first shot, do not even worry. Whenever I started learning Spring Security framework for the first time, right? I remember, I have gone through a lot of different challenges. I have not found a lot of different things available on the internet at that time. So I gather resources by talking to my colleagues, talking to my clients, talking to my seniors, my juniors, right? I started learning from everyone. And I remember back in those days, it was a hard, it is actually given me a hard time, right, to grasp everything. But right now I'm putting everything into one particular video so that you guys can take your own time. Maybe if something is not making sense immediately, start coding the same thing, start debugging the same thing. If you are not able to understand something, open your own computer, try to see what this guy is trying to make you understand with, right? Open that class and see the code, and of course, you will be able to understand this. There is no bar, you have to be an intermediate or beginner or a fresher, or you have to have some experience to watch this particular video. Okay, based on your experience, you are free to do whatever you want to do with this particular video. Okay, but don't copy this video and post it to any other channel. I'll take it down. Just kidding. You can also use this video as well. Cool. So that's it. That's about the content, a long talk. So let's get started with our first content that we'll be learning. That is user detail service. So we are all set right now to take control and create our custom user detail service. Let's get started, and I'll see you in the end of the video. You can start recording.
Yeah, started.
Okay, so let's understand some simple thing today. So yesterday we have done a lot of configuration with JDBC UserDetailsManager, and today is the time to show you something else and to create our own implementation for the user detail service. So right now, before we get started, let me run this application on my server. And then I'll be showing you something like how we'll be creating our own security flow here. Okay, we don't want to tie it off with Spring Security stuffs. Maybe Spring Security gives us all the rights to create our own authentication. I mean, own way of authenticating the user. We can also define those things here. But before we get started, okay, my application is right now started. Okay, this last URL is not authorized or something. Why is not asking me to log in? So I have to type here, I think my custom login, then only I'll be able to come to this page. Looks like this URL is not authenticated, slash URL. Let me authenticate this URL also, so that by the time someone is going to hit slash, he needs to be authenticated first. Maybe I can go to my configuration file, and here we go, my security config. If I'll go here, so slash is already authenticated or not? Coder is authenticated, trainer is authenticated. Maybe I can just create one more, let's say dot and matchers. Okay, and I will just create one more for slash, and I'll say has any authority coder comma trainer. Okay, so everyone is having coder and trainer authority can access this, and also he has to authenticate, right? Or if you want to make this page available for everyone, even though he doesn't have a coder or trainer role, maybe I can simply say authenticated here, dot authenticated. Now it's gonna be anyone can give the username and password, and once he authenticated, he can basically access this slash URL. Let me do Control S and let me wait till my server deploy the changes, and then I can hit that slash URL again.
Is it permitted all or authenticated, sir?
No, permit all means everyone will be able to access that URL, even though there will be no authentication required. If you are going to do dot permit all, it will not ask you to do login. Okay, but if you're going to say dot authenticated, then you have to give your username and password, and then you'll be able to. Once you're authenticated, you will be able to access that particular page. Okay, yeah. But if you are going to say like has any authority coder trainer, that means you are authenticated, that's fine. Then you should have the role either coder or trainer, then only you will be able to access that slash URL. Okay. So right now I hope that if I'll go here, if I'll do a slash right now, there you go, it's navigate me to slash my custom login, and right now it is asking me to go with username and password. I remember there is a user. What is that user? Avi, right? Avi and Avi 123. Can I do the login? Let me try. Avi is the username and Avi 123 is the password. And there you go. Right? I am logged in. I can go to home, and I am logged in right now. Okay. Cool. So right now I can just do a logout, and basically before we proceed, I just want to draw something. As of now, you have learned a lot of things. Let's summarize those things. Maybe I want to open my I just want to create one more slide. So as of now, I told about users and user details. You know about these things, and you know about user details service, where we have load users by username method, user details manager, which gives us the CROD feature, and in-memory user details manager is basically a class which implements the user details manager. And just like that, we have JDBC user details manager, which implements this guy user details manager. And you know that user details service got only one method called load users by username. This one is very important because I'm going to talk about these things today. Okay, so before we go for all these things, right now let me create one more slide. Let me Control C and Control V it. Let me bring it to here. And today I just want to talk about, okay, as of now we spoke about user details service. Okay, user details service. This guy we spoke about. And we also spoke about password encoder. You know that whenever a user is login, or whenever a user is trying to log in, imagine this is the login page, and if he is giving Avi and Avi123, that means he is trying to log in here. Now, when he's trying to log in, Spring Security Framework internally authenticating this particular user, right? Now the question is how the Spring Security architecture looks like. I'm not going to talk about the complete architecture right now, but I'm going to talk about simple things, some few simple steps right now, and we will complete this architecture later, right? So now two things that we have used so far, one is called user details service, and one we have used pretty much, that's called password encoder. Okay, so basically whenever we are authenticating a user, these are the two things we are using. One is called user details service and one is called password encoder. And why I'm saying whenever we are trying to authenticating, because if you remember, whenever you are doing a login here, internally it calls the load users by username method. Okay, load users by username method is present inside which interface? You remember? Control Shift T. Anybody remember? Load users by
User details service.
User details service. Perfect. So user details, and we should have user details service, which is this one. So here we only got one method called load users by username. So basically, we have JDBC user details manager, in memory user details manager. If I'll do Control T, you can see we have in memory user details manager and JDBC user details manager, who are basically implementing this interface and overriding this particular method and giving it an implementation. And based on the user, based on us, whatever we are using, whether we are using a in-memory authentication or a JDBC authentication, the respective load users by username method is getting called. Right now, the thing is that, this guy is doing what? Load users by username. It is simply doing what? Anyone? We have seen that yesterday. Any answer? Load users by username?
Yeah, loading username from the DB.
Yes, loading the username from the DB. Why it is loading the username from the DB? Because it needs to authenticate the user. Whenever we are trying to authenticate, whenever we are trying to do a login, it's searching in the DB that, okay, do we have this OV user inside the DB? Okay, if yes, that user is having a valid password or not. If yes, then only he will be able to log in. So basically, is looking inside the DB by using what? That method that you guys have told, user details service, and password. Also, it is checking that whether the password is valid or not. The way it is searching for the password and looking for the password by using the password encoder. Okay. So now one question is that while authentication is happening, these two guys are coming into picture. Now, who is calling these two guys? Okay. Who is basically calling these two guys? There is a guy. That guy name is AuthenticationProvider. I can show you here. If I'll go here, Control Shift T, you can go for AuthenticationProvider. Okay, the one coming from org.spring-framework security.authentication. This is the guy who is basically, I can copy this one, I can paste it on my architecture. Okay, I'll show you, I'll just prove it how it is calling. But this is the guy who is internally calling, or who is internally using these two guys, user details service and password encoder, to authenticate the user, because the user details service is actually loading the user from the database. So actual, if you see that in actual, where we have the logic, where we are basically looking for the user, that code that we are writing here inside the user details service, inside that load users by username method. If I'll go to that, maybe if I will go to user details service, if I'll go to one of the implementation, Control T, JDBC user details manager, click here, Control O, load users by username. Here only we got the logic, right? Or maybe if the user is using in memory in memory user details manager. Here also in this class also we got a load users by username method, right? Now this here we got the logic kind of thing where we are basically seeing whether that user is basically present inside the map. In case of the in memory user details manager, it is looking inside this users. This users is a map. We are storing our users here within a map. We are looking inside that whether the user is present here or not. And in case of JDBC user details manager, we know that we are looking inside the database. So basically, this guy authentication provider is using user details service and password encoder. User details service because internally it got that load users by username method, and password encoder together to authenticate. Okay, this is the flow. Okay, this is I mean there is some other thing is also happening. We will complete those things, like some request is coming, someone is basically calling this authentication provider and telling him that, hey, check whether check that whether it is a valid user or not. Now this authentication provider is doing what? It is checking. How it is checking? By using these guys. Okay, that whether it's a valid user or not, right? So the actual authentication is happening here if you are using Spring Security. But Spring Security is saying, hey, if you don't want to use this, throw it away, write your own implementation. But right now we are going with Spring Security only. So let's go with this one. Okay. So now the question is that, and one more thing I'm going to tell, a little bit of more idea. If I'll go to my code, okay, if I'll close all these classes, no need to get confused. I'll close all the classes here. I'll just simply go to authentication provider. Okay, did I say authentication manager previously? I should be saying authentication provider. This guy is authentication provider. Okay, so authentication provider is basically an interface, and this guy internally calling your load users by username method. Okay, now it's an interface, right? So we will talk about this interface later, how it is basically, doing all sort of works. We'll be learning that in depth. But if I'll do Control T here on this, you can see there are a few implementation, and one implementation you can see here. If I'll open this DAO authentication provider, okay, because authentication provider is basically an interface. What is the implementation class? The implementation class it has is DAO authentication provider. Okay, now this is the guy where we have that logic, right? If I'll do Control O, if I'll do retrieve user, okay, inside this class we got a method called retrieve user, and this retrieve user is internally calling. I just want to show you one line of code. Don't see here and there, just see this line. Okay, I am sure you will be able to understand this line. Okay, simple English only, read it. Okay, it is saying from the current user details service, what is the user details service that the developer is using, whether it is in memory, whether it is JDBC user details service, whether he has written his own user details service. Because how come this authentication provider will know that which is the user details service that user is using or developer is using? Okay, maybe he might have used in memory, he might have used what we say that JDBC user details manager. Maybe he has his own implementation user details service. Okay, so whatever the user details service he is using, call the load user by username method and load the user. So you can see this retrieve user method is there inside which class? Go there, DAO authentication provider. Who is this DAO authentication provider? This is basically the implementation class. I can just post it here. So when I say authentication provider, right now behind the scene, this is the interface and this guy is the class. Okay, so now in behind the scene, this guy DAO authentication provider only retrieving the user from the database. But how it is retrieving? It is calling the load users by username method. From what? From the user details service. Okay, now whatever the user details service we have used, maybe JDBC in memory or our own user details service, there we have the logic to authenticate the user. Okay, Now my question is, okay, we understood few things like in memory and JDBC user details manager. Now let's create our own user details service. Okay, and let's see that whether this authentication provider. So one thing again, I'm repeating, authentication provider job is to authenticate the user. The way it is going to be authenticating the user by using the user details service. Previously, whatever we have used, those are the internal classes of Spring Security. Now we will be writing our own user details service. We will be writing our own load users by username method. Just like they have their own method. If I'll go to JDBC user details manager, they have their load users. Can I do Control O? Load users by username. They have their implementation. Okay, let's write our own implementation. Let's write this method by ourselves. Okay, so what I will do right now, I'll close this class. I will not use any of the implementation classes, internal classes. Let's start creating our own, because let's say I'm not happy with Spring Security JDBC user details manager. I want to use my own one. I want to create my own user details manager. So let's go ahead and do it. And it's pretty simple. Just create a new class, put it in a package called com.seleniumexpress. Maybe I'll put it inside a package called service. And this is going to be, let's say, this is my user details manager. So it's going to be your evening batch user details manager, right? I'm going to say evening user details manager. Sorry, I'm not going to create a user details manager. If I'll be creating a user details manager, then I have to give the complete CRUD feature. Let's say my goal is very simple. I want to load the data from the database. Okay, I don't want to give any option to create user, delete user, update user, things like that. I don't, because you remember, right? We got one interface called user details manager. Okay, now if I will be implementing this particular interface, then I have to override all this particular method. I have to give the implementation for create user, update user, delete user. But no, my requirement is right now very simple. Go to user details service. Right now inside this, I got one option called load user by username. So let's only use this guy, because this is going to do my job, because my requirement is pretty simple. Just to load the user from the database. I'm going to manually install the data here right now. Okay. Whenever we'll be doing creating stuff, deleting stuff, at that time we'll see that. At that time we'll be using this interface. Okay. Let me close again everything. Now I will go back again. I'll just create one more class. So this is gonna be your evening user details service. Okay. So maybe I'll say user details service IMPL, because we already got a service. That service is what? That service is this guy, user details service. Spring Framework only created this interface for us, right? So let's say, that's why I'm saying IMPL. If you don't want to say IMPL, remove it, but IMPL will sound better, like, okay, this is the implementation class, okay? And maybe I'm gonna put it inside com.seleniumexpress and inside service package. Okay, now there you go. I got a class here, and this is implementing user details service. I got a method here called load user by username, and we have to write our logic here to load the user from the database and to validate it. Okay, first of all, this is the service class. So let me write service here, and right now my goal here is to load the username. Load the user by username, because we'll be getting this username. What will be this username? This username will be whatever we'll be giving right here during the time of login. So we need to tag that username. We need to look inside the database with that username is present or not. If the username is present here, then that's a valid user. If the username is not here, then that's not a valid user. Okay. So we need to throw an exception that, okay, there is no user exist here. Let's say someone is trying to log in with a username called, Mayur. That Mayur is not exist here in this database. So I should throw him an exception that, okay, that guy is not there in our database. Okay. So right now, let's do one work. First of all, we need to do a DB call, okay, with this guy, with this username. Do a DB call with this username to check if the user is present inside the database. Simple thing only, right? So now how we will be doing it? Obviously we need to do a DB call. How many ways you can do it? I don't know, whatever the course you have taken from me. Using normal JDBC you can do a DB call. Using Spring JDBC you can do that. Using Hibernate you can achieve it. Using Spring Data API you can achieve it. Using Spring Data JDBC you can achieve it. There are so many ways. I mean, whatever you are comfortable with that only you can do a DB call. Right now I feel that everyone is aware about JDBC. Let's go with the JDBC, but later while we'll be creating the project, we'll be using Hibernate. And whenever we'll be creating, whenever I'll be creating the Ivory, is there in the call or something?
He was on the call, but I think he needs to leave now.
Okay, all right. Okay, no problem. He can hear the recording. I think that's what he said. That's fine. Okay, so now what I want to say that, okay, we want to retrieve the data from the database. So whatever the technology you are comfortable with, we can use that technology. Right now, let's go with the JDBC, as everyone familiar with that. And you guys, still some people are learning Hibernate right now. So I'll just give you guys a break. So whenever we'll move to the next project we'll be start building, then we'll be using Spring Data or we'll be using Hibernate to do it. Okay, so now first thing is that let me create a DAO layer. Where is that interface I have to create? And I have to create a DAO layer, com.seleniumexpress.dao, or I already got a DAO. Oh, I already got a DAO. So in this DAO only I can create, right? Right click, new, and I'll just create another interface. Okay, this is sign up DAO. For the sign up only we are also saving the data. Okay, this is gonna be let's say the user DAO. Okay, not a good name, but that's okay, user DAO. And inside this I'm gonna have one method. Okay, that method is going to be load user or find user. Let's say find user by username. Okay, someone is going to give you the username. That's what you will be going to get when the user is going to log in. So you need to find that user, okay, and you have to give it back. You just need to give a user back. Okay, maybe I can say user, customer, whatever you want to say, just say it. Okay, maybe I'll just say what is that table name? Table name is customers, right? Let's do one work. Okay, if the table name is customer, let me say customer DAO. Okay, let me change the interface name, rename the file to customer DAO. Now here let's say find customer by let's say find customer by customer name. Okay, no problem. Now someone is going to give you the name, string name, and you need to give him back a customer object. So customer, you need to give the user back, but customer object we don't have. So let's go ahead and create one. So I will be creating that inside the DTO. Do we have the DTO here? Do we have the DTO package? Yeah, we got a DTO, right? Give me that here only. So go ahead and create the customer there. Okay, now we got a customer class, and I hope so there will not be any problem here. Okay, so now this customer is going to have some value, and this customer, I mean whatever the data that we'll be getting from our database, inside this customer class only will be having those attributes, okay, or having those properties. So here in the table we have ID, username, address, name, email, password, roles, and enabled. Let's do one thing, copy all the fields name, come here, create a Pojo, Control V. Maybe I'll just minimize this one. I'll just drag this one to down, and let me start creating this Pojo private int ID. Then the next one is going to be private string username, then private string address, then private string name, then one more private string email, then one more private string password, one more. The role is basically should be a collection, but right now we are only having one role, right? So only one role we are having for one user. So let me go with private string roles, and the enabled is going to be an integer or boolean. This is going to be an integer, 0 or 1. Let's say private int enabled, semicolon and semicolon. Okay, I have taken the name exactly same as my table column so that I can use a bean property row mapper. I don't need to create any custom row mapper. If you are using Hibernate, just define entity here and table here and start mapping this particular columns with your table name. Now I'll not be using Hibernate, but if you are comfortable with Hibernate, go with Hibernate only. So right now what I will be doing, I'll be creating the getters and setters. So I will go to source, generate getters and setters, select everything, generate, and there you go. I got the getters and setters for the table. Now that's it. I got the customer object. Close it. Now this is also fine. It is going to give us a customer object back. So now I can go to my service class, the one that I was creating, and here we need to do a DB call. So what I can do, basically, I can create the customer DAO. I can create a reference here, customer DAO. I'm gonna make it private. I'm gonna make it auto-aware, and basically I'm gonna do a DB call. I'm gonna do customer DAO dot find customer by customer name, and here only I'm gonna provide the username. So whatever the username I'm getting, that username only I'm gonna pass. If someone, let's say Mayur is trying to log in, this will be Mayur. This will be Mayur. Right now we will be finding the data using this particular method. But hold on, we don't have any implementation for this customer DAO right now, isn't it? If I'll go to the customer DAO, this is just the DAO class. Now let's give an implementation to this particular method so that in actual we can get a customer. Right now, as I said, you can give the implementation. Whatever technology you want to use that technology. I'm gonna use JDBC right now. So first of all, let me create a DAO IMPL class. Let's say customer DAO IMPL. Okay, and let's say if I will go to here to the interface section, this will be my customer DAO. Finish it. So I have to override this particular method called find customer by customer name. So basically here only I have to do the DB call and have to load the user. So you can see that customer DAO IMPL implements your customer DAO, the one that you have created right now. So basically the plan is inside the evening user details service IMPL. Okay, instead of saying evening right now, let me change it to customer. It's gonna sound better. Customer. Can I hover here? Rename the file. There you go. So now customer user details service IMPL, basically right now implementing user details service. Here we got the load users by username method. That's what we have to override because this guy have this method. Right now, here inside this, it is basically calling the find customer by customer name. If I'll go to the implementation, this is where I have to do a DB call. This is my own class, and here I need to do a DB call to find the customer from the database. Okay. So right now, let's get it. First of all, we need to have the JDBC template object. So JDBC template, because I want to call template. Okay, and let's make it private. Let's make it auto-aware. I remember I have already created the JDBC template object in my previous tutorials, right, in the configuration file. So that will be just injected to this JDBC template, and here we can just do a query JDBC template dot. What we will be doing? We'll be doing a query, or we can also do, what is that? Load user. What is that? Sorry. How to find a particular object? I just want to have a query.
Query for object.
Yeah, query for object. Query is going to return you multiple data, multiple rows, right? Now I need to look for query for object, and let's use this one, which is going to take the SQL, then the SQL, then the arguments, then the row mapper. Now the SQL I have to write. So what is going to be the SQL? Anyone? I want to load the user. So what I need to do? Can I do a select star from?
No, but we need a specific data.
Okay, so what you want me to write here? I want to load the user. Anything you can write.
Yeah.
Okay. You can write. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe I'll just write here. We'll just see that what we will be doing later. Now let me paste all the data so that we can use it later. Let's say select. Maybe I can use here so that there will not be any typo. Select star from customers. This is going to be my query. Let's say use devdb. Now devdb is going to my schema. Let's run this. Just making sure that I'm getting the data. Copy this query. Go back to your code. Now this is going to be your query. Just wrap this up with a double quote. And just do a string SQL. Okay, now this is the query that I want to run. Pass in just right here. The first parameter, select customer where, then you have to find the exact customer, isn't it? This query is going to return you all the customers, right? Now if you will be doing a query for object with this one, then obviously it will not work. The query for object will always return you one particular object back from your database. Okay, so basically now the intention is someone is going to give me the username. I need to find the details of that particular user, so I need to use a where clause. So maybe I can go there again, and I can do where username is equal to, let's say, let me try with Abhi, because that data only we have. Just want to make sure that my query is perfect. Now this is working. Now let me copy this one. This is going to be my query. Now let me paste it just right here. And this Abhi, I don't want to hard code it. Let me use a question mark. And now this name is going to be replaced by this question mark. Let's say someone is trying to log in with Karthik here, right? Then in this query, if I'll go to my service IMPL, customer user detail service IMPL, right here, this one will be Karthik, this one will be Karthik. So here the implementation, here only we are doing a call, this will be Karthik. This question mark will be replaced with Karthik, and we will make sure that we will fire this SQL just right here. The parameter is going to be this name. Copy this and paste it here. And then we need to write a row mapper, because this is going to get me all the data, all the rows. One particular row it is going to get me, and I need to map it. And I will not be writing a custom row mapper right now. I can use any inbuilt row mapper is there, which is going to help you to map the row with this user.
Bean property row mapper.
New bean property row mapper. Where is that? Bean property row mapper. This one we can take. Now this is going to be, we are going to map the records to the user class. Sorry, which class? Customer class. Customer is our DTO, isn't it? Customer, right?
Yes.
We will be mapping everything to here, right? So ID will be bind to here, username will be bind to here. Once this data will be fetched from the database, everything will be bind to these variables, right? Now let me go to DAO IMPL, and here I should say, let me first, okay, now let me say this one will be customer, because that's going to be the type, and here I'm going to specify the type customer.class. That's it. I don't have to write anything. this row mapper is going to do all the matching. Let me do Control S. Now why I'm getting problem here? Change query to query for a list. Why? Query for object will not work. Bean property row mapper looks good. Query for object, why it's not working? String object array row mapper in this type of the JDBC template not applicable for argument. String bean property row mapper. Okay, but this should take, this parameter is going to be query for, okay, can I do okay, what this should have worked. It is not taking varchars. Okay, let me push it to an, okay, we'll push it to an object array, but it should have take also, I think. Okay, no problem, we'll just push it to an object array. I'll just say object array is equal to, so let's say object array arguments is equal to, then my arguments are going to be this name, copy this, paste it here, and this arguments right now I'm gonna pass it here. Now happy? Control S. Okay, man, okay, I don't know, but it should have take this. That's okay, that's okay. So now this is fine. Right now this is gonna get us what? This is gonna get us a customer object back. Query for object. This is gonna give us a customer object back. Now this customer object we can return because we are fetching from the database. Now we are returning it. Now that's it. That's our method. It's ready right now, right? This, yes.
Repository at the line number 8.
Line number, yes, line number 8. This is gonna be, I just want Spring to create the object because we want to auto wear this. So this is gonna be a repository. Thank you, Dilip. Now I can close this one. I can close this class as well. I can close this DAO as well. Now let's go to the main class, customer user details service IMPL. And here we want to implement the user details service. Now it needs to load user by username. So that's why I'm doing a DB call here. I'm doing customer DAO find customer by customer name. That is gonna give us the customer object right now. I can say assign variables to, to create a local variable, I can say customer. And right here, right now, first of all, I will just check if, okay, if the customer is equal to null. Okay, if the customer is null, then we'll just throw an exception. We'll just do throw, let's say throw users not found or user not found exception. What is that exception name? User not found, user name not found maybe.
Yeah, it's on 19 number line. You can take it from there.
Username not found. Why is not coming right here? Username not found. Can I do control space? Okay, I have not written new keyword, man. How I can create an object? Username not found exception, and here I can give my error message. I can say this user not found. Okay, I can say control V and I can say plus username not found. Okay, let's say that the username is only not found. That's not there in our database. Okay, or I can say username not there in the database, just for your for your understanding. So that's okay. So now if it will be null, then just throw this exception. If it is not null, then obviously we got the customer, right? Okay, now we can do, we can basically return the customer. Okay, but it will not work. Why it will not work? Now you guys will tell me. Tell me why line number 31 is giving me problem.
Because return type is user details.
Yes, return type is user details. Why we need a user details in Spring Security? Yes, one line answer. Dilip?
To get user.
Yeah, to create or represent user, to store users. Okay, Now the customer class, if I'll go to the user details, I told you that that is an interface. So anybody remember any implementation? So I told you, right? User details has all this method, get authorities, get password, get username, all these things. Internally, Spring is going to use all this method to get your password, get your username, things like that, right? Now basically Spring is wanting a user details object so that it can access the details of our user. Right now what we are giving a customer. Okay, customer type is not, this customer is not a user details type, right? It is not implementing user details interface, right? So now do you guys remember, if I'll go to the
User.
user, yes,
It's
user is basically the, if I'll do Control T, user is basically an implementation class. And right now user basically implements the user details. So we can use this user class right now to create a user object or to convert our customer object to user object. Now this user object right now having all these methods, password, username, authorities, and how to create the user object, we can use this constructor, right? We can pass on username, password, and authorities. Okay, this authorities is going to be a collection and it's going to be a type of granted authorities. And this constructor is internally going to call another constructor, and it is going to pass in this username, password, authorities, and internally all the other things will be set to true, all these other values. So if I click on here, now internally there is another constructor it is calling, and it is setting all these values whatever we are providing, and the rest of the value it is making true to these things, right? So main important thing is these three things: password, username, and authorities. And this is the constructor we can use right here in our class. So I can close it. I can close this user details. Right now this is our own class. Customer object we cannot return because it's not implementing the user details. Now I can just do what? I can create a user object. So new user. I'll make sure that I'll be using the one from Spring Security. So is this the one from Spring Security? Let's see. Looks like core user details user. Yeah, this is the constructor we can use, which takes three parameters: username, password, and authorities. Click here. Now obviously the username I can get from here. So my username will be customer dot get name. Okay, the password will be customer dot get password, and the authorities. Okay, now authorities will be what? Can I do customer dot get roles? Okay, can I do that? Why it is giving me error? Because if I'll go to this get roles, what it will be giving? Get roles will be giving me what? See here, it will give me a string. Okay, but if I'll go back to my class, the user, if I go to this user constructor, what is that? Where is that user constructor? The one that I'm using, this one. See, the last username is going to be a string. It is expecting password. It is expecting a string, but the authorities it is not expecting a string. It is expecting a collection. Collection of what type? Granted authority type. Okay, so I have to create a collection. Then I can put it right there. So basically, what I will be doing, I'll not pass this customer.getRoles just like this. I cannot, because I need to convert this one. I need to put this particular roles inside a collection. Then only I can put this collection right here. Then only it will accept it. So I'll do what? I'll just create some authorities just right here. I can give some spaces, and right here I can say array list. It's not a collection object, right? Array list of granted authority. So granted authority type only it is going to take, right? And I'll say authorities is equal to new array list.
Sir, what about that build method?
Yeah, build method also we can also use the build method, and we can also, that's also fine. We can use a build method. We can give the username, customer, password, and that will be easy, isn't it? Yeah, that will be easy. We can also do that. Maybe after this we'll do that. Let's do the complicated stuff. Otherwise you can just do users dot with username, give the username as customer.getName. With password, give this password. Then dot role, with roles, give this particular role, customer.getRole, and do .build. It will give you the user details object, return that right here. That's the easiest approach. But this one, be comfortable with this approach also, because sometimes we need this kind of way. The last argument is going to be a collection, that a collection of granted authority. Okay, so now let me do that. Maybe next time we'll try that one. Yes, maybe after some time we can try. Authorities dot, let's say add. Can I do authorities dot add? See what kind of type it is taking? Granted authority, right? So I cannot do customer dot get role here. If I'll be giving simple core Java, it will give me error. Why it will be giving me error? Because it needs granted authority type object. So can I do granted authority equal to new granted authority? No, I cannot do, because this one is basically an interface, right? If I'll hover over here, this one is basically an interface. So do we have any implementation class? Control T. Yes, we have one called simple granted authority. Okay, so it got a constructor where we can pass the role, and that is going to work. So let me show you that. Now I can do what? I can do simple granted authority, which is going to be the implementation class of granted authority, and let's say role number 1 is equal to new simple granted authority. You can see it has a constructor. So now you can cut this and paste it just right here, and there you go. Now you have successfully converted your string role to granted authority type, because this simple granted authority is the implementation of granted authority. Now I can copy this role 1 and I can simply add it. Right now it is going to accept it, because this add method is right now going to look for the object which is a type of granted authority. Okay, so now these authorities I can just put it in the third parameter. Okay, because it's going to be a collection. Okay, so there you go. Now we are returning a user object. Okay, so that's fine. Let me do Control S. After some time, Yash will be trying your approach. Your approach will be the simplest one, the one you said. But also this thing, keep printed in your mind. You will be needing this kind of code a lot of time. Okay, as we go progress. So I think we are done. We are completed creating our load users by username method. Now let's see whether the call is coming to our load users by username method or not. So first thing we can do, anything else we are missing? Everything is fine. Maybe we can go to our configure method right now. Where is our configure method? Config method, security config. Here, no need to use all this JDBC authentication right now. Simply comment it. If I comment it, there is no problem, right? I mean, you are not getting confused. Right now, my code is not clean. If you are getting confused, I'll remove it. Is it okay if I'll keep this here?
Keep it
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let me do auth dot. What is that? Add. What is that? There is a method. Even if we don't register, also it will automatically catch it, because we have given our own implementation. But here also we got a method that's called UserDetailsService. Now we can give our UserDetailsService object just right here. What is that UserDetailsService we have created? Customer UserDetailsService IMPO. Let's say customer UserDetailsService. Let's say UserDetailsService IMPO. Okay. And let me just auto add it, and let me basically copy this one and pass it just right here. Okay, I think that's gonna be it. I do need anything. If I want, I can give the password encoder, maybe password encoder, and obviously whatever the password encoder we are using, that password encoder will attach to this. Let's see whether it is working or not. Let's do Control S. Okay, first of all, let's start it. Okay, let's first run it. If any error comes, then we will just debug it. I think everything else is fine. Now let me just do one thing. Now it's reloading everything. Now let me try to log in with Abhi. And this is the guy which is present in our database. Now, what is the password? Abhi123. So let me go ahead and write Abhi123 login. Method not allowed. This is a login issue. Post not supported. Why? Post not supported. Call stack is this. Just because process login. It's a login issue. Okay, post not supported. Why is saying post not supported? 405, I think I'm handling everything correctly. Can I go to here, enter it, and let me try using Abhi and Abhi 123, same error. No, I'm logged in. I'm logged in this time. Can I go to home? And there you go. Hi Abhilash Panigrahi. Why it is saying Abhilash Panigrahi? Because the name I'm using, so it is printing my, okay, it's printing my name, right? So, but I have logged in with username. So what I'm printing there, we need to see, but I'm logged in here. So maybe I can go to my JSP page. Login user is Abhilash Panigrahi is saying. So I just logged in as Abhilash, isn't it? We'll see that. Abhilash Panigrahi is not, okay, Abhilash Panigrahi is the name. So have I given name there? There you go. I've given get name. Okay. So I should say, let's say get username, because in the username only I am storing, username is only Abhi. Let's say this, with this one only, I just want to build it. So now let me do what? Just give me a moment. So the query that I have created, okay, that's fine. We'll just see that later. Now let me change this name to username. Let's see whether things are working right now or not. Then we'll debug and we'll just try to understand everything. Now it's already done. If I can do a logout, can I write here again Abhi 123 login, logged in? Can I go to home page? And there you go. It's saying hi Abhi, and you can see that logged in user is Abhi. Okay, which got the admin role. So now what is happening behind the scene is our own implementation, our own method is getting called. Okay, let's try with an invalid scenario. Let's do a logout. Let me try with something just like this, login. Now it is saying invalid login or password. So this is also working fine. Let's say when the user is not present, inside the user detail service, we have already written the logic. We are saying if the user is not there, if the user is null, throw this exception. So now what we can do, just for our satisfaction, we can put a breakpoint here in line number 28. Okay, so now we can just do a little bit of debugging and we'll see what is happening behind the scene. And then in the next session, we will just see, we'll just go one more step ahead and we will see how the things are working, maybe with a broader view. Okay, so till now we are on the same page, or I mean any complicated thing I don't think I'm doing. If you guys understood everything, if you guys practiced everything, then this should be a very easy thing to understand. Okay, now I have already given a breakpoint here in my own class. Let me close this thing. Let me close the customer.java. Let me close this class as well. Now let me try with Abhi 123 login. Now the flow came to somewhere, do a switch. Okay, so do we have any breakpoints earlier? Yeah, we don't have, right? Okay, we have only two breakpoints. One is in the customer user details IMPL line number 28 and hello world controller. Maybe yesterday I have given a inside the delete user I have given a breakpoint. Maybe I can remove this breakpoint. Now you guys can see. Now the flow came here. Now we are inside where? We are inside where? We're inside customer user details service IMPL. Now here it called our load users by username method. While logging in, I told that this particular user will be looked inside our database. Okay, so for that, right now we have written our own set of implementation, just like JDBC user details manager has done one implementation. In memory user details manager has done one implementation. Obviously it's failed right now, timed out, but just like that we got one more called load user by username. Okay, now if I'll do and one more thing guys, who basically called this load user by username? See here, DAO authentication provider. Who is that DAO authentication provider? See this one, this guy. I told you Here only we have written our logic, how that authentication will happen. But who will call this guy? This guy, authentication provider. But authentication provider is an interface, right? Who is the implementation? DAO authentication provider. So inside the DAO authentication only, basically it is calling the user detail service load user by username method. So now if I'll go back to my code, if I'll click here, no, you can see if you click here, DAO authentication provider dot retrieve user. I told you, right? Retrieve user. I have just shown you, right? If I click here, see that method only. Retrieve user. This line only I have shown you, right? This dot get user detail service right now is calling our own user detail service, because that's the one that we have said our Spring to look for, and it is calling the load users by username method. So here only the call is going. Okay, now this is only getting a user details object back, because also because we are only giving a load user when someone is calling load user by username, we are giving them a user details object back, isn't it? So right now if I will go back to load user by username, so here only now if I'll do step over, it will do a DAO call, and let's see, it will take some time, it will do a DAO call. The flow is gone. Now once the DAO call is over, we'll get our customer object. I think it's already timed out. We'll see. Okay, now anyhow we got it. Now the customer object is this one, Abhi, India, enabled, whatever. Now this customer object is not null. So if I'll go next, this if clause will be skipped because the customer object is not null. Now the collection will be created. We are creating a simple granted authority object. Once we are creating the granted authority object with our role, then we are basically doing what? We are adding the role and we are creating the user. Now I'll just do step over. You will see that again where it went. See where it gone. The next flow went to where? DAO authentication provider. The provider is what? I told you, right? Authentication provider internally using this retrieve user method to retrieve your user. That's why only the flow is going to load users by username method. So right now we'll come back to that later, but you can see this load users, I mean this particular if I'll do step over, now whatever you have written, now Spring Security will be converting this particular thing to something, and we will be learning about that later. But right now Spring Security got the user which is loaded from the database, and you can see it protected the password. It has done so many things. You know, we have only given the username. We have only given the password. Right now the password it got protected. We have also given the granted authority admin we have converted and given. The rest of the things Spring internally set it to true, whatever needed. Then internally it is going to take this object and it is going to use the way it wants. Right now the framework will take control and it will just process this load user object and just do the valid, whatever the things needs to be done, because it's a valid user. Now that user will be authenticated. Now let me do a resume. Obviously, if I'll do resume, nothing will happen here. I can do a login again. Obviously, the login has already done. Okay, that time maybe it was timed out. That's why only we are having this issue. So now I can stop it and I can start my server again. But this is, the code wise, is it okay or it's not okay? And one more thing before I wrap up, it's 7:46 already. I can do just one thing quickly. If you guys want to try, can we go to that, what is our class that we have created? Customer user details service IMPL. Go there, try the approach that you suggested. Maybe you can also create a user by using that way. You can comment this line. You can comment this line. You can also comment this line. You can use that users method. What is that? User coming from org.springframework core.user details, then dot with username. Username is going to be from this customer. You got your username, so I can just paste it. You can do customer dot get username, then the password. Maybe you can do dot password. The password is going to be what? Customer dot get password, and the next one is going to be roles. And I don't think we have to do all this drama here, and we just can pass the string role and the role is going to be what? Customer dot get role. Okay, customer dot get roles. Okay, that's our method. Maybe after that we can simply do build. Can I break this line with username, password, roles, and I'll do at last I'll do build. Okay, can I do build? Where is my cursor, man? Dot build. Now this is gonna give me a user details object. Control 1, assign the statement to the local variable. It will give me the user object, right? Let's say it will give me a user object or customer object, whatever you want to say. Let me say user details, because this will make more sense, right? Now this user details we can right now return here. Remove it, return it. Now this will be more simple. Okay, even though if you don't want to, we also can create a class like user, and we'll be doing in the next class. But for now, let me do Control S. This should also work, and here this will be more easy for you guys. So maybe I can start the server, test it once, and then I can wrap up. Okay, so it started. I will go here. Can I go to home right now? No, it's logged out. So basically, can I go to / I can try. It's asking me for login. Acha, home page is also not secured. Maybe we can also add the security stuff there. And right now I can do username is Avi, password is going to be Avi123, login, and there you go. I'm logged in. So that is also working. I can go to the home page. Now I'm there. If I'll do log out, let's say if someone is logged out and he's trying to access this home page, oh, there you go. He's able to access, but the principal.getName is causing the null pointer exception. But why we should give the access to this? Can I secure it? Copy this one. Go to your which page is that? Config class, sorry, config method, and here we got this method configure. Maybe I just want to add one more, and Control V. Home also I want to authenticate it, right? And home can be, and it can be accessed by anyone who is authenticated. Okay, so I just added one more pattern to this. Now let's go there and let's try to hit this home again, and there you go. You cannot access it. You need to log in. Avi123, log in, and I'm logged into this particular guy. Log out, logged out. Guys, are you guys comfortable with this? You guys okay? If you understood everything that I have taught previously, then you should be okay. This architecture stuff will be completing step by step. Maybe within a day or two, I'll be completing. Next week, I was planning for another module, but we can continue this work, this thing for next 2 to 3 days, so that some people are also learning some other stuff. So by that time, they will be free, and by that time, we'll be also complete our Spring security architecture. So this is gonna be your level 1. In the level 2, I'll be teaching some more stuff in your Spring Boot course. Whoever will go to the microservices one, I'll just give you a level 3. And after that, if you have something else, then you need to send me to a different trainer so that he can teach me something new. Then I can teach you in a level 4 course. But I don't have that level 4 right now. So whatever I have, I'll just distribute it in 3 parts, and I'll make sure to give you everything. Even though you are going for microservices or not, I'll be providing you everything. Otherwise, I'll just give you those sessions. Whenever I'll take those in microservices, I'll just send you those sessions. Okay, no one need to register or think just for Spring security. I will provide you those things for free. Okay, no need to register. And yes, so right now the first priority here is, guys, we need to understand the architecture. The second priority is we'll go a little bit internal, we'll do some hands-on. The third priority is we'll go to those auth JWT stuffs, and we'll bring in microservices, and we'll see everything on action. And last step will be start working with Angular. There will be a lot of REST calls, and at that time we can also play with the security stuff. And at that time, to understand those stuff, these basic stuffs are very required, and that's why I'm going very slowly, guys. Okay, and make sure that right now only you are comfortable. Keep practicing, because if you'll not be understanding this, whenever I'll be saying authentication provider, authentication manager, filters, you'll be get confused. So right now only you just complete it. Next we'll take care. Okay. Now tell me how you guys are feeling. You guys are okay? Any questions? I'll just take few questions and then I'll just wrap it up. Yes.
Sir, yesterday we learned about JDBC User Detail Manager. For that, we were overwriting or redefining the queries.
Yes.
Okay.
But internally, JDBC User Details Manager only having the load users by username method, and that is only getting called. Right now, we are creating our own. Yes. Go ahead.
So if we are defining our own load user method, okay. So now we don't need to override those query, or we have to.
We don't need. I have commented everything, right, Yash? Where is that? Where is my Eclipse? One sec. There we go. My security config. Go to the top. Nothing is there, no? This query, all the query that I have written yesterday, I have overridden, right? This thing we okay. You are talking about.
We have created about bean in beans. We have defined
those things also not required. This thing we are not at all using. Where we're using this guy, we're not at all using this one. We can delete it, but let's keep it because maybe in future we'll be having some work. But you can also, if you have a doubt, you can. That's good that if you have a doubt, you can just comment it, Yash, and then you can try. This guy we are not at all using right now. This guy is not in the picture right now. So maybe we'll just wait for the server to kick in the changes. Then I can, this is the call stack only, right? Okay. Why? Okay, there is some dependency, I think, somewhere, isn't it? So in which class? Yes, there are some dependencies. Let's not do all this thing. Maybe you can try, yes, but this guy is not getting used because in this class we got a load user by username method, load user by username. Okay, this load user by username use which query? It uses its own query, right? And I told you everything about that yesterday, and you also know that this query, whatever we got, this is also overridden. But whatever our overridden query also not getting used. So don't worry about it. You can just try to remove all the references of User Details Manager and just try to do a login. All right, guys. So I just want to give you a little bit of more information. Maybe we will talk about these things later in the session. But right now, while editing, I believe that a little bit of more information will help you to understand these things better. The question that Yash asked me right now, I just want to give you a little bit of more information to that. See that here, guys, I'm inside my security config file. Okay, and of course here I have a configure method over here because I have extends this particular class called web security configure adapter. And of course inside this configure method I am basically defining that where my Spring Security Framework is going to look the user, or where my Spring Security Framework is going to load the user. And that's what previously I have written the code just like this. Can I do a Control-Shift-F to this? Command-Shift-F. Okay, now this looks better, right? So right over here, if you see what I'm doing over here, to this configure method, I'm saying that, hey, I am basically going to tell you that you basically go ahead and run this couple of queries, which is going to be selecting the username password enabled from the customers table. Okay, and basically you are telling here to the framework to load the user by running this particular query. And obviously you are not writing a different kind of things right here. You are not writing your own load user by username method. And basically load user by username method is getting called by the framework. And right here in this case, the load user by username method of the JDBC authentication is going to be get called. So right now, if you're going to see over here, I'm going to tell you a little more thing. Just listen to this very carefully. Here we have something called AuthenticationManagerBuilder. We have something called auth. We are telling this, we are just tagging something to this auth. This auth is what? This auth is AuthenticationManagerBuilder. So this is a particular class which is going to help me to build something called AuthenticationManager. Okay, we will learn about this Authentication Manager later in the course. But for now, you just remember this Authentication Manager is going to help you or to help the framework where basically we have those users defined so that this guy can load this up. Okay, I'm telling it in very simple word and in very plain word. Okay, right now to this auth, we are saying that auth.jdbc authentication. Okay, and we are saying dot data source. That means we are saying that, hey, we're gonna do a JDBC authentication. Okay, and this JDBC authentication is going to do what? You know that this particular method, if you're going to go over, see the internal of this particular method, JDBC authentication, internally it is going to use the JDBC user details manager. If you don't believe me, you can click over here. Okay, you will go to this particular constructor, and inside this particular constructor, it is calling another, object of JDBC user details manager configure. Click over here. You will again go to some other method, and you can see right here the JDBC user details manager configure internally calling another method called JDBC user details manager, and this is the class that we have already discussed. If you're going to click over here, look at that. This is the class that you have already acquainted with, right? This is your JDBC user details manager class, and inside this class you have a load user by username method, and this method is getting called to load the user from the database by running the query. It is doing get JDBC template.query, and it is running a query, and right now it is not running the default query, it is running your query. Right now let's go back to our mysecurityconfig.java, and here what you are doing, you are saying inside the configure method, if I'm gonna expand this inside the configure method, you are saying that, hey, just go ahead and use the JDBC authentication. That means use the load user by username method and run this query to find the user from my custom schema. And here I have stored my users in my custom schema called customers. So right now internally your JDBC user details manager is basically running the query, this particular query, and finding the data like username, password, and enabled from the customer table, right? So here I am not using my own implementation class. I am using the JDBC authentication method, which is internally calling the JDBC user details manager load user by username method, right? And that's what you have sent, JDBC authentication. So you're gonna use the load user by username method of JDBC user details manager. You are writing data source here. Why you're writing data source? You are giving the data source object. If you're gonna go to your configuration file, if I'm gonna do a Control-Shift-R, and if I'm gonna do MBC config file, let's say config. Okay, if I go to your app config file, let's say I'm going to this app config file, which is my MVC config file. Here you have defined the data source, and the data source is going to connect to your database. The data source is going to connect to this particular schema called DevDB schema, because inside the DevDB schema you have the customer table defined. So here you are using the data source. That's why you are saying data source, that hey, JDBC user details manager, use the load user by username method and connect to this database called DevDB and run this particular query. This particular query will use the customer table, and the customer table is there inside that schema called DevDB. Okay, if you're gonna see inside my MySQL server, if I have opened that, do I have the MySQL server open? So I'm going to show you something quickly just to give you some better clarity. So you see that we have a DevDB. DevDB is my schema. This is my data source is pointing to, and inside this I have a table called customer, and inside the customer I have that row that you have just seen. All right, so there you go. So JDBC authentication, this is going to call the load user by username method of JDBC user details manager, and the data source it is going to use is going to point to the DevDB table. Now I'm going to run this couple of query to find out my username and password and enabled column from the customer table, and here I'm telling that use the password encoder so and so. All right, and if you have a password encoder is already defined, then also there is no need to do that. By default, Spring is going to use that you have defined here. Maybe if you have defined bcrypt, it's going to use bcrypt. If you have defined no-op, it is going to automatically configure that no-op password encoder for you. But right now, let's say if you don't want to say this, that hey, don't use this one. I don't want to use this JDBC authentication, which is internally going to call the load user by username method of the JDBC user details manager. If I don't want to do that, that's when I'm going to tell to this configure method, I'm going to tell to this guy, which is authentication manager builder, which is going to help me to create a authentication manager object. What is authentication manager? For now, you just understand that it is going to help you to look for the user somewhere that you are storing. We'll learn about this authentication manager pretty much detail in the future lesson. Don't judge me by this particular line. But yeah, for simple understanding, I need to let this authentication manager know that, well, man, you need to auth this authentication manager builder. Man, authentication manager, do one thing, load my user details, load my user object, or look inside my user object by using my own custom implementation, which is going to be customer user detail service IMPL. So here I'm going to say, let's say load, what is that method? User details service. Okay, there you go. User details service. Now the user details service that you have to use is this one. Okay, so load my user by calling the load user by username method defined inside this particular class. The class that I have just developed, look inside that particular class, use the load user by username method of that particular class and load my users accordingly, because I have written the logic right there. And that's why you are writing like this. And if you want to write something like this, that previous stop that you are doing, auth.in-memory authentication or auth.jdbc authentication, whatever the methods that you were calling previously, that won't have any value, because you are telling right now that, hey, I have my own implementation and use this implementation. More about this we'll learn later. Just giving you a heads up in case if you have any kind of confusion, right? Making sense, Yash?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next question, please. Anu, so silent today? Not making
Sir,
sense?
my question is not related to whatever you have teaches us right now. But my question is like, can you just open that STS?
Where is that STS? Yes. Which class?
Yeah. So in see that JDBC user details manager dot class file. No, the extension is dot class. But I have seen that DAO, what is that? DAO Provider. Its extension was .java, I think.
Okay. So
Yeah, but
okay, let me do control T. DAO authentication provider. This is the one you are saying. If I'll go here, DAO authentication provider, DAO authentication. This is DAO authentication configure, right? Can I close everything? Close others. Control T. DAO authentication provider. Okay, now this so dot class and dot java, when we have the dot java and when we have the dot class file, when we compile the dot class, the dot java, that will generate us the dot class, isn't it? Yeah, so basically these are all I mean, I'm just retrieving from the package only, you know. This is what, this is a which kind of file, Mayur? This is a jar file, right?
yeah,
Jar
yeah.
file is what? Jar file is a collection of dot class file, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, these all are dot class file only.
Okay. I thought that was Java file.
Brain fed Mayur.
Sir, means we cannot change these files, no? We cannot change in it. We cannot change in
this code. We can this code. Yes, there is a way to change it. I'll just tell you. You can also unwrap this particular package, and you can also change this particular thing. But that is going to give you a lot of problem. I tried doing it sometime, but that's gonna give you a lot of issues, and you know. But you can change, yes. So basically, what we used to do when in our production there is some problem with I mean where basically the code breaks, I sometimes get the jar file. Then there is some tools by using that you can unwrap that particular jar, and from that you can open the class and you can start doing whatever you want with that particular jar. Yeah, but that's for some other purpose, and Yeah, why we need to change their code? Rather we just create our own class, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Extend
But
to that.
can you please tell me that what are
I'll just
that
tell you.
tools?
I'll just ping you that tool name.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Next question, please. Mayur, you always got different doubts, isn't it?
But I'm not sure, but we are not supposed to see dot class file, right? After
Forget about dot Java. No, we'll take that to next class. I want to go. Please ask me your question if you have
so
in.
we have a class
Yes, that's
tomorrow
important.
morning 7:30, right?
But no, one sec. Just let me check that. Do we have any other doubts so that we can stop the recording?
No,
Yash, Revti, you didn't ask me anything today. You are
I
okay?
had to leave multiple times, so I could not collect everything. That's the reason I don't have question.
Make sure, Anu, you should go with the recording and practice in this weekend only, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
ping me if you any issue, or ping in the group only. A lot of lovely people, they will help you. Sure.
That I know, yeah.
Yeah, Repti, no questions or you're okay?
No, whatever doubt asked, yeah, the same doubt only I.
Okay. All right. Yes. Yes, Anu, you can stop the recording and we'll just discuss about our class. Alright, so hopefully you have completed this episode and you have practiced it as well. But there is one issue that I want to fix and I want to address that I have done in the DAO layer. So if you are a fresher or if you are a beginner to Spring Security or Spring Framework, or if you are a complete newcomer to Spring, then I'll just recommend you to watch this particular section. But if you are a experienced developer, then please skip to the next section, and the next section is starting from this timestamp. So use this timestamp and go to the next section. So whenever we're gonna address that issue later, maybe you can fix that by your own. So it's not going to be that much challenging, but I want to show to the people who are just starting how to debug a particular thing and how to basically think like, okay, what is the problem and how can we just track an issue? Like, we don't know, whenever an issue comes, we don't know where is that issue. So how will be tracking that issue? That thing I'm addressing right now, and the bug is actually in the DAO layer. So let's go ahead and fix that. I'm recording this video around 4 months later of the original series, and you can see that I have tried replicating your Spring Security Evening project again. So I have created a new project called Spring Security Evening New by copying out your original project, and there are some more code you'll be seeing right now. Don't worry, we'll be cover them later in the series. But for now, I want to go to the exact thing that we have developed in the service. We have developed this particular, we have created this service impl, okay, and here is some bug, and that I want to let you know about. Okay, so this is the code that you have written, and maybe you're gonna try out this particular code today, but maybe one issue you'll be finding here. Okay, I'm gonna let you know about that particular issue. In line number 27 we'll have the issue. Okay, so let's try out, like, how to catch this issue, what the particular issue that I'm talking about. Maybe you don't know about it, and maybe in your real time also you'll get some code where you don't know where is the issue, how you gonna track that out. Okay, so first of all, this load users by username method, here only I know there is some bug, so but you don't know what is the line that's gonna create the bug and what kind of bug that I'm talking about. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna simply put a breakpoint in line number 25, and I want to debug the things, and I'm gonna let you know the issue. If I want, I can straight away fix the code, but I want you to see this particular thing so that it will be really good for you whenever you are just getting stuck with this kind of issues, right? So maybe first of all, let me tell you the issue. Okay, so can I start my server in debug mode? First of all, my debug is getting timed out again and again. So I'll go to the timeout. I'll increase the timeout first. So let me make the timeout as 130 seconds. Okay, that's gonna be pretty much it. Control S to save it, close this one. Now I'll just start this particular project in debug mode. So run as, debug as, and debug on server. Okay, I'm gonna do a next. I'm gonna do a finish. A simple mistake only I have done. So just have a look at that issue. Okay, so it is telling me to switch. So I'm gonna do a switch. Okay, so I'll make sure that there is no breakpoint. Can I go to the breakpoints? And all these breakpoints that I have, I'll just remove it for now. Okay, so I'll just do a right click, remove. So all the breakpoints are right now gone. So I'll just resume my program. So it will start my application. Perfect. So now I'll go to username, and I have told you, right, in my MySQL workbench, I got this customers table, and maybe you can see a couple of data. While I was teaching, while I was editing, I was showing you this particular record. Maybe this record we have inserted later in the course that you will be seeing and experiencing later. But let's go with this Avi user, which password is Avi123456. Now let me go back to here. Let me start logging in with Avi, and let's go with his password 123456, and this should be preceded by Avi123456. Let me do a login. Okay, it's logged in. Okay, sorry, I have just removed the breakpoint, right? Not a problem. Okay, I'm able to log in right now. Simply I'm able to log in, and if I'm gonna go to home, okay, no problem. You can see Avi is logged in with the valid password. If I'll do log out, it's logged out. Okay, I'll just ask you a question otherwise. Okay, imagine I'll just give a random username and a random password. Then what will happen? If I'll do login, where the call should go? The call should go to here, right? To this particular class, this particular code that you have written, the call should go to here. But now here the problem here is, obviously whenever this line will trigger, find the customer by customer name, and whenever you are going to pass a name, which I am giving this name right here to this, at that time this guy, what you are expecting, is going to get you a customer. If the customer is not present in our database, then this is going to give you null. If it is going to give you null, then obviously this statement will be executed, and it's going to throw us this exception. So is it actually throwing that exception? Let's test this out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a breakpoint here in line number 29. I'll go to the login form. Okay, now I'll do another login. Okay, now it's saying invalid login. So why it is not hitting my I have started my server in debug mode only, right? So why it is not okay, because it is not hitting this line number 29, because this particular if block is never getting executed. The code is not coming to here. Okay, the flow is never coming to here. This is the issue I want to point out. So you can see right now in our application. Okay, so here we are getting a issue, incorrect result size, expected 1, actual 0. I'm going to tell you about this, why we are getting this error. But the one takeaway I can show you right now, you can see I have a debug point in line number 29. So whenever I'm doing a login with an invalid user, let's say I'm hitting an invalid user, whenever I do a login here, I'm sure that this data is not available in my database. So if I'll go to the UserDetailsService IMPL, whenever I'm putting a breakpoint in line number 29, I'm sure that whenever this particular statement will be executed, it won't get me any data from the database. So this will be null, and if it will be null, the flow should come to here. But no, it is not returning you null, right? Here only it is throwing an exception, and the flow is never coming to here in case of a invalid scenario. The valid scenario is working. In valid scenario, you'll get a customer, then obviously these things are getting executed and you are returning a customer back. That's a different thing. What about the invalid scenario? So I'll show you one more thing. Put a breakpoint in line number 25, okay? And I'll go to the login. I'll do login right now. See? Now the flow came to here in line number 25. My flow is here in the line number 25. So now this particular method will be executed. Find customer by customer name. Okay. Now I'm sure that whenever you are going to do a step over, the flow will not come to this line. The program will not come to this line. You see, whenever I'm going to do step over, you will see that the exception will be thrown. I'll do a step over. Now I'm sure it's going to see. Now we went to the some particular method, and see it is throwing a, if I'm going to zoom this particular code, don't see whatever the code they have written, right? Only see here it is coming to a catch block, and it is throwing a internal authentication service exception. Anyhow, it is throwing an exception only. If I'm going to do step over again, so it will go to next layer, next layer, and it will be keep throwing that exception. See, it will be keep throwing that exception. So if I'll do step over, step over, step over, it will be start throwing you exception only, right? So now if I'm going to do resume, at last we'll get an exception. If I'm gonna see here, we'll get an exception. Incorrect result size, expected 1, actual 0. Why we're getting that exception? So right now, whatever we found, so in the line number 25, the exception is occurring. When the exception is occurring, when this find customer by customer name is getting called. If I'll go into this is the interface. I'll go to the implementation. Now what I'll do, I'll put another breakpoint here. So this is the DAO class that we have written, right? And this method that we have used to retrieve data from the database, this method only causing you the exception. I'm just giving you a hint previously, but let's say I don't know about this. So I'll put a breakpoint here in the line number 19. Okay. So now I'll go to the login page. So right now let's do a login again. The flow will go to here. Okay. So now the flow is where? In the load user by username method of the customer user detail service IMPL. Now a call will be made to the find customer by customer name method. Now if I'm going to do step over, then obviously I had a breakpoint there, right? If I'll go to the implementation, I had a breakpoint here in line number 19. So I'm sure if I'm going to do a resume, or if I'm going to do a step over or step into, it will go into this method, find customer by customer name. Let's do a step over. See, I came to my customer DAO IMPL, this method, find customer by username, whatever the method that was using. The flow came to here. So we got a SQL, do a step over. Now the SQL is ready. Now we have prepared the args. In args, we have the username. The username we are putting it. So username we are getting here, right? Whatever the username we have entered in the website, that username is coming here, name. So you can see that is the username we are passing. Okay, so again it's timed out. Even 120 seconds is not enough. Let me do okay. Not a problem. So we are getting the username just right here. Now we are preparing our SQL. Okay, so our SQL is this one, and then we are preparing our arguments. Our arguments will be an array which contains our username, and then we are preparing this query JDBC template. We are making a query by using queryForObject method, right? And here we are passing in our SQL. Our SQL is whatever. Then we are passing in our arguments. Our arguments is whatever we are giving here, that arguments, and then a row mapper to map the data which is going to be retrieved. That particular row, I want to map it to a object. That object is customer object, right? And I'm going to get back my customers back. Now the thing is that whenever we are making a call, right, this queryForObject method is going to return you an exception. Okay, so I'm going to show you one thing. If I'll do step over, obviously the name that I'm passing, this name is not exist in my database. For this name, we don't have any data in our database. So if I'm going to do step over, you'll see that I'll go into the exception. This queryForObject will throw an exception. See, it is throwing an exception, internal authentication service exception, whatever. It is throwing exception, right? Okay, what is the exception? Query for a result basically throw. Let me tell you that. Okay, and in which scenario you'll get the exception? Let me tell you that. So first of all, let me do resume. All right, so now let me go to the login. Okay, now let me do a refresh this particular page. Let me go to the main page. Okay, and right here, let's give a valid customer. Abhi is the valid one, and a valid password. Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6. Enter. Okay, the flow went to load users by username method. We are getting the username right here. Then with this username, we are making a DB call just right here. And now whenever I'll do step over, I'll go into that DB method. Now I'll do step over. Here only we are making the backend call. We are making the DB call just right here by giving in our SQL. Our SQL is select star from customer, and this question mark will be replaced by this arguments. This arguments, whatever we have, Abhi is the argument right now we are getting. This is a valid argument because the name is Abhi. If I'll hover over here, the name that I'll be getting here is Abhi, and then the row mapper. And in this case, the queryForObject is working good. So if I'll do step over, now you'll see that If that customer exists in our database, the data will be retrieved here by the customer. If I'll be hovering over here, I get my customer data, right? I got my customer India. Can I hover over here again? India, enabled, email, ID, and everything that I'm getting here, right? So not a problem. So I'm getting all these things, then I'm returning a customer, do a step over again. Whichever the method who called this particular method, the flow will be go back to that particular method. See, this here only, this load by username method only called this particular method, right? So the flow came back to here. Now if I'll do a step over, whatever the customer this particular method returns, I got that customer here, I got the customer back here. Now obviously this customer does have a value, right? So this particular if block will be skipped because this will be false. If I'll do Control-Shift-I on this, so you can see customer equal to null, this is returning you false. If it is returning you a false, then it will not go into that if block. And obviously right now it is going to create the user details for you. And now the user details object is ready. Name is Abhi, password is whatever, enable is true, everything is set. Then now this particular object will be back to whoever the method called the load users by username method. You know who called the load users by username method. It is been called by DAO AuthenticationProvider retrieve user method. So here only the object will be come back, and then the Spring Security Framework will process that. However it is going to process, we don't care about it right now. Let me close this. So this scenario is working. So now let me tell you the problem that we are having. So now if I'll go back to my main method, so this is my main method, right? Main method in the sense the important method called load user by username. All right, so here guys, understand one thing. So here you are doing a DB call, right? Whenever you are doing a DB call, we are doing the DB call with queryForObject. This is the JDBC template method, JDBC template API method, queryForObject. Now this method says that, well, whenever you're gonna call me, whenever you are using me, make sure there is a valid data present in the database. If the data is not present in the database, then I'm gonna return you an exception. Okay, I'm gonna return you an exception, data access exception. So the problem with queryForObject is always returns an object, a one object. It is going to return you one object. We are writing only, right? queryForObject. So we are expecting that whenever we are firing this particular query, only one record will be get retrieved from the database. Obviously, we are only retrieving for the particular user Abhilash. And if that guy Abhi with the username is present in the database, only that record will be retrieved and we are storing it with the customer. That's fine with the valid scenario if the data exists in our database. But if the data does not exist, then the queryForObject is always expect that it should return a data. It should return something. If the query basically getting failed, obviously imagine if some some other username which does not exist in our database, if you are running that query, obviously that query will be failing. If the query will be failing, this queryForObject is returning you an exception. And what is that exception? That it is expecting, it is the result size which is expecting is 1, but in actual it is 0, because when the query is basically failed, no records is getting returned to it. If there is no record returned to this, then obviously the actual is 0, but it is expecting 1 record, and that's why only the this particular queryForObject method is returning an error, okay, the exception. Now that's where the problem is coming for us. So the queryForObject is failing whenever we are giving a different data. Just right here, let's say login, let's say some different user which does not exist. If I'll do login, can I go to the main URL again? Enter. Okay, let's say some random user, some random password, login. In this case, let me do a resume. I'll go straight away into that method, that DAO method. Now if I'll do step over, the name, obviously this name does not exist in our database. So this queryForObject is going to be failed. And if it is going to be failed, because this user does not exist in our database, so it is expecting at least 1 record to get back while this particular statement ran, but actually there is no record got back, and obviously it is throwing me an exception. If I'll do step over, I'll go into the exception, and that is the problem which is getting caused by that particular method. And that's why your stupid trainer does a stupid mistake, and that's why you got a issue right now. Let's fix this out. So now let me go to the main class. So let me go to customer DAO, customer DAO IMPL, DAO authentication. Let me close everything. Let me go to this method. Now this is the class and this is the method which is actually causing us the problem. Okay, the problem is getting caused whenever this particular method is getting called when a username does not exist in our database. So right now let's do one thing. Let me just fix the root. Okay, so let me go to the open implementation. Okay, now let's try to fix this code. Okay, how can we fix this code? Instead of queryForObject, what I want, guys, I want to use the simple query method. You know, right, in your JDBC course, query method. The query method always, returns you a list of object. Obviously, if there is only one record also getting backed by this query, it is gonna get you back one record only, but that record will be in a list, right? I told you that in my JDBC course. So not a problem. So now this thing will work fine, but now the return type I will just remove. Now this should work fine. Let me terminate everything. Okay, now I'll just fix this out. I'll do control1, assign statement to a new local variable, and it is gonna return you a list. So I will say it customer. So I'm sure that right now, whenever this query will be run, select star from customer when the username is equal to Abhi, then Abhi data will be only be pulled. There are many data here, but only one record will be pulled out because of this query, but that record will be pulled out with a list. Okay, the list will have only one data inside that. Okay, so the customer data is here. Now we cannot directly return this customer just right here, isn't it? So we have to return the list of customer, or we can do a filter here only. We can just do customer dot, so this is my list, right? Customer, so dot get and get of index 0. Okay, because we know, right, only inside this list customers, let me say customers because it's a list. So inside this list only one record will be there, so I'm directly fetching the get 0 method. So get 0 will have the customer there, right? So let's see, but we'll have another problem. Okay, we'll have another problem. So I'll just show you that. We'll have some fun. I'll go to the login method. Now let's first test out that scenario. Okay, now I'll just give some data, valid data, Abhi, and Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6, which is exists in our database. Login, could not load, is not able to connect to the server. Let me start my server in debug mode again. Okay, so my server will be started. I'll show you one more problem, and I hope that you guys are excited to see this issue. So let me do login. Okay, now the flow came to load users by username method. Okay, now let me do a step over. If I'll do a step over here, now the flow came to our find customer by customer name is our DAO method, right? Now here we have fixed the issue. Let's see that whether the things are working fine or not. So now whenever the JDBC template query ran, what is happening? Well, we should be get a data. We should get a list back. So are we getting a list back? We should be getting a list back. Let's see that. Okay, can I hover over here? There we go. A array list we are getting with one customer inside, and if I'll open this particular list, then I should have a customer data. So why I'm not able to see that data? Object collected exception occurred while you are retrieving the value. Why is that? Can I see that here? If I'll go to the variables, if I'll go to the customers, the request is timed out, man. If I'll expand it, object collected exception occurred. I don't know what it is. Okay, why it is happening? Can I do stop my server again? Can I go to my server again? First of all, let me just increase the timeout even more. Can I go to the timeout? And let me increase it to 1. Let's say, let me just increase it to 500, more than 500. Control S. So 500 second will be enough, I believe. Now let me try to hit this one again. So can I do right click, debug? So let's wait till it start debugging. So now the server is started. Can I go to login? Let me hit this login again. Okay, again same issue. Can I remove this process login from here? Now let's do enter. Now here I will do one thing. I'll just do Abhi which is my valid username, and OV123456, enter. Okay, now flow came to here. Now let's do a resume. We'll go to the DAO method. Let's do a step over. Now let's see this time we're getting any issues or not. So it is taking some time to retrieve the data. So are we getting the data back? Customer data. Can we expand the customer? Unknown value. Why is that? Object collected exception occurred while retrieving the value. I don't know why we're getting that. Okay, is this thing is getting us the data back? Control Shift I. Okay, can I do a step over? Okay, can I do a step over? Customer, hover over here. Okay, we're getting the data back here, no problem. Okay, so that method, that means it is actually working good. The timeout is also not working. Maybe the timeout that I have increased is for server running, is not for the server debug stuff. Not a problem. That's fine. I'll do okay. So if I'll go to the find customer by customer name, guys. So anyhow, the code that I have changed it here. So these things are working good the way I am knowing it, because it is returning me the valid customer data. Okay, I'm getting my customer data just right here. In this case, if I'll do step over, okay, then obviously this customer does have some values, so the null will be, you know, this will be skipped, and obviously the other stuff will work accordingly. Let me do resume. Things are working fine, right, because of our code change. But there will be another issue we'll have. I'll show you that. So what about if I'll do Abhi, some invalid user, and if I'll do login, can I go to my root URL and submit my form again? Let's say some invalid user and some invalid password, login. Now let me do resume. All right, so now we are getting the value from here, some random name. If I'll do a step over, and now this customers, this data we won't be having, right? If whenever we'll do a step over, this customers data, we will have a list, but this is an empty list, right? But the code that I have written here, this is gonna get me some exception, because obviously inside this list there is no value present, but I'm trying to access the 0th index where the data is not available, because inside the customer there is no 0th index available. Now this is gonna throw us another problem. So if I'm gonna do step over, see, we got another issue right now. If I'll do step over and if I'll do resume, if we'll see the console, we'll get some other exception. Index out of bound exception, index 0, out of bound exception, because the length is not there, but still we are trying to access the value from the array. So we are obviously getting an index out of bound exception. So that's another problem. Right now, let's fix this out. Okay. So I'll do one thing. This particular method right now, whatever the list I'm getting here, this list only I'll be returning here. So I'll be filtering out later. Okay. The method which is going to be calling this particular method, inside that method only will do filtering. So right now I'm going to return this customers, whatever the result that we are getting while doing this query, this particular result, all the customers will be returning this right here as a list. Obviously inside this customer only one data will be there. So right now this particular method return type also we need to change. So we have to change it to list of customer. Okay, so I change it to list of customer, Control S. Right now let me do the terminate. Let me go back to my Java perspective and let me make it full screen. Okay, so right now we are getting another problem here. So why we're getting the issue just right here? Because right now customer DAO IMPL is implementing this customer DAO, but inside this customer DAO, if we'll go to here, inside this we are returning a customer, because this particular method should return us a list of customers. So here also the method signature also we have to change. So we have to change it to list of customer. Now Control S, import the list, Control Shift O to import, and import the right one. Things are fixed here, things are fixed here, right? With the query, whatever the data it is going to return, that data only I'm directly returning to this. Control S. So right now I'm going to close this. Okay, and I'm going to close this. Okay, now here we got a problem. Customer user details service IMPL, because here we are making a call, right? So this find customer by customer name is going to get us what? If I'm going to click here, it is going to get us a list of customer, right? But see here only we are handling the wrong return type, right? We have to handle it as a list type. Control S. Now if I'm going to do control 1 on this, assign statement to a new local variable, now it is going to return me the customers data, right? I'll say it customers because I know even though there is one customer inside this, as it is a list, I'm just saying it customers. Perfect. Now here from this customer, we have to get the data and we have to refactor all this code. Okay, how we're gonna refactor it? First of all, for the null check. Okay, how can we do the null check? This is the list, right? I'm gonna say inside the customers, if the size of the customer is less than, can I do customer.size? If there is no data is there inside the customer list, if the size is less than 0, can I say that? If the size is less than or equal to 0, obviously it will be, or I can say less than 1. That means if the size of the collection is less than 1, that means this customers, if this particular list does not even having one customer, or I can simply say if the customer is empty, right? It's gonna return me a true or false. If this particular customer does not have any record present or any customer present inside this particular list, so if the list is empty, obviously if the list is empty, it is gonna return me true. So true if the list contains no element. So this particular if clause will only be executed when the customer list is empty. And if it is empty, then we'll just throw an exception, throw new username not found exception. Okay, and we'll say username is not there in our database. Okay, and right now this particular thing is fixed. We'll test this out with a debugging. So here we'll just modify the code. The username will be what? Right now I can say customers. Okay, from the customer I'll just get the first index, get of 0, then I'll say get username, then I can do the same thing, customers dot get of 0, then get password, then again I can say customers dot get of 0 of get role. Now this is gonna fix that. So I'm getting the customer data from the first index because I know 0 is gonna be my first index in my list, right? So whenever we'll be fetching the data inside this customer, only one record will be there. So I'm blindly getting the data from the 0th index, right? And I'm returning the user detail. Let's see whether this thing is working or not right now. Control S. Now let's try to test this with a valid and an invalid scenario. Let me do right click, debug as, and I'll just do debug on server. I'll do next and I'll do finish. Let's see right now what is going to happen. So, okay, debugging started. Let me give a valid data here, Abhi, and Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is a valid data. Login. I'll just switch to the debug perspective, and you'll see that okay, I got the data in the load users by username method. Now if I'll do a step over here, so it is going to the DAO method. So obviously I know the DAO method is going to return me a customer back. So I'll just do step over, and once the record has been pasted, so my flow will come to line number 28. It's going to take a time whenever it's going to do a DB query, and obviously I'll get a customer data back, and you can see right now I got a customer data, customer record is present here. If I'll open this up, okay, now I'm getting the data back. You can see this is the customer data which is getting pasted from the database. Perfect. Now if I'll do resume, it will, okay, why did I hit a resume? Because once I do a resume, I don't have any other breakpoint, so the flow basically released and basically the login happened. Well, you can see the login happened here. Let me do home and let me do a logout. Sorry guys, let me just try this again. Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6 login. Okay, now the flow came to here again, load users by username. Let me do a resume. It will go to the next breakpoint, find customer by customer name. Now let me do step over. This particular line is gonna get, take some time to get the data from the database. It is going to come back to the line number 28. So we got the customer data back from the database. Do a step over again. The flow came to load users by username method. Step over again. So obviously we got a customer data. We got a customer record from the 0th index. You can see the customer data is available just right here. Address, email, name, password, roles, everything is there. So obviously this is empty is going to return us false. Control Shift I on this. So this customer.isEmpty is going to return us false if I'll do a step over again. So now this if clause has been ignored. And if I'll do a step over again, so you can see, okay, it's again timed out. You can see right now the user detail will be created. So customer.get0 of username, right? Inside the customers we have only 0th index. From the 0th index we are getting the username. If I'll hover over the customer, if I'll go to the 0th index, can I go to that? And if I'll go to the username is Abhi. So Abhi will be passed, and this particular username will be set with Abhi. So similarly, from the 0th index, the password will be pasted, the role will be pasted, and it will be building my customer. Step over, step over, step over. Now the user detail is built. Now we got all the data set just right here. You can see username is Abhilash, password is right now it's making it protected, and the role is admin and things like that. Now the things are working fine. Let me do a resume. Now the login should happen. Now obviously it is timed out, right? That's why the login did not happen. I can show you if you are not believing it. I'm skipping all the breakpoint. I'm skipping in the sense the breakpoint will not be executed whenever I'll be padding this particular thing again. If I'll do run this again, if I'll do Abhi and Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6, enter, it is logging in. If I'll be going to home, it is going into home. If I'll do log out, I'm coming out of the flow. Okay, so this is right now working good. Now let me activate the breakpoint. Right now I want to do one more debugging with some invalid scenario. Imagine this data is right now not in the database. Do a login. Okay, now this particular find customer by customer name, this particular statement will be executed. Now let's see what is the query is returning. Step over, step over, step over. Now the query is gonna return me what? The query is gonna return me, if I'll hover over here, the query is gonna be returning me a empty array. So if I'll do step over again, now this is gonna be a empty list. If it is an empty list, this customer.isEmpty is right now, it will be true. And now it is going into, username, whatever the username that we are getting is this one, is not there in the database. This particular exception will be thrown into the console, right? So if I'm going to do step over, now the exception is thrown. Now if I'll do resume, I don't need to see whatever is happening after that. I'll just resume the things. Now let's go into our login form, and you can see I'm getting invalid login or password. And in our database, in our stack trace, are we getting something here? So this is the call stack. This is the call stack. Where is the exception? I just want to see that exception, where it is causing that exception. So can I clear this out? And let's try this again. Let me skip all the breakpoint. I know everything is working good. So let me skip everything, and let me just hit a invalid username, invalid password, to a login. So are we getting any exception that exception is getting handled internally? So we are not getting any exception printed in the console, but I think we should get that exception triggered, isn't it? Because here only we are throwing an exception that username not found. This particular exception should be triggered. Right now what is happening, guys, now Spring is internally handling this exception, and basically in the login page we are seeing that invalid login or password. That's fine, because this is the thing that we have written in our JSP page. Obviously this is throwing an error, and that error we are handling. So end user right now, he is not knowing that there is any exception. We are not throwing some Java specific exception to the front end. Rather we are handling that exception when we are throwing it. Internally we are handling this exception, the user not found exception. Internally we are handling it. But one thing is that I believe that we should see that exception in the console, at least in our developer console we should be seeing that. Can I try this again? Can I close everything, go to login, invalid data, invalid name, do a login? Well, it's not printing anything in my console. Okay, that's fine, but you know at least how to fix this particular thing, right? All right, so I did a little bit of code changes in the customer DAO. I have changed the method signature. Okay, and in the implementation here also, right now I am using query, and instead of queryForObject, returning a customer list back. So now this find customer by customer name is returning us a list back. And obviously right now whoever the method is calling this find customer by customer name, which is basically our own user detail service. How do you know who is basically calling this particular method? Do a right click and go to open call hierarchy. You can also hit Command Shift H, or you can just click on this open call hierarchy. So you can see that which method is basically calling this method. Do a right click, go to open call hierarchy, hit Control Shift H, or you can just click on this. In your console, you will see that this find customer by customer name method is getting called by load user by username method, right? Okay, so right now this particular class, customer user detail service IMPL, this particular class got a method called load user by username method. This is only calling that method. Click over here, you will go into that particular class. See, here only you know, right? Here only we did make a call. This is your own customer user detail service impl class, and here we got a load user by username method. This is what it is saying. Inside the customer user detail service impl load user by username method, you are basically calling this particular method. This is a very important shortcut, guys, because whenever you got a doubt, right, who is calling this method, who is calling that method, do a right click, go to open call hierarchy, okay, and that is going to tell you which method is basically calling this method, right? In a big project, it will be very difficult for you to understand, right, which method is calling which method. So you can use this shortcut, right? Anyhow, here only we have just make a changes of this one, list of customer we are right now returning, and we have modified our if clause. That's it. That's the fix that we have done. Alright guys, so before I stop this recording, I just want to tell you one more thing. I told you, right, the authentication provider implementation is DAO Authentication Provider. Now DAO Authentication Provider is internally use the user detail service and the password encoder to authenticate the things. Now you must be thinking, Avilash, you spoke about the user detail service and we have understood the load user by username method, but when is the password encoder method is getting called? I told you, right, DAO Authentication Provider only calling the password encoder, and DAO Authentication Provider only calling the user details. Now from the user details, it is fetching all the user data the way we have given the user data. So if I'll go to my Eclipse, here you can see our load user by username method is giving us user details. And now if I'll go to that particular presentation, so here using this, it is gonna get the user data. Now once it has retrieved the user data, the DAO Authentication Provider internally gonna use your password encoder, right? Let's not get into that, but I just want to show you that, okay, you should not have any doubt that the DAO Authentication Provider only calling this one and this one by itself. I don't want to go into so much of coding stuff right now. Just want to show you one simple thing with debugging. Okay, so the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes, if you are not going to correlate a lot of different things together, then do not even worry. For the next 4 hours or 5 hours, we're gonna only talk about these things. We will be start looking into these particular methods and components in very details. So I'm gonna just show you an example if you have some curiosity to know that how your DAO authentication provider is actually using the user details and the password encoder together. And just to trust me on that particular sentence, I just want to tell you that the debug point is going to the password encoder in real, and that's the only intention. Do not get hooked up with the code and don't try to think, okay, what the heck is going on, I'm not able to connect. Don't worry, we'll be going very smoothly and detailedly in the future videos. This is just to give you the clarity, is that the DAO authentication provider is basically uses your user data service and the password encoder to authenticate a particular user. That's coming up next. Okay, so this thing, if you want to ignore, you can ignore, but this is a very interesting thing, right? You know, right, the load user by username method is getting called by your DAO authentication provider. How do you know this? Okay, how can I know who is calling this method? Can I do right click? Can I click on open call hierarchy, Control Shift H? Who is basically calling this? Click here. Now can I see it in the console? See, this particular method is getting called by a lot of different things, but the one that I am interested with, this one, retrieve user. And retrieve user is there where? DAO authentication provider. So inside the DAO authentication provider, we should have a retrieve user method, and that retrieve user method is calling our our load user by username method. If I'll come over here, and you can see I'm inside DAO authentication provider class, and I got a retrieve user method, and this is the line where the load user by username method is getting called. I told you that before. And if you'll see, this DAO authentication provider is also calling your password encoder. Let's not do a lot of experimentation, but simply I'll do Control-Shift-T. I'll open my password encoder just to make sure that I should have a no op password encoder, right? Control-Shift-T, Control-T on this. Go to the no op password encoder. I know that, right? The password encoder matches method only basically match my user password that the user is giving during the time of login, and the password it will be needing from my database, and the raw password and the password which is saved in my database will be compared, and this matches method will be doing that. So if someone is calling the password encoder also, the call should be coming to here. So now I'll activate all the breakpoint. I'll show you one thing, right? Now can I do one thing? Can I go to I won't be doing anything. So there are so many things I opened. Let me close everything. So DAO authentication provider also I'll close it. So I'll just go to here. I'll just show you one thing, that particular diagram, it should be printed in your mind. The authentication provider will call the user detail service load username method, and also it will use the password encoder matches method to match the password. So I just want to show that the flow is going to there and there or not, right? How they have written the code, I don't give a damn about it right now, okay? And you should not also. So let's not go mad. Let's only, do that for our curiosity. I'll open up my Eclipse. I'll go to my breakpoints. Now there is a breakpoint in my password encoder. There is a breakpoint in my customer DAO. I don't need the breakpoint here. I can just simply uncheck this. For DAO, for find customer by customer name method, this is gone. I don't need this one. I can remove this breakpoint. Now inside my user detail service, I got a breakpoint in my load user by username method. Okay, not a problem. If I'll double click here, it will open that where I have the breakpoint. Then I'll just do a simple debugging and I'll show you that. Okay, so now the load user by username method is here, right? And here I got a breakpoint in line number 27. Let me do a valid login and valid scenario, and this is the last thing, right? So right now, let me give a valid username, OV, valid password, OV, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, enter. Okay, the first call came to, this particular customer user detail service IMPL. Who had made the call? The call is coming from, if you see here, the load user by username method of customer user detail service IMPL, the retrieve user only making the call. The DAO authentication provider retrieve user method is making the call. That particular line that I have shown you. So now if I'll do step over, if I'll do step over a couple of times, once you see that I'll go out of this particular function. If I'll do step over, now here I'll get my user details. Now it will be given back to the retrieve user method. If I'll do step over, okay, you can see the flow came to here again. Which method is that? Just see the method name, retrieve user, right? So then a retrieve user only call that particular load user by username method, that is confirmed. And this particular one is basically inside your DAO authentication provider.class. Okay, now if I'll do, okay, step over the retrieve user, who is calling the retrieve user, and there is so many things we can understand. Now I won't be going into that. Now I'll just show you one more thing. If I will do resume here, right? If I'll do resume here, then the call should go to my next breakpoint. Where is my breakpoint is there? If you remember in my no password also, here in the line number 40, the breakpoint is here, right? So if I'll go to here, to my DAO authentication provider class, and if I'll do a resume, and you'll see the call will go from here to here. Okay, if I'll do resume, which line is calling, I'm not telling you that. If you want to see that, if I'll do step over, you can see retrieve user is getting called here. This is abstract user details authentication provider class. So this is basically your DAO authentication provider super class, right? So now if I'll do step over, now this particular line number 166 will make the call to there. You can debug the code to understand it better, but that's fine. I just want to show you that this particular class, abstract user details authentication provider, okay, this class only will make a call to the password encoder. See, the call is here in the no password encoder. The matches method is getting called. So if I'll do resume right now, your authentication will happen. So just want to make sure one thing, this DAO authentication provider only is calling this one and this one. Okay, that's why I have written this one. The call is going through, from this class to here and here. And if you have one more doubt, like, Vilash, if I will go to here, Vilash, if this particular class is calling abstract user details authentication provider class, this particular class is calling the password encoder, then why you have written here DAO authentication provider is making the call to password encoder? That's because if you'll go to the Eclipse, this particular class is a super class to your DAO authentication provider. Do a Control-Shift-T, search for DAO authentication provider. See, DAO authentication provider has a super class to abstract user details provider, right? And from here only the call has happened to you, right? So basically, if you see, I told you in the DAO authentication provider, you have a method called retrieve user. This retrieve user only making a call to your user detail services right here. Who is calling the retrieve user? How do you find it? Do right click and open the call hierarchy. Click over here. You will go to the call hierarchy. You will see that authenticate method is calling that. Authenticate method is present where? Abstract user details authentication provider. What is this abstract user details authentication provider? If I'll go up, DAO authentication provider superclasses abstract user details authentication provider. If we'll go into this, inside this class there is another method called authenticate. We will learn about it very deeply later. So now inside this, okay, inside this one, the retrieve user method is getting called, right? And this retrieve user method is getting called here, and you can see this retrieve user method is getting called from the authenticate method. And inside this, if we'll come to here, this particular this particular method is making a call to your password encoder. So if you do debugging, it will be pretty clear for you. The way I have done the debugging for a couple of times, you put the breakpoint and do the debugging, it will be clear. So just want to prove this particular point that I am telling. And if you don't want to, go in depth, skip it. There is not a problem. Alright, so in this particular session, we'll be learning about a new thing called Authentication Provider. So the goal of this particular episode is not to teach you how to build a particular authentication provider, but just to make you educate about what authentication provider is and how to basically use it. In the later episodes, we'll be learn more about the authentication provider. We'll be creating a couple of authentication provider. We'll be writing some complex logic to make the authentication done in the authentication provider itself. But in this episode, I have also noticed that while doing some copy paste, I have created some buggy code, and there are some bug is also there in the code. But actually, I did not run this particular code much. So the next 40 minutes or 45 minutes is just to make you understand what authentication provider is really is, and of course, we'll be do code on authentication provider more and more in the later or in the following sessions. Okay. Let's get started with this particular session. Hope you're enjoying the course. If yes, leave a comment below and say, yes, I'm enjoying this course. But if so far you got bored already, just let me know that, Abhilash, this is horrible. I cannot tolerate this particular course anymore. That's gonna break my heart anyhow. But without wasting your time more, let's get started with this particular session. And I'll see you in the end of the particular video. Okay, as I told you, right, from the next week, maybe we'll be starting something new. Okay, this week, our aim is gonna be to understand the Spring security architecture. And I feel that you guys are on the track right now. Just a last push. Okay, you guys are on the track. Something like, I will be just making you go through a little bit of code this week, and we will be creating some custom classes. And I'll just let you know how the things basically works internally, right? Maybe sometime they ask you these questions in your interview. So I will not rush. We have 4 or 5 more days this week. So we'll go step by step, and let's build the complete architecture and how the internal stuff works this week, okay? But before we go forward, On last Friday, I remember we have written our own user details service. And right now, if I remember in my DB, I got a username, which is Avi. His password is Avi123456. Maybe, we can start loading. Let's see if everything is working fine or not. And this is going to be really crucial, guys. This week, just make sure to do some practice, and by the end of this week, if you are on the same page, then we are done, right? I mean, we are almost good on Spring Security, and the rest of the things like JWT, Auth, these things we can implement it here in our Spring MVC, but let's keep it for our Spring Boot course. And whatever will be remain after that, we will just cover that on Angular or whatever the front end stuff that we'll be learning after that. But these things are really basics. From now on, whatever you will be using, whatever, let's say you will be implementing JWT, you will be implementing Auth or whatever the architecture that we'll be going through this week, everything is going to be same. Okay, maybe we will be learning some more advanced thing after this, but this is the foundation. The way I told you, Spring Core, if you learn, that will be helping you for the entire Spring framework. Because if you don't know what is dependency injection, if you don't know what is auto wearing, you cannot understand Spring, isn't it? Just like that, these are the basic stuff. If you don't know what is user detail service, if you don't know what is authentication manager, authentication provider, obviously I didn't tell you about these things. If you don't know about these things, then understanding Spring security will be a little bit tricky. Okay, so we are almost done. We have completed around 70 to 80%, and just last 20%. So let's give it a final push. Maybe in this week, I'll be showing you a lot of code. If you don't understand them, that's fine. You can take your time. You can go your home. And you can go to your home. Then after that, you can start, debugging your code, and you will be finding everything, and everything will be making sense to you. But let's talk about some theory today. But before that, let me see what we have done so far. So last Friday, if I remember, I'll go to the service. We have created our own service, okay? And this is the service that we have created to load our username. This JUnit stuff I was explaining to someone else. Maybe I can close it. Okay, now it's gonna make a lot of sense. Everything is familiar to you guys. Okay, so this is the code that we have written. Now we have written our own user detail service, which is customer user detail service IMPL. We have overridden the load user by username method, because if you remember, inside user detail service, we had a method called load user by username. This is the method that we have overridden last week. And we have given a kind of implementation, and we are returning a user details, right? Just right here. And this user details is basically the user details that you guys have told me to prepare, where I'll be pasting the, actually I'm doing a DAO call here. If you guys remember, customer DAO.find customer by customer name. Once you get the customer, from the customer, you are getting the username, password, roles, and you are doing a build. You are getting a user details, then that's the user details you are returning right here. So this is basically your load users by username method. It is going to return you a user details, a user detail object, so that whenever someone is trying to log in, let's say someone is trying to log in here, Avi123456. Right now, once he does a login, obviously the flow will go to here, to this class. Right now, the flow will not go to JDBC user details manager or in-memory user details manager. It will go to our own custom user details manager or our user details service, where I have overridden our load users by username method, and we have given our own implementation right here that, okay, this is the way you just load the user, okay? And this is the kind of discussion that we had on Friday. And also I told you guys that I have shown you kind of a diagram. Do you guys remember, before I show you that diagram, this load user by username will be called by whom? Who is that guy who is going to call this load user by username? If you remember, internally, someone is going to call this method, right? Do you remember that interface name?
Authentication builder.
User details manager.
No, authentication provider. I told you, right? I have given the diagram here, right? Authentication provider
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the interface. I'm gonna repeat it so many times. Don't worry if it is not making sense right now. I'm sure by this Friday everything will be making sense, and don't skip any classes and make sure to do practice. Okay, so authentication provider is going to internally call the user detail service, and here we have our method. What is that method? Maybe load user by username. Maybe I can write it up so that it is going to be easy for you. So if you remember, we got a method here, load users by username method, right? So this is the method that we have written or overridden right here inside the user detail service. We have written our own user detail service. We have this method. So now this method is going to get us the data, load users by username. So authentication provider is basically an interface that we have in Spring Security Framework. The job of the authentication provider is to authenticate the user. Now we have an interface. I told you, right? Control Safety authentication provider. Okay, now you can see there are two interfaces. One is coming from MySQL, one is coming from org.spring framework security.authentication. Go to there. Here we got two methods. One method is called authenticate method, and one method is called supports method. I'll be telling you the uses of both of the methods, but one thing is that this is the guy called authentication provider, which should help us to authenticate an user. Okay, let's say someone is trying to authenticate, someone is trying to going to provide your username and password. Then this is the guy, authentication provider, which is going to help you to authenticate a particular user. Right now I told you this authentication provider is what? It's an interface. We also got a implementation class for this. Now if you see, there are a few implementation classes, but the one that I told you that day is called DAO Authentication Provider. Okay, so authentication provider is the interface. It got two methods called authenticate method, which is going to return you a authentication object. Okay, authentication provider got two methods. One is called authenticate method, which is going to help us to do a authentication, and also one is called supports method. So now I'll just tell you a few things before we go further. Now you already know the authentication provider got a implementation class called DAO Authentication Provider. This class internally calls the load users by username method to authenticate an user. But before we go for that, and before I start talking about all these things, let's understand about this guy a little. What is this authentication provider? What is its role? Okay, so maybe I can create a new slide here. Now imagine, guys, what is the work of that authentication provider? The first thing is that, let's say you got an app. Okay, now in your app you got different types of login option. The first login option is using username and password. Okay, let's say you are telling the user that, hey, give me your username and password, and by providing the username and password, someone needs to authenticate. And for this, basically you can write, let me copy an arrow here. For this you can write a authentication provider. Let's say you can write an authentication provider just like this. Let's say, what is that? You can call it to anything. Let's say my form login authentication provider. Okay, now here if you're going to write an authentication provider just like this, maybe I can resize it. Just understand the concept, then we'll talk about coding. Okay, now my form login authentication provider. Now obviously if you're writing a class like this, it needs to implement an interface called authentication provider. So I told you, right, we have any class we'll be writing, we need to implement this interface, and this interface does have two methods. Authenticate method, here we need to write the authentication logic, and we got a supports method. I'll tell you about what do you mean by the supports method. Now let's come back to here. Now here imagine we'll be writing a class, we'll be overriding that authenticate method. This method will override, and we'll write our logic right there to authenticate an user. Okay, same thing. Now imagine you got another option. Now your client said, okay, not by only using the username and password. If the user wants to unlock or authenticate himself by giving the thumb impression, okay, by giving the thumb impression, then also you will be able to authenticate the user. You know, right now you guys are having phone, you are putting your finger, thumb, you are just putting your fingerprint, and obviously you will be able to authenticate. Okay, so now let's say similar kind of feature you want to give. At that time this will not work, right? Because right now imagine a scenario, a common scenario. Right now Spring Framework is using what I told you, no, this thing, authentication provider. We got this guy. There is an implementation we already have called DAO Authentication Provider. This guy is internally using load users by username method to paste the data from the database. Now in the database, what you are having? You are having your username, which is Avi, and password, which is Avi123456. Okay. Now imagine, now the natural flow is what is already implemented by Spring Framework, just like, you know, this authentication provider, do Control T, you got a method called DAO Authentication Provider. If you'll go here, you can see that we should have, you know, this DAO Authentication Provider should implement Authentication Provider, but it is not implementing because this class is extending to another class. Maybe people go to this abstract class. Here it should be implementing the Authentication Provider. And here if you'll do Control O, you can go to authenticate method. You can see there is an authenticate method. This is the method I was telling about. We got an authenticate method. It is returning us an authentication object. What it is doing, we'll be looking into that later. But now the thing is that this class, which is called DAO Authentication Provider, what is that class? This is the abstract class. This class is basically extended by the other class. Go back. This one, DAO Authentication Provider. This DAO Authentication Provider is the implementation for the Authentication Provider. Now, if you'll go to this abstract class, which is basically extended by the other one, it got an authenticate method, the one method that we are basically looking for. Now, here they are doing what? I told you, no, they have a retrieve user method. If you call in this retrieve user, now, if you see in this retrieve user, told you last time we got this is the abstract method. If I'll go to the implementation of this retrieve method, see, this is the retrieve method that we have, and here they are doing something. This line I show you last time. Okay, load users by username. Okay, they are loading the users by username from the user detail service. Now maybe the user detail service can be in memory user detail service, maybe JDBC user detail service, maybe your own custom user detail service. Right now, if I'll click on this user detail service, now we should go to see, in memory we have JDBC user detail service we have, and customer user detail service IMPL. This is the one that we have created, right? If I'll click here, now this is the method that we have created on our Saturday. This is the method which is getting called, and this method is doing what? It is basically finding the user from the database. So right now, load users by username method is basically helping us by finding the user from the database. We are doing a DAO call. It is basically getting the user from here, and by that way, our authenticate method of DAO Authentication Provider, and this DAO Authentication Provider is basically, I told you, this is the implementation class of Authentication Provider. This is how the authenticate method that we have here. What is that? DAO Authentication Provider. We don't have an authenticate method here because it's extending to another class. Go there, do Control O and authenticate. Okay. Now here, this is the way this authenticate method is basically helping you to, you know, authenticate the user, because internally behind the scene, we have given the implementation to this authenticate method. Don't see all this code and don't get confused right now. Just remember right now, just see the diagram. Authentication Provider is the interface. DAO Authentication Provider is the implementation class, right? Now, DAO Authentication Provider internally calls our load users by username method to load the username to our application. And here we have written the authentication logic, and internally it uses this class to load the user. Then basically it checks that, okay, if the user is valid, then authenticate him. If the user is not valid, then don't authenticate him, right? This is the normal flow. Okay. Now, now let's come back to the previous topic that I want to discuss. Now imagine Now imagine right now things are very simple for us. Now see, we got a login page. Someone is giving username password, trying to log in. Okay, we got his username and password in our database. So we are basically fetching his detail from the database. Fine. But what about if someone wants to authenticate by using a thumb impression? Then that particular class will not work, right? You have to write your own authentication provider. At that time, you have to write one more authentication provider. Let's say thumb impression authentication provider. Okay, now let's say your client is saying, okay, do one thing, give me one more way to authenticate a user. Why not tell the user to authenticate by using face cam or something? Okay, just try to authenticate a user. The user will just open his camera, will show his face. Maybe you will just unlock the phone, or you will just unlock the website for him. Okay, because the user will be authenticated. So one more way of authentication you can do by face cam or by face, let's say by face or by face cam. Okay, so now you can do for this, these two authentication provider will not work. You cannot go there in the database and you cannot check like, okay, whether the user face is available or not. Okay, and the thumb impression provider will not work. Maybe you need to create one more provider for this. That's called, let's say, face cam. Let's say face cam provider, face cam authentication provider. Okay, why I'm telling you all these things? I'm just letting you know that we may have different types of authentication provider, and the authentication provider job is to authenticate the user. Okay, how it will be authenticating the user? By using the authenticate method. So what you will be doing, maybe in your class, you can create, I will be just deleting all these things, just letting you guys know. So I can go to, I can create a new class, let's say face cam, okay, authentication provider. Okay, I'll putting everything inside com.seleniumexpress. Authentication providers package. Okay, now imagine there is a class, and in this class I'll be doing what? I'll be implements authentication provider. Okay, now here obviously it will complain in the authentication provider. We got two methods. One is called authenticate method, one is called supports method. Okay, what is this supports method? Right now I'll be telling you. Now if I'll be going back to the this particular class, obviously this will be giving us problem. We need to implement the unimplemented method. Now our facecam authentication provider is ready. Here we'll be writing the logic. Okay, write the logic to authenticate the user by using the user's face or something. Okay, forget about this logic. Okay, how we'll be writing all these things, forget about this thing. And what about the supports method? The supports method will help you to check what kind of, let's say in a application, as I told you, let's say think about your phone. Your phone has various features to unlock. Like you can unlock your phone by giving username password. You can unlock the phone by giving thumb impression. You can unlock your phone by using face cam. Just similar thing we can give a similar option to a website, right? Okay, you can unlock the website by giving the face cam. You can authenticate yourself by giving the thumb impression. You can authenticate yourself by giving the username password. So maybe we will have different authentication provider for our website. Okay, so now this supports means we need to check, let's say when basically someone is trying to authenticate, whether this authentication provider is eligible to authenticate that request by using this provider or not. We will be doing that by using this supports method. Let's say right now here we can just do something like authentication. Just keep following me. I'll be telling you. This is the only thing that you guys need to understand. After that, everything will be easy for you. So I'll be repeating these things so many times. So just give your attention for the next few minutes. Then tomorrow again I'll be trying to repeat the same thing. So authentication dot I can do authentication is this guy, and I can do dot equals, okay, and I'll just what is my authentication provider name? This one is the authentication provider name. So I'll say facecam authentication provider dot class. So imagine this is one authentication provider. Okay, now I can create one more authentication provider. Let's say I'll be creating one more authentication provider here, Control V, and this is going to be thumb authentication provider. Okay, now here, what is that? This guy. Okay, now here write the logic to authenticate the user by using user's thumb impression. Your user's thumb impression. Okay, and now this thumb authentication provider will only be used when someone is trying to authenticate by providing his thumb impression. This authentication provider will not be used if someone is trying to authenticate by using the username password, because this logic that we'll be writing here, this will only be valid when someone is trying to authenticate himself by providing his thumb impression. Okay, so if someone is trying to authenticate by providing his thumb impression, then this supports method will check that, okay, is this logic should run or not. This logic should run only when the supports method will return true or false. Let's say right now someone will check, okay, actually someone is trying to giving his thumb impression. Okay, then the supports method will return true. If it will be returned true, this particular logic will be running. Let's say similarly, I'll just create one last authentication provider just to give you a feeling like, okay, this is the work of authentication provider. Maybe I can create one more. Let's say home, or let's say username password authentication provider. Okay, I have one more. Now here, go to that username password authentication provider. Here what I will do, write a logic to authenticate the users by using users username password that's saved inside our database. Here what we can do, now imagine someone is going to give his username and password. Right now we have three authentication provider: facecam authentication provider, thumb impression authentication provider, and username password authentication provider. Right now someone is trying to give the username and password. Okay, when he's trying to log in, then what will happen? Obviously this is the provider. I mean, every provider will be checked. Okay, is this the provider need to be used? Facecam authentication provider. Now someone will check. Who is that someone? I'll just tell you. But someone will just run all this provider. First, this facecam authentication provider, well, this is going to return you false because this guy is not trying to authenticate himself by giving his face. Okay, so this will return you false. Then this one will run. Let's say thumb impression authentication provider. Now again, this supports method will check. Okay, now this authentication is basically not matching with the thumb authentication provider. This someone is not trying to authenticate himself by giving the thumb impression. So again, this is going to return you false. Okay, now this will be running. Now, okay, now this will be check again, this supports method. Okay, is someone is trying to authenticate himself by giving the username password authentication provider? Yes, right now it is going to be return you true. Maybe a little confusing. I'll be telling you how it is going to return you true. Just give me a moment. I'll explain you that. But once it's returned true, the logic that we'll be writing here will be executed. Now this logic will do what? It will go to the DB. Okay, it will go to the DB. Here it will be pasting my username, my password. Then we can write our logic here to validate the username and password. If the username and password is matched, then basically we will tell the user that, okay, this is a valid user. Then we can return the authentication object. Then the framework will process that object and will make sure that, okay, the user is authenticated. Now, all this conversation that I'm having here, just to make you realize that we can have lot of different authentication provider for our application, maybe 10, 15, 20 way you can have, maybe 20 different way you want your user to authenticate, right? 20 different authentication provider. Now, all your authentication provider will run one by one, and at last the right authentication provider will be picked, and that particular logic will be run by your, run by someone. I'll be telling you who is that someone who is going to running that logic, and after that your authentication will be done. So now, is it making sense when I say authentication provider? Now see that one, authentication provider. that same slide that we have discussed. Now authentication provider, this is the default implementation that Spring has given. DAO authentication provider, this guy work is to authenticate the user. Right now Spring only is giving one particular way to authenticate, which is username and password, by giving the username and password. But if you want, I want to authenticate by using the face cam, I want to authenticate the user by giving the thumb impression, we can leverage those things. But right now this is the default one, DAO authentication provider, and this default one is doing what? Internally it is using these two things called user detail service and password encoder together, and this user detail service is basically loading the user from the database, and then right, we have done all those things on site. It is basically, we are basically fetching the user from the database, we are checking whether the user exists or not. If the user does not exist, we are throwing a user name not found exception. If the user exists, then we are creating a user details object and we are returning the user details object. Then that user details object will be returned to this authentication provider, and then authentication provider will process that user details object, and then obviously something will happen here. I have not drawn those diagrams, and obviously that user details object will be processed and the user will be authenticated. Now this is the basic flow that we have so far. So right now, is it making sense when I say authentication provider, DAO authentication provider, and these two things, these three things are clear or not? Maybe a long lecture, I don't know if I bored you or not, but is it making some kind of sense right now? What the role of authentication provider in a Spring security framework? Yes, please.
Yes. One more question I just wanted to ask. So we see two-way verification when we do login. Like email, on email you get
OTP.
You just put that.
Same thing or no? Just go ahead and create one more authentication provider. Okay, maybe this one will be OTP authentication provider. Okay. So this is how it is important to understand that, okay, if you understand this authentication provider's work, what is the work of that, then you can simply go ahead and create a class by implementing authentication provider to this, right? So this is using OTP, right? We can also do that. We'll be creating one more authentication provider. Okay, but make sure all this authentication provider will run. Now let's say you want to, sorry, it's become top. It should be OTP.
And the thing like use Facebook or Gmail or LinkedIn. No, yeah, I think mostly it is also same.
That's auth or no? I told about auth too, right? Social login. We'll be talking about that later.
Oh no, I have not attended those classes.
Yeah. No, auth. No. I have not covered it here. That is a different topic. Right, because in that case, if you're going to authenticate yourself by using your Facebook account, then the flow will not come to here. Okay, we'll be talking to Google server. We'll be using Google account or Facebook account to validate the user. That's a different thing. Then Google server will take care of that. Okay, we'll be talking about that later. But so far, this authentication provider stuff is making sense to you guys. I mean, I just want to know from each and every individual. Yes. Are you? Have you? When you joined? I don't know. But...
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. Dilip, you can ask me if anything. All right. So we are good, right? Yeah. Ask me, please. Okay. If anything is there, please ask me. Raju, you are okay till now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yash, you are cool. You are good with this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, I'll give you this slide. Maybe you can refer this. We'll just animate it later, but right now just focus on how the things works. Maybe this one we will say authentication provider. Okay, now I'll just make it green or something. Okay, there are two more things. Right now you understand authentication provider, right? If you understand two more things, then your Spring security will over. Then we'll see, then we'll just do the debugging for 2 or 3 times, then we'll be familiar with all the classes. Okay, now can I come to here? Okay, authentication provider. Okay, now I think I can complete this diagram. You can understand. Okay, let me do one thing. Can I just maybe all the text. Okay, maybe I can create a new diagram. So let's talk about the theory only. Okay, now let's try to complete this diagram. Let me write user details service. Let me decrease the font, and this one, let me also decrease the font. So we got two things, user details service and password encoder. Okay, I hope you guys understand these two things. Okay, we have already written these two things of our own, and these two things are getting used by a guy called authentication provider. Okay, now authentication provider is an interface. So DAO authentication provider is one of the implemented class of Spring Security. If you guys remember, again, let's open that. Let me close the other thing, close others. Now we got one guy called authentication provider. This is the implementation. We got two methods, authenticate method. Here we'll be writing our logic to authenticate an user. Then the supports method. This method is going to check whether the given authentication provider is going to support to authenticate a particular user by the methods that he is trying to authenticate himself. Okay, let's say by using OTP or by using face cam or by using thumb impression or by giving username and password. Okay, so now for now I spoke about one authentication provider that's called our DAO authentication provider. And this DAO authentication provider, basically, if you do Control O, if you do authenticate, you will not find any authenticate. Why? Because it is extends to another abstract class, and this abstract class only, having the authentication provider. See, this abstract class implementing the authentication provider, and here if you do Control O, you will be getting your authenticate method. Now, if this authenticate method is doing what? Internally, it is calling some retrieve user. See here. It is calling retrieve user method by passing the username. Okay. Now, if you click on the retrieve user, don't see all these things. You will be understanding what are these things. But this retrieve user is basically helping us to retrieve the user. If we'll do an open implementation of this retrieve user, you can see this is the retrieve user method. And in this method, we are basically getting our users. And here basically it is doing a call. This dot user details service dot load user by username. So this is the guy which is loading the user, and the retrieve user is basically belongs to who is guy. You see, this retrieve user is basically belongs to DAO authentication provider, which is the implementation of authentication provider. Okay, so now this portion is clear, right? Authentication provider is internally is having a class called DAO authentication provider, and there inside the authenticate method, that authenticate method of DAO authentication provider is basically using user details service and password encoder to basically authenticate an user. Now I told you, right, we can have many authentication provider. Okay, now OTP authentication provider, home login authentication provider, thumb impression, face cam authentication provider. Then someone needs to be there, right, who is going to call those authentication provider one by one. Okay, now let's say right now I can have so many authentication provider. Now imagine whatever the authentication provider we had, I can copy one by one, and imagine I can have so many. I can have OTP authentication provider. I can have one more, let's say Control C, Control V here. Maybe think like we can have so many authentication provider classes, right? Like what we call that face cam or thumb impression. Okay, we can have so many classes just like this. Now all these classes, okay, all these classes will be run one by one, and someone is going to check which one is going to support, which authentication provider is basically going to support that kind of authentication provider, and that guy is called authentication manager. Okay, so there are two concepts. One is authentication manager, okay, and one is called authentication provider. The authentication manager's job is it is going to call all your authentication provider one by one. Let's say right now I have 10 authentication provider. This authentication manager is going to call all those authentication provider one by one, and it is going to choose the right authentication provider. In this case, if you talk about the default Spring Security workflow, right now we have not created any other authentication provider. In our class right now, I have told you that we got 3, right? Let's say if I'll not be creating all these 3, then obviously we have this DAO authentication provider right now. So authentication manager is calling the authentication provider. Now we got one implementation called DAO authentication provider, and this guy is internally calling the user details service and password encoder to authenticate the user. Okay, now that's fine. Now this is the authentication manager. Now one more thing, the next thing, let me come back. The next thing you already know, this is another flow, right? Now authentication manager is going to call your authentication provider. Okay, so maybe I can just decrease the font so that I can place everything in one screen. Authentication provider, DAO authentication provider, move it, and there you go. Okay, so now the next thing. Okay, so here first, whenever someone, let's say this is your computer. One sec, I'll be just get a computer from here. Where is a computer? Okay, this is your computer. Okay, from here only you are trying to hit a request. Okay, now here you are getting a username and password screen or a login screen, and basically here you are trying to hit a request, like you are giving your username and password. Just see here username and password, and you are doing a login. Right now the flow is coming to where first? Right now first where the flow, whenever you're doing a login, what is that particular thing to where this particular username and password object is coming? Anybody remember? I told you that thing already. If you see here, we got something here, right? What is that thing? When you do a login, first this particular thing goes to where? Anybody remember?
Filter.
Yeah, filter chain. Yeah, filter. Now that filter is which kind of filter? Right now, whenever here I'm doing a form-based login. Right now, which filter will be executed? Now see how many filters we have. Let's say right now, which filter will be executed? Which?
Username password.
Yeah, username password authentication filter. Which is that? This one. So this is a authentication filter. Let's say if I'll be hitting the same thing, if I'll be going to my postman and if I'll be trying to authorize, then which one will be executed? Basic authentication filter. Yeah. So authentication filter is what? First handling your request. So now I can create one more box like this. I'm running out of spaces. Authentication manager. Okay. This arrow, I can just make it smaller. I would have created this particular slide, but I want to create it in front of you so that you will be acquainted with all these things. Okay, now first the flow is coming to authentication filter. Okay, now imagine we got a now it's almost completed. Authentication filter is calling to authentication manager. Now the authentication manager is calling to authentication provider. Now authentication provider is using user details service and password encoder to authenticate you guys. Okay, now one more thing. Okay, now imagine whenever someone is basically giving username password, he is doing a login, a request will go to your server. Basically, what kind of request always goes between server and client? Whenever you hit this one, if I'll be hitting this URL,
HTTP request.
HTTP request, right? So this is going to be a HTTP request. When someone is basically going to give username and password, a HTTP request will come to authentication filter. Now this authentication filter will do what? I'll just tell you. This authentication filter is going to convert that HTTP request or that HTTP object or HTTP servlet request to a object. What is that object? That object is called authentication object. Now your flowchart is completed. Now we will be digging into these things, right? So this will do what? It will convert that HTTP object or HTTP servlet request object to authentication object, right? Now this authentication object, imagine this, there will be object will be created like this.
something just like this, or a green one I can create. Can I make it round? Okay, this one. Imagine this is an object, right? Now, what will happen? Now this authentication filter, first the flow will come to here. The authentication filter will convert that HTTP object to an authentication object. Now that authentication object will go from here to here. Now this authentication manager will do what? That will just send this authentication object to here. Now it will tell the authentication provider that, hey, can you please authenticate this particular object? Now the authentication provider will say, of course, yes. Now in this case, the normal case that we are having right now, it is using user details. Now user details is basically, the user details service is basically returning a user details object. You can see here the class that we have written. Okay, now here what kind of object that we are returning? User details or user details object, right? This user details is basically getting converted to authentication object in between. I'll be telling you where. So basically right now, here it will be giving a user details object. That object will be converted to authentication object again. Now this authentication object will come again to here. Then the authentication manager will say, okay, then this is already authenticated. Then send it back to the filter. The filter will say, okay, I'm happy about it. The object is already authenticated. Right now this filter will do what? It will store this object to somewhere. And the filter will do what? Right now it will store this particular authentication object inside something, and that something is called what is that? Context authentication. What is that? Context holder, security context holder, security, or I can say context holder. Okay, now this context holder will do what? Here inside the context holder, this particular object, once authenticated, will be stored. So next time if the same user is again hitting a request, then obviously the authentication filter will say, okay, this particular object is, we already have a valid authentication object available for this particular user, so he does not need to go through all this process again. I told you, once you are trying to authenticate, let's say Avi, and you are giving the password, you are doing a login. Okay, the login is not happening. I don't know why. Maybe some issue. Can I give it again? Avi and Avi 1 2 3 4 5 6 login. Now I'm logged in. If I'll go to home, right now you can see I don't have to authenticate again. If I click on change password, I don't have to authenticate again. Why? Because right now I have been already authenticated. Right now this filter is checking, okay, the user is already authenticated. So this particular object, or there is some different process, I'll be telling you about that. But if you are not logged in, first the request will be hit to this. Now this guy will convert that HTTP object to authentication object. Now this authentication object will go to authentication manager. The authentication manager will check, okay, so what kind of authentication the user is trying to do. Okay, is it OTP, or is it is it face, or is it thumb impression, or is it username password? Based on that, it will keep calling the authentication provider, and it will pass this authentication object to a valid authentication provider. Now the authentication provider will be using UserDetailsService and PasswordEncoder to authenticate this particular object. Once authenticated, this object will be back to the authentication manager. Now once it is done, the authentication manager will give back the authentication object to the authentication filter. Now once done, this authentication object will be stored inside the context holder. Okay, so that the next time if someone is trying to authenticate this object, we have already a valid authentication object, so no need to authenticate the same user again. Okay, right now let's see that particular flow again by debugging. Okay, now I can do one more thing before I get started. This is making sense or this is critical? Tell me. I don't know. So far it's kind of okay, guys?
Yes, it is. One question I do have. So I do remember. So I was having a morning session. That time you used to talk about delegate. I'm not sure.
Delegate filter proxy. Oh, yeah. We'll talk about that.
Different?
Yes. Okay. That's the same thing only. Here only that particular thing will come, but we'll talk about that later. So right now.
But I thought we have 3 to 4 authentications, so delegator will come in picture and will delegate. Okay.
Basically, the concept is always think like whenever a request is coming here, now it is hitting your Spring Security filter chain, but it is not directly hitting the Spring Security filter chain. First, it is hitting the delegating filter proxy. Okay, now delegating filter proxy will not do anything. The name say it will delegate. It will delegate the request to Spring Security filter chain. Now Spring Security filter chain, this is one of the guy, this is one of the person from the Spring Security filter chain that is going to handle this kind of authentication. Now first the request will hit delegating filter proxy, and then delegating filter proxy will delegate the request to Spring Security filter chain. Now one of the valid filter, now imagine we got a lot of filters here. Now in our case, this filter will do the work. Basic authentication filter, sorry, username password authentication filter. Okay, but the request is not getting hit first here. It is hitting the delegating filter proxy. And I told you that thing, right? Whenever you go to your configuration, whenever you go to your initializer, now here, if you remember abstract security web application initializer, if I click here, now in this, you know, we got a on startup method, right? Why we have on startup method? Because this particular class, abstract class, is implementing web application initializer. And I told you this particular thing in the Spring MVC course that web application initializer, if you're any class, if that class is implementing this interface, then this particular class will be automatically detected by your server. Previously, we used to write web.xml file, but right now we're not writing web.xml because in your web.xml file, you used to write a lot of configuration for your server, right? Your server is used to read the web.xml file and will see that, okay, what are the information available at that way it is going to configure. Okay, just like that. Right now we don't have any web.xml, so this guy we need to initialize, or this guy we need to implement. Once we implement it, we got an on startup method. We have to override this particular on startup method. Inside the on startup only, we got servlet context. We'll add anything to this servlet context, dispatcher servlet, filters, anything added to this guy. And at that time, this guy will put all these things in front of your dispatcher servlet, or it can create dispatcher servlet. Whatever you want to do, just tell to the servlet context. I told you about these things. Servlet context is one per application, and we'll be putting all this information to the servlet context. Now servlet context will understand that, okay, these are the configuration the developer wants to do for the application. Now why I'm talking about all these things? Because I told you security initializer is extends to abstract security web application initializer. If we'll go into this, then here we got a on startup method. There we go. We got a on startup method. They are basically inserting a Spring Security filter chain here. If you control click here, now we got a delegating filter proxy. Now the delegating filter proxy I told you is going to do what? It is going to register your filter chain. Now if you click on the filter name, you can see the default filter name is Spring Security filter chain. Now let's go back to the on startup method again. They're inserting Spring Security filter chain, and the way they are inserting the Spring Security filter chain by using this delegating filter proxy. So this is the guy which is first. Now delegating filter proxy will delegate your request to the filter. What is that filter? That filter is, you already know, Spring Security filter chain. And this filter is getting created where? Anybody remember? Anybody remember where the filter is getting created? If you'll go to your config file, I told you, you have this annotation, right? Enable Spring Security. Now in this enable Spring Security, you got one class called web security configuration. Click on this. Now inside this, if you'll go down, you'll have one particular bin. You can see this bin. Don't see the code, see the bin, see the documentation. Creates a Spring Security filter chain. Now you can see it will be returning a filter, and the filter name is what? Bin name is what? Click on this default filter name, Spring Security filter chain. Now there are two things I told you, right? There are two classes. Let me close everything. Close others. There are two classes. One is your security config classes, where basically you are creating a Spring Security filter chain, and one is initializer classes. And this guy is basically your delegating filter proxy. Now this class is going to do what? It is going to look for a bin. That bin is Spring Security filter chain. Okay. Now delegating filter proxy which is basically getting created by this guy, abstract security web application initializer internally. This class, this delegating filter proxy is going to register your Spring security filter chain that you are creating here by using this guy. Okay, so we'll be talking about that later. Maybe it will make a lot of sense after that, but let's complete this diagram. Okay, this thing makes sense, Anu? Hello, Anu?
Yes, I am here. Yeah.
I'll be telling more about this, Anu. Don't worry. Whatever I'm just
Sir,
telling, this
I
is
have
just
one
giving.
doubt. Sir, can you go back to your security configuration file?
Okay. Security configuration file. This is the security configuration file. Yes, Yash. Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Sorry, sir. I didn't realize I was on mute. Okay, go down.
Yes, I can hear.
Sir, where you are using authentication, basically HTTP request, a little bit more, I guess. Maybe there you are calling that configure method.
This one?
Yes. Okay, sir, like here we are telling Spring to use form login or HTTP basic for authentication filter. If we are going to use face cam, thumb, or whatever, for that we also mention anything here.
We'll come back to that. Good observation. We'll come back to that. Good question. Yeah, I will be coming back to that. Don't worry. Yes. So you are saying that, okay, if I want to create another filter, that filter is going to handle the OTP validation. Then I need to create one more just like this right here. That's what you are asking?
Yes, sir. Something like if I'm going to use face, I do need to mention.
Sure. I have not taught you how to create a filter yet. Hold on to that question. Yes, but yeah, good question. You will be getting your answer with this week only. Okay, don't worry. So for now, let me complete this one. So first, the request will hit the authentication filter. The authentication filter will convert the HTTP request object to authentication object. Now the number 3 will be what will be happened after that. The authentication filter will send the authentication object to the authentication manager. Now authentication manager will execute all the authentication provider, and this is the step number 4, that authentication manager will again send the authentication object from here to here, here to here, then here to here. Now authentication provider will do what? We'll be using UserDetailsService number 5 and the password encoder internally to authenticate the user. Okay. Now once this is done, the authentication object will go back to the authentication manager if the authentication happens, number 7. Then from here it will again go back to the authentication filter, so number 8, step number 8. And after that, this particular authentication object will be stored here, because if it is a valid authentication. So this is the number 9th step. So what if someone is giving a bad credential? Then obviously in the user details service only we are writing, right? We are throwing exception. If you remember, can I go to my user details service? Here only we have written some if clause, right? Username not found exception. Do you remember we have written this piece of code on Friday? If the user is not found, if the customer is null, then we are throwing the username not found exception. Then here only it will throw an exception. That exception will again internally handled by Spring and will be converted to an exception object. Then someone will get error in the login page that, okay, the user is not found or bad credential or things like that. Okay, so this is the complete flow, and I'll talk about more about these things tomorrow. Okay, and we'll be keep talking about this architecture from today onwards, and let's see how much comfortable we'll be by Friday. Okay, but this one is making some kind of sense. I mean, whatever we have discussed, some kind of sense, 50, 60%, 70%. Why 70%? Why not 100%? At least the theoretically whatever I told. Is it making sense so far? No?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Abhiraj. Workflow makes sense.
Glad to hear that. But code wise we will see. Okay, very interesting thing, guys. If you understand this flow, no, then JWT, whatever things you will be learning, make sure one thing, this particular architecture will be same. Okay, this particular flow will be same. Okay, and then we can play with all these people. I want to break my flow from here. From here only I want to give my own authentication. I will be removing these two things. I don't want to use all these things. Can I authenticate here only? Can I write instead of DAO authentication provider? Can I write my authentication provider here? Maybe I can do. I will not change this one. Imagine maybe tomorrow I'll tell you this. Let's say I don't want to. DAO authentication provider is Spring's implementation class, right? I'll be using my authentication, my form authentication. Let's say we are doing form login, no? So that will be easy. Form authentication provider. Okay. I don't want to use that DAO authentication provider. I will be dropping these two things. Is it possible? Of course, yes. Okay. Now Spring is internally using DAO authentication.
It's still lagging for me or for everyone. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it lagging for everyone?
No, for me, no.
Okay. No, I'm almost done. What I want to say that so authentication provider is the interface. DAO authentication provider is the implementation of the authentication provider that Spring provides, right? Now let's say if you don't want to use that DAO authentication provider, you want to create your own authentication provider called my form authentication provider, and you don't want to use all this stuff right here. You want to write your logic here itself. Is it possible? Of course, yes. You can drop it. Okay. Maybe tomorrow we can write one authentication provider just like this, and we don't want to use that user detail service and stuff like that. And we will understand more about these things. Okay. 7:50 already. So yeah, you can stop the recording right now. Okay, so basically before we get started, let's discuss a little about the Spring security architecture. Okay, I know a lot of things we have covered. We'll be seeing everything in action. If you don't understand anything, then also I'm good. That's really good that if you haven't understand anything. Okay, so right now what I want to tell you guys that okay, just can anybody explain me a little by looking into the diagram? The diagram is just in front of you right now. Dilip, can you try explaining this one, like how the flow goes through? Whatever you understood so far, there is no right or wrong. I have not covered anything so far. I will be going step by step, but whatever, whatever you understood.
Yeah, Abhilash. Like suppose if user wants to log in, so from the client machine, we are taking the username and password. The request comes to delegation proxy filter.
Okay.
From that, it will come to the authentication filter.
Okay.
Okay, and it will create a authentication object.
Perfect.
And it will calls to the authentication manager. From there, the flow will go to authentication provider.
Perfect.
And from there, it uses the user detail service and the respective password encoder.
Perfect. And who is that guy? Dilip? Authentication provider, what is the default authentication provider that Spring provides?
DAO authentication provider, it is going to provide.
Perfect.
So that internally calls this user detail service with the help of password encoder. Once the user is authenticated, then it will send back that object to the authentication filter, and it will
authentication manager. From here, it will be here. Yeah,
authentication manager, and from authentication manager to authentication filter, and it will place that authentication object in the context holder. So from the next time onwards, any request which is coming from the same client machine, it no need to validate again this process.
Exactly. Perfect. Good job. Yeah. So there is a yes or no question. Can I have multiple authentication provider? Okay. Okay. Hold on. Don't give the answer. Anu, can we have multiple authentication provider? This guy, authentication provider. Can we have?
I was away. Just I heard my voice and my name. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah. So can we have multiple authentication provider?
Yes.
Okay. For an example.
It's thumb
Yes.
authentication provider, basic authentication provider.
Basically the way you want to authenticate. Okay,
yes.
To authenticate using OTP, or if someone wants to unlock the web application by using his face, or by using his thumb impression, or by giving the plain username password, things like that. We can have multiple authentication provider. So who is the guy who basically calls your authentication provider? Basically
Authentication Manager.
Perfect. Authentication Manager. This guy is going to check all the authentication provider that you have. Maybe you can have several authentication provider. Maybe I can just write it somewhere. Maybe I can do what? Maybe I can create one more slide. Okay, we'll go with this. We'll debug it. Don't worry. So right now, Control C, Control V. Imagine like, just make it white. Okay, so imagine we can have a OTP authentication provider, a what we call that, a face cam, or a face, let's say face cam authentication provider. Okay, we can have one more, Control C, Control V. Let's say we can have authentication providers just like this, multiple authentication provider. Okay, thumb impression authentication provider, things like that. All these providers will be called one by the authentication manager, and the right authentication provider will be executed. Okay, and that authentication provider logic will be happen. If I'll be using, if let's say authentication provider, OTP authentication provider will be used, then maybe the DAO authentication provider will go away. The OTP authentication provider will be used. Now think like, we may have a different flow for this. Okay, right now we may not use the default, UserDetailsService and PasswordEncoder right now. Maybe we can use something else to authenticate whether the OTP is matching. Okay, the OTP that the user is providing and the OTP that we have sent to the user, whether that is matching. Okay, so then the flow will go to here, then the flow will go to here. Then if the authentication is successful, the object will be here in the context folder, and obviously the response will go back to the client. Okay, perfect. So I think it makes sense. All right, so now let's do one work. Can we create our own authentication provider right now? I think we can create one of our own authentication provider, and let's see whether the things are working or not. So right now, can we, okay, before I go for anything, let's do some debugging, okay? Because that's the only thing. I don't know if you are comfortable or uncomfortable. If you're uncomfortable with debugging, I feel I should give you a debugging session to everyone. The people who do need it, just like if you are uncomfortable while debugging, you can join that session. Maybe on Sunday we can have, okay, one debugging session. And the people who are already comfortable with debugging, please skip this session. But guys, be sure you are comfortable with debugging, because that's the only thing that you will be doing in your real time. And I hope that everyone is working, and you guys know the importance of debugging here. So right now, if I'll go to where? If I'll go to the user details service, this is the service that we have written, right? Last time, customer user details service IMPL. Can anybody explain me this piece of code, what we are basically doing here? Maybe anyone wants to explain this piece of code?
We are overriding load user by username method.
Okay, load user by username method. Why we're overriding?
Because we want Spring to fetch data from our schema. Basically,
our schema. What is our schema?
That we have defined. It is customer something like, this one.
Customer schema, this one. Okay, now I got my username, Avi, password, Avi123456, isn't it? Let me go back. Okay, this is okay. Now, can you please help me understand the first line, line number 28, what we are doing, Yash?
It is our implementation. Basically, at this method, we are fetching customer data. If you control and click on the implementation,
Yes.
You will be able to see the method. Yeah, here we have defined our query.
Okay. Perfect.
Here we have defined our query, and line number 23. We are using JDBC template through which we are fetching data using queryForObject.
Perfect. Perfect. Actually, you know what? This is a bad implementation. Maybe sometime it will fetch you. This will get you error. I'll just tell you when it will be failing. This is not good. But anyhow, this is working right now. I'll just tell you a scenario where this is going to fail. But anyhow, this is going to give us back a customer object. Let me go back. Then Yash, we are checking if the customer is equal to null. Basically, this will never execute. Okay. Anyhow, if the customer is not there, if we are not able to fetch the data right here, then we'll be throwing an exception. If we have the data right here, then we are creating a user details object, and we are giving back the user details. Right now, this will go back to whom? Now, I mean this load user by username. Who is calling internally? Anyone? Right now,
UserDetailsService. Basically, there it is defined.
Yeah. No. Who is calling this load user by username method? See the diagram.
DAOAuthenticationProvider.
Exactly. DAOAuthenticationProvider is calling, isn't it? Yash. Right now, the call will come from here to here, right? Then DAOAuthenticationProvider only will be using the UserDetails service to paste the user. And once the user will be pasted, then the object will be given back to the authentication provider. The authentication provider will give back the object to the manager. The manager will give the object to the filter. Then the filter will store the object in the context folder. Isn't it, Dilip? Now, okay, if you are not aware about this, one thing we can do is debugging, right? Why to remember all these things? Nobody is telling you to remember the code, okay? We don't have to mug up. So what we can do, we can do one thing. We can stop the server. We'll put a breakpoint here. I think I already have a breakpoint in line number 28. Maybe I'll have one more in line number 47. This is my user detail service, customer user detail service IMPL, which is my own user detail service. Okay. So now what I will be doing, let's, start my application in debug mode. So now we'll see, okay, we'll see the call stack, how the call is coming through. Let's say I don't know Spring Security. I just want to understand the flow. I know nothing. Then how I'll approach it. First of all, I know if I'll go to the login page, if I'll try to log in, first of all, the load users by username method will be called. So internally, Spring Security is going to call this particular method to authenticate the user. Okay. And right now, if I'm gonna provide my username, Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is the password that I have in my database. Abhi is the username. Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6 is the password. Now let me go back. Let me do a login. Okay, now I can do a switch. Okay, now the flow came here. Now how the flow came here? Now you see. Okay, now whatever the flow that we have discussed so far, see that. First, the flow came to where? Username password authentication filter. See here. Username password authentication filter. Right now, this is the call stack. Now you are in this method, right? My flow stop in this method. See here. Can I show you? Are you guys able to see this? Or I need to minimize this one. Can you see this one? Customer user detail service. This is my class. Now the flow stop at in line number 28. This is the load user by username method. Now what is the call stack? How this particular method get called? So who should be calling? By looking into that, looking into this diagram, who should be calling this user detail service? DAO authentication provider, right? Go there and see the DAO authentication provider. See DAO authentication provider dot retrieve user. Click here. See here. Now here only they are calling the load user by username. What is this particular class? See DAO authentication provider. Go to the top if you don't believe it. DAO authentication provider only, right? So DAO authentication provider is calling your retrieve user. Why it is calling? Because I told you, right? We have this guy. What is that guy name? Authentication provider. Authentication provider implementation is DAO authentication provider. How many methods we have inside the authentication provider? Anybody remember? 2 methods.
2 methods.
One is authenticate, one is supports, right? So this retrieve user method should be called from authenticate method. So you can click on this. Again, you can see DAO authentication provider. Click on this call stack. See here, retrieve user is getting called here. Now come here. You can see this is the authenticate method, right? So authenticate method of DAO authentication provider is basically calling the retrieve user method. The retrieve user is calling the load user by username, and that's why you are getting your flow is coming to here, to your class, customer details service IMPL, and this is your load user by username. Okay, clear is, I mean that this part is clear. See the diagram, authentication provider, DAO authentication provider, then it is using user details service, load user by username method to paste the data from the database. Okay, now I'll just give you a little bit of idea about other thing. Then I'll just show you the complete stack. You can see first the flow is going to here, username password authentication filter. Right now Dilip was explaining you authentication filter. What kind of authentication filter? Authentication filter is an interface, but we have so many implementation classes. Right now, what is the filter which is right now getting used? I told you, right? Whenever someone is trying to log in here by giving the Avilash and password, just right here, whenever he is doing login, we have our filter chain. I told you in the very first episode that filter is which one? This guy, username password authentication filter. This is the filter which will be used whenever someone is doing a form login, and that's how we can see. First, flow is coming to username password authentication filter. Then the flow is going to, you can see, provider manager. Okay, who is this provider manager? This is basically this guy, authentication manager implementation. This is an interface. The implementation of authentication manager is provider manager. So provider manager is calling the authenticate method, passing in an authentication object. Then the provider manager is calling what? DAO authentication provider. See here, the provider manager, the authentication manager will call the authentication provider. What is the implementation class? DAO authentication provider. See, that one is getting called, right? DAO authentication provider. Again, it is calling the authenticate method by passing in an authentication object. Now, DAO authentication provider is going to call your customer user details service, load user by username. This one is calling your user details service. Okay, if you would have used JDBC user details service, then the load user by username method of JDBC user details service would have called. If you would have used in-memory user details service, then load user by username method of in-memory user details service will be called. So right now we are using our own user details service. So our user details service, load user by username method is getting called. So now see, first filter, then manager, then provider, then your user details service. Making sense, guys? I mean, I'm not going through the code. Just see the call stack here. See how that particular method, this particular method, load user by username, how this method is getting called by the authentication provider. How the authentication provider is getting called by the provider manager. How the provider manager is getting called by the username password authentication filter or the authentication filter. Same diagram: authentication filter, authentication manager, authentication provider, user details service. Now you can see the authentication object will be created and will be passed to every layer, and that's what you can see. Every time they are calling, they're passing in the authentication object. Now you can see here they're passing the authentication object. Here they're passing an authentication object. This username password authentication token is an authentication object. I'm going to tell you right now. And right now that's how the things are basically working, and the flow is passing on. Let's not get mad on this. Let me resume, make it over. Now let me try to simplify it. Okay, this is making a little bit of sense to you right now. Just a little bit.
Yes, I wanted to ask you one thing. I really don't understand much this debugging thing. So we saw many classes called in left, right? And
Yes.
the flow was in a order,
Yes.
bottom to top. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
So in between also I saw some lines were there. What was that
Yeah.
like?
And basically, I don't want to drag your attention to those methods because I don't
Okay,
want to
but
make.
it's happening internally, right?
Yes, that is happening. But I just
Okay.
want to make you understand this flow. Okay, because in interview they'll be asking you this thing. So you should be
Got it.
okay. Authentication filter, manager, provider, then service. Then we will be seeing the right now those classes so that you will be feel little more comfortable. And let me tell you, by the time you won't be debugging by yourself. If I'll explain you for 3 months, then you will never be understanding that you have to debug by yourself. Okay, and you just have to see the classes by yourself. And see guys, if I don't want to understand this, that's also fine. But obviously having an understanding of the internal stuff will make you better, okay, and it will make you feel better and confident, okay. But before we go for all these things, now let's talk about few other things, and let's see some internal classes, okay. Okay, so right now what I can do, I can stop my debug, the server. Now basically, okay, before I move to the authentication provider and before I start explaining you something, now we are using the user detail service, right? And here in the user detail service, load user by username method is returning you a user details object. Now this user details, we know that there is a class called user that I have told you maybe in the first, second or third episode that, okay, we got a class called user, and using the user class, we can basically create the, we can basically build the user, and that's going to help us to give a user details. Maybe sometime you will have a requirement in your real time, or maybe someone maybe can ask you in your interview that, okay, can I write my own class like user? Right now, if you remember, this user details is an interface, right? Do Control T. I told you we got an implementation class of this called user, right? User details implementation class is user. Can I create? I don't want to use that user class right here. What I'm using the user class, and I'm doing it with username, with password and roles. And or I can do user equal to new user, and I can pass in all these 3 things. Let's say I don't want to use that user class. Can I create my own user class? Is it possible or not? Now I don't want to use this user class. I want to create my own user class. So how I'll be doing it? Mayur? Yes. Go ahead, Anu.
By extending user class.
By extending user interface.
Yeah, user class I can directly extend, or why should I directly extend their class? I can implement the user details.
Implement user details.
User details. Create class and implement user details.
Perfect. So let's go ahead and do that. Maybe we can do this thing that's gonna give you some little more idea. Then we can talk about the other classes that we have. Okay. So now what we can do, maybe I can go to the DTO here only. Let me create why I should use some Eclipse shortcut instead of using those things. Let me do one thing. First of all, let me close all this thing. Let me delete it. And maybe I can delete all these things. This is not needed. Now here, instead of returning the user details, I'll create a new class. I can just create a class like new my security user. Okay, let's say this is going to be my new class. Obviously I haven't created this class, but I can create one of the classes like this. And here previously I used to pass my username, password and role, right? And this class responsibility will be build an user object. So I will be giving this inside this constructor. I can give what is my, okay, from this customer I will get everything, right? So I'll create a constructor inside that class called customer dot get username, comma customer dot get password, and comma customer dot get, what is that, roles. Okay, now obviously it is going to complain me that, okay, you don't have any class called my security user, so you don't have any constructor like this. So I'll just tell Eclipse that go ahead and create one class for me. Okay, and I'm going to put it inside the DTO package. Okay, enter. So here I got my security user class, which implements user details. Right now this is gonna be my user class. Now I can create one constructor inside this. Maybe I can go there again. Control S, I can hover on this and I can say create a constructor, which is gonna take a username, password and a role inside that particular class called my security user. Hover on that, create a constructor. Okay, I got a constructor here. Now I will be inside the constructor. I'll be getting my username, password, and roles. So I have to set this one. Maybe I can do what? I can do private string username, private string password, private string roles. It should be a list of roles, but obviously I'm passing string, and you remember I told you in my database I got only one role called admin. So let's go with that. I know you guys understand that we can have multiple roles for a particular individual. So right now I'll be getting the username, password, and roles through this constructor. If you remember, if I'll go to this IMPL, here I'll be sending using this constructor, I'll be sending username, password, and roles. So what I will be doing, I'll go here. If I'll do Control S, the error should go from here. Yeah, the error is gone from here. We have 2 semicolon. Okay, now we are passing username, password, and roles. Let me click on this. Here we can do, here I'll get username. So I can set that username to this. So I can say this dot username is equal to whatever I'm getting, this dot password whatever I'm getting, password, there you go, this dot roles, okay, this dot roles to whatever I'm getting. Okay, everything is right now set to this value. Now you know that, right, inside our user details we have different method that Spring Security is going to internally use this method. Get authorities to get the authorities. That's gonna be the roles. I told you authorities mean roles, and obviously it always look for a collection object of granted authority. Just like that, Spring Security will use the get password method, get username method. Is the account is expired? If the account is logged, if the credential is not expired, and if the user is enabled. All these things we have to override. So now let me close it. I'll go to my security user, my own class. So username, password, roles I have already initialized here. So now what I can do, I'll go to the get password. So I know the user password right now. User will give the password right here. Right now we are calling the my security user and we are giving the password. Okay, that password we are collecting right here. Right here we are collecting the password and assigning it to this guy. Now we can simply return this guy, right? This password, I'll just give password. Okay, simply username, I can return whatever I'm getting here. Username, I'm setting it to this guy. So that username I can return here. Okay, and whatever I'm getting roles, I'm setting it over here. I can return the roles with the authorities, but hold on. This is not a simple string. I cannot just say roles. It is going to give you exception. It's going to give you error because obviously it is needing a collection of granted authority. So you have to create a collection. Now I have already told you how to do it, maybe a couple of times. Maybe array list of what is the collection type? Granted authority. You can only put the object inside this array list, which is going to be a object of granted authority. So granted authority, authorities is equal to new array list of granted authorities. Then I can do authorities dot add, and here I can put roles dot, what is that? Roles. I cannot put roles here basically. Why? Because this roles is basically a string, and this is gonna, the add, if I'll hover here, it is going to say, okay, give me the object of granted authority. So I'll create a granted authority object, but I told you already this granted authority is an interface. If you don't know the implementation, if you are forgetting the implementation, do Control T, because you will once you complete Spring Security, you'll forget about the implementation class. So simple granted authority is one of the implementation class. Use this one. So maybe I can say simple granted authority role 1 is equal to new simple granted authority, and here I can give the roles. Whatever roles I'm getting, that role I'll be giving here, and this role to a control click, this is the string, and where I'm setting it right here. This role I'm sending from there, right? The roles I'm sending by fetching it from the customer. What is this customer? Click here, whatever I'm getting from the database. And in my database, I got one role. I told you that. That role is admin. The admin will come here, right here. I am sending admin, and that admin I'm setting it to this guy. And right now that admin right here, I'm converting it to simple granted authority. Now I'm passing this authorities, sorry, this roles right now. I can add in the authorities list. Now here I'm adding the object of simple granted authorities. Now I can simply return this guy. Now I am done. It should work. Okay. And okay, I'm getting an exception. I will not tell you simple core Java concept, guys, and it's a very important interview question. Right now we are done. In Spring security wise, there is nothing to understand. But one problem, why it is giving an error? Okay, I'll ask to someone. Dilip, you can try to answer this. If I'll hover on this, see the exception or see the warning and tell me why we need this. The serializable class mySecurityUser does not declare a static final serial version UID. What is this guy?
Not sure.
We
Anyone knows?
need to give that ID, serializable ID.
Exactly. If you remember, this user details is implementing serializable interface. And obviously, whenever we are working with serializable interface, we have to generate a serial version UID. Okay, so you don't have to do anything actually. This is the concept, different concept. I don't want to teach you right now. You can just hover on this and you can say add serial, add default serial version UID or add a generated serial version UID. Maybe I can click on this. It will create a serial version UID just like this. This is basically used for the serialization and deserialization purpose, basically to check whether the versioning of the class. Topic for a different class. If you don't know about the serial version UID, this is a very important interview question. Prepare on that. They sometimes ask you, okay, what is the need of serial version UID? So serialization concept, just read on that, or I'll just ask me on my weekend batch. I'll just tell you about this guy. Okay, so now I think we are ready. We have returned the password, username, and the authorities, the roles, and basically all these things, account expired and everything. I'll just simply make it true. Account not expired, true. Account is not expired. Account is not locked. I can also make it true. I don't have any logic for this. Credential not expired. No, it is not expired. Boolean not expired. User is enabled or not. Yes, the user is enabled. Make everything true, true, true. So we have right now created our own user. Now if you'll go to user details, do a control T here, you can see user class and you will see our user class also. See, my security user, this is our class, right? So now if I'll go here, I should be ready. See the code, it should be look familiar to you. Now here we have used our security user class, and obviously we have not used the Spring's user class that they have created, which is the user details implementation. Right now it needs a user details object, so we are creating our user details object, and this class is basically implementing to user details. So parent p equal to new child. So user details is the parent and this is going to be the child. Okay, so user details equal to new my security user. I can write, because this is basically implementing to this guy. So far we are good. If someone will write code like this, you can understand, right? This won't make any difference. Just instead of using framework class, I want to create my own security user class, own user class I'm creating. Making sense, guys? I need yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. We guys are good. Mayur?
Yeah, sir. I got it.
Okay. Raju, you're fine with this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Karthik, you should be good. Don't tell me no.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So right now, let's test it only one time, then we can proceed. What is the time? 7:20. I just want to tell you some important things. Okay, because we have 3 or 4 days after that we'll be starting a new module, right? So we don't want. I don't want to talk about these things. I don't want to pull these things. You learned right now enough of security. Rest of the things we can discuss later. But this week, 3 days more, so we need to complete. So did I start it in debug mode? I don't need debugging. I can skip the breakpoints. I can write Abhi and Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6. That's my password. Do a login. Oh, let's just log in. Maybe this is previously there. Enter it. Okay, let me try to write this. B 1 2 3 4 5 6. Enter. There you go. I'm logged in, right? And basically you can write here that home, and there you go. Hi Avi, and role assigned is admin. And if you want, you can do a logout. Same flow. I haven't changed anything, but the implementation class that you have written on last Friday, I have just changed it a little. I just tweaked it by giving the implementation of my own user. Okay, hopefully it's making sense. Right now, before we will do some funny thing maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow what I'll do, you know guys, we will not use this guy, user detail service, password encoder, DAO authentication provider. This DAO authentication provider, this guy only, DAO authentication provider is only, you know, calling the user detail service. What about if I don't want to use this provider, I want to use my own provider, then I can also do that, right? So if I'll be writing my own provider, I don't want to use all these things. I want to write all of my logic in this layer only. Okay. So to do that, before that, I just want to tell you a few things. So the first thing is we got a, now let me close everything. Hopefully all these things are clear. Let me do close others. Okay. Now the next 20 minutes, let's see some framework classes. The first thing I told that we have a class here called Authentication Provider. Okay. Now Authentication Provider is an interface, and in this interface right now we got two methods. One is called authenticate method and one is called supports method. Okay. So first of all, let me do one work, guys. You know, just to make things easy for us, I just want to create one more slide here, just like this. Maybe I can give you all these things. Maybe once the things are over, maybe you can go ahead and just look into these things and everything will be clear. So we got something called Authentication Provider. Copy this class, sorry, interface. This is an interface that we have, Authentication Provider. This is an interface. And okay, in this Authentication Provider, how many methods we have? Two important methods. One is called authenticate method. I told you this is used for we'll be writing our authentication logic just right here. So maybe I can just copy this authenticate method. Copy this method. Can I copy this? Maybe till this, Control C, come here, Control V. Okay, this is one method that we have in the Authentication Provider. And one more method we have is the supports method. Anybody remember what is the support method work? Anyone? Why do we need this supports method inside the Authentication Provider? Yes, I told you, right? If someone is trying to do a authentication, let's say someone is trying to do a authentication by providing his OTP, then whether this, we may have so many authentication provider. I told you, face cam authentication provider, thumb impression authentication provider, maybe 10 different other authentication provider. But whether that authentication provider supports, okay, let's say the user is trying to use the thumb impression. Okay, by using the thumb impression only, he is trying to log in. Okay, but whether all the authentication provider that we have, the authentication manager will go for all the authentication provider one by one. Maybe passcam, thumb impression, OTP authentication provider. Maybe just imagine like we have many authentication providers right here. Now the authentication manager, how it will know that which particular provider to use? By using the supports method. Okay, so authentication manager will check, okay, this guy is trying to log in through a form. So basically for that, the form authentication provider, maybe let's say I'll have another authentication provider, maybe a form authentication provider. Let's say someone is trying to log in through a form. Now this authentication manager will check, okay, all the authentication provider, it will execute one by one, but whenever it will find, okay, form authentication provider, okay, that's going to support, this is the supported authentication. Then only it is going to track that, okay, this is the authentication provider that I need to use. How? By using this supports method. Let's say someone is trying to use through the face. Okay, now this authentication manager will execute all the authentication provider. It will check the supports method of this. Okay, whether form authentication provider is supported? No. Whether the face cam authentication provider is supported? Now the supports method, this method will say, okay, yes, that's the authentication provider that you need. Then what will happen? This particular authentication provider will be used. So that's why we got two methods: authenticate method, where we'll be writing the logic, supports method, which is going to check that whether it is a valid authentication provider or not. Now the default authentication provider that we have here, if I'll go here, Control T on this, the default one that we are using is DAO Authentication Provider. Let me copy the name of this. Let me go back there and let me paste it. And this is gonna be our class name. Okay, so this is what we have. And obviously, you know, these two methods should have been overridden here, and the actual logic is here. Okay, so now authenticate method is taking an authentication object. I'll be coming back to this authentication object, but before that, one more guy we have spoke, right? What is that one? Authentication manager. Let's go to that method. Authentication manager. This is an interface coming from work the Spring Framework the security.authentication. So right now, in the authentication manager is another interface, and we have only authenticate method here. Okay, the same authenticate method we have here. Okay, so in the authentication manager is again an interface. Maybe I can copy the same slide, Control C, Control V. Now this is gonna be authentication manager. Let me copy this. Authentication manager is another interface. Paste it here. Okay, now the authentication manager does have only authenticate method. Okay, and basically now authentication manager got a implementation class. What is that implementation class? Do a Control T. You can see there are a few classes, but the one that we'll be using is the provider manager. Okay, if we'll go to the provider manager, you can see it implements the authentication manager. And if you'll do a Control O, look for authenticate, see, we got an authenticate method, right? And you see, I will tell you tomorrow, there is a for loop, right? And this for loop will do, you know what, get providers. It is going to get all the providers and we'll check one by one whether that is the right provider, whether that is the right provider. Okay, you can see provider.authenticate. So basically I told you this one, no? If you see in this one, authentication manager will call the authentication provider one by one. So it will run a loop here and it will keep calling the supports method of this one, this one, this one, this one. And it is going to keep iterating here, 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 here till it's find a match. If it doesn't find a match, it will throw an exception. So how the authentication manager will loop over all these things? Because it is an interface. We have an implementation class for authentication manager. What is that implementation class? This guy. Okay. I didn't remember anything, guys. See, I just opened the authentication manager class. I did a Control T. Okay, this is the provider manager. Click here. I don't have to understand. I don't have to learn things. If I know how to open files, I will be understanding, right? So do Control C and go there. Maybe this is the implementation class. There you go. Everything you remember? Two things we remember so far: authentication provider, DAO authentication provider is the default implementation. Then another one we have authentication manager, provider manager is the default implementation. I'll just tell you one last thing. Okay, that guy is, now if you see, if you go to, I just told you, no, right here, if when I was explaining the flow to you, I told you first of all, when the flow will come to here to the authentication filter, the authentication filter here, I told you yesterday, every kind of request which is coming to our server is the HTTP request. Now that request is getting converted to an authentication object. Now that authentication object will be passed to here. Then authentication manager will pass that authentication object to here. Then that object will be passed to here. Then again, you know, the authentication manager will be authentication object will be keep moving. And once authenticated, it will be stored here. Now, what is that authentication object? Now, if I'll close all these things, go to authentication manager. This is the authentication manager. We got one class, one method here called authenticate. It is taking an authentication object, but authentication is not a class. Click here. You see, this is not a class. This is an interface. Okay, and you know what? You know about user details, right? You have, if you remember, Control Shift T, user details. Okay, if you know about this guy, the authentication object is just directly, I mean, just similar to that. See, in the user details, you have get authorities method so that you can get the authorities of the user, get password to get the password of the user, get username to get the username of the user, is the username account is expired, things like that, right? Now you close that. Now if you go to the authentication object, see here, now you have get authorities. I'm right now not in the user details class, I'm in the authentication interface, and this is just a copy paste of user details. Now you may ask me like, okay, why do we have a similar interfaces just like this? I'll just tell you right now. You can see get authorities method is here, get credential is here. Get credential means it will give you the password. Get details, okay, and you'll have get principal. You know already principal means user. This is going to give you the username, and basically is authenticated, whether the user is authenticated. Similar methods we have here. So just like the user details, we have another class just like authentication. Why do we have another class? Because Spring security people want to create authentication, a class or interface for authentication in each layer. In this layer they have given us the authentication interface. In this layer they have given us the user details interface. Now they don't want to tightly couple things. They don't want to create one object for every layer. So this is the service layer. This is kind of a service layer, right? Okay, this is kind of a different layer. For this, they have created the authentication object. So okay, so right now we know that the authentication is basically an interface. By using this interface, we can see the authentication details of a user. Whenever you are doing a username equal to something, password equal to something, whenever you will do a login, username, password, everything will be there inside the authentication object. Why? I told you, when the request comes here, the authentication filter will convert your HTTP request to the authentication object. Now whatever the data you are filling in here, username, password, everything will be there inside this object. And how you will retrieve those things? By using these methods. Okay, if you want to retrieve the authorities or the role of the user, using the get authorities method. You want to get the password of the user, whatever he entered, just use the get credential method. And if you want to have the username, just use the get principal. Get principal, you remember, right? Inside the get principal, basically this authentication is extends to principal. And if you go to principal, it got a get name method, which is going to return you a string. And you can see return the name of the principal. See the documentation. This is basically give you the name of the user. Principal means user. Okay. So similar class we have authentication. Now one last thing. Okay. This is the last thing. After this, I don't want to tell you any other classes or interface. This is the last. So basically we got authentication class authentication interface right now. It has various methods. Can I copy paste some methods so that next time you'll understand it better? Get authorities, copy that, come back. Let's paste it here. Control V. Okay, get authorities. Now another method we have is get credential. Let's say Control C, Control V. Authentication has get credential to get the password of the user. Control C and paste it here. Control V. Maybe we can write one more method. Get authorities. What is that? Get principal. Okay. Get principal will basically give us the username. Control C. Go there. Control V. Just like that, we have many methods inside the authentication, which is going to give me the authentication details the user is trying to log in. Okay. What is the implementation class? Now that's the only thing you have to remember. We'll be using that class tomorrow. Do a Control T. No need to ask me. Do a Control T. You can see these are the abstract class. One class we have that's called username password authentication token. This is basically the authentication object. Whenever I think Dilip was explaining, whenever he is saying, whenever he is saying once the HTTP request will be converted to authentication object by the authentication filter. But hold on, authentication is an interface, right? How it will be converting it to an object? Because we have an implementation class. What is this object? This guy. Control T, go to here, username, password, authentication token. This guy is basically the implementation of your authentication interface. Control C this and Control V it right there. I don't want to tell you anything. This is enough. Only it will take you 3 times reading to get acquainted with this class. And don't worry, we have 4 more days. Okay. We'll be talking about these things a lot and you will be understanding everything about it. So all these things should have given the implementation by this guy. So now you can understand the authentication object will be converted to the authentication token. Okay, now we'll do a final debugging before we wrap up. Maybe 10 minutes more. Can I take? Or you guys are bored? Hey, everyone silent. Why?
Yes,
Okay. Hey, are you guys okay with all these things? I know a little bit of theory that we never discussed. Ayur, you are okay with all these things? Bunch of classes, new classes. Dilip, you are okay?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, Abhilash.
Okay. Raju, fine?
Fine, Abhilash.
Okay, perfect. So the last thing we'll do now, just a recap. Authentication provider implementation is DAO Authentication Provider. Next one, Authentication Manager implementation is Provider Manager. Next one, authentication implementation is username password authentication token. Okay, so now let's see the diagram again. Let's do a final debugging and everything will take up tomorrow, and I'll just encourage you to do the same debugging today. Okay, so you don't have to do, whenever I say debugging, you don't have to do magic. Just put a breakpoint and start debugging. You will understand everything. If you don't understand, ping me, I'll help you, right? So close others. This is a good time, guys. Maybe once we move to spring rest, everything will be easy again. So you'll be feeling like, okay, these are very simple thing. Okay, I can do it. I know you can do all the simple thing, but these are the things that you need to take care. Okay, people will skip this thing, but you don't skip this. Okay, you just go with all these things. Now let me do a close others. Maybe I'll just go to my user details. What is that? User details service. The one that I have written is which one? Let me do a star. Which one I have written? Customer or something I have written. Customer user details service. Let me activate all the breakpoints. I got 2 breakpoints here in the line number 25 and 32. Now let me see the flow. You'll understand. We'll compare this with this guy. So now let me start the debugging. Debugging is already started. Okay, let me go to the login form. First of all, let me hit that / request. It will take me to the login form. Now I'll give Obhi and Obhi 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Enter. Okay, now I'll just switch the perceptive and I'll see how the flow is coming. Okay, right now my flow is here in the user details service of my own. It is calling the load user by username. Okay, now first the flow should come to where? First the flow should come to, see the diagram. The flow, whenever we are hitting it, it should come to authentication filter. Right now, which authentication filter is getting used? Username password authentication filter, because we are doing a form login. Now you see username password authentication filter. Click here. Okay. Now it will take you to that method. You can see right now it should, okay, we are in the right method. So you know, right, one thing before we go for that, you know, the username password authentication filter will send a authentication object to the authentication manager. Right now you can come here, you can click on the first one. So see this line of code. Let me do okay. This will be pretty much understandable. No need to watch every code, no need to look every code. So see this one, this dot get authentication manager dot authenticate. Now it is providing you a auth request. What is this auth request? I told you, right? This one will send an authentication object. Okay, right now authentication filter, which is your username password authentication filter, is calling the authentication manager by giving a authentication object. Now just see here, it is calling the authentication manager, who is calling username password authentication filter by passing in a authentication auth request. What is this auth request? Click here. See that username password authentication token. Who is this guy? I told you, no. Click here. Username password authentication token is extending to abstract authentication token. Click here. This is basically implementing the authentication token. So who is that guy? Username password authentication token. This is the authentication object, right? Now the authentication filter. Let me close everything. Now the authentication filter, I'm inside the authentication filter. This is calling the authentication manager authenticate method, because if I go back to here, now the filter will calling the authentication manager, and authentication manager, which one is that? Authentication manager, this guy. We have an authenticate method and we have to pass an authentication object. what is the implementation of that authentication object, which is username password authentication token. So it is creating a username password authentication token, okay, which they are naming as auth request and calling the manager one. Okay, now one thing also I have told you, right? When the request first will hit this filter, okay, once the request will, first someone is going to give the username password, first the request will hit this filter. Now this filter will convert the request, the HTTP request to authentication. Where is that happening? I didn't tell you, like, I mean, I'm not bluffing this. You can see here. Now this this is my filter, right? Username password authentication filter. Now see what it is accepting. Request. Which request? Servlet request and servlet response. Now you see here. Now you can see the authentication token they are generating by passing in a username and a password. What is this username and password? See here, username and password they're fetching from obtain username, obtain password. From how they're obtaining? By passing the request. What is this request? This request is HTTP servlet request. Now that's what I'm saying. Now see this request they are passing here. They have created a method called obtain username. Do a control click here. Now you will see that here they are doing what? Request dot get parameter username parameter. That will give them the username, right? Now this should be a little more comfortable to you right now. You should be understanding that now this, from this request they are fetching the username and password, and basically username and password they're fetching it from this request, and now they are creating a authentication token, username password authentication token, which is my authentication interface implementation. This is basically an authentication object they are creating by passing in the username and password, and that authentication token they are sending it to here, to the authenticate method they are calling, the authentication manager authenticate method they are calling by passing in the authentication token, which is the authentication object, this guy. Now they are converting it to authentication. Once that authentication is over, now this guy is calling the authentication manager. The authenticate method, we know there is an authenticate manager, authenticate method here. Now they're giving the authentication object and calling this one. Now the authentication manager will call the authentication provider. Now authentication manager is a interface. I told you, no? See, authentication manager is the interface, which is the implementation class provider manager. So inside the authentication manager, we got a authenticate method. So provider manager is also going to have one more authenticate method. What is the role of the authentication manager? See here, authentication manager is going to and all these things one by one, and it is going to run a loop, and it is going to find, okay, whether this one is supporting, whether this one is supporting, whether this one is supporting. Right now, what were we using? What is the authentication object? The authentication object is username password authentication token. That's basically for form-based login. Now we already know, right? If we see this one, for form-based login, we already have DAO authentication provider, which is the authentication provider object. Now authentication manager, the authentication manager implementation is provider manager should call the DAO authentication provider authenticate method by passing in this object. Now go there. Now you can see in the call stack, now this guy is calling provider manager.authenticate. Click here. Now you will be coming to that method. Okay, now this one they are calling firing the authenticate method here. You can go to the top. I don't want to show you that method. Now see, here we have the authenticate method, right? Inside which class? Provider manager. See here, who called the provider manager? Provider manager called by filter, right? See here, provider manager, this guy will be called by filter. Now this guy will be called by manager. Right now you can see, right now I'm in the authenticate method of the provider manager. Now my manager is going to call the authenticate method. Now which authenticate method? This authenticate method, if you do a control click, can I do a control click? I can see which is the authenticate. Okay, this authenticate method of the provider. What is this provider? See, this provider is authentication provider. Now you see it is running a for loop. Okay, don't see the other code. It is running a for loop of authentication provider. Okay, I have this many providers. What is this providers? If you click here, this is going to return you a list of authentication provider. Okay, now you see here a list of authentication provider 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, it is going to run everything one by one, this guy, and it is going to pick up particular authentication provider. Now go there. Now it is, if I'll go to the authenticate method, Control O, authenticate. Here I was previously. Now it is going to go for get providers from all the providers. It will loop over all providers one by one. Right now we have only one. If we'll hover over here, you can see we should have only one provider here. What is that provider? DAO Authentication Provider. What is that provider? Can I hover over here? Now you can see DAO Authentication Provider. So inside that list right now, if I see the get providers, it is having a list of providers. I think we should have only one. See, array list object. If you open this one, see only DAO Authentication Provider is there, because default implementation only one provider will be there. By default, Spring has only one provider, right? DAO Authentication Provider, right? So now let me go to the authenticate method again. Now see here, now it is going to call the provider's authenticate method. Now Authentication Manager is going to call the authentication provider, and it will pass in the authenticate object. Now see here, provider is calling the authentication method. The manager, we are inside the provider manager, is calling the authenticate method by passing in the authentication object again. Now you see here, authentication object it is passing. Now the flow is going to DAO Authentication Provider. If you click here, it will go to the retrieve user method. Now we are inside the authenticate. Now the retrieve user is basically, if you click here, the retrieve user is called the load user by username. The load user by username, again it will go to the whatever the class that we have written. Now it will fetch the data from the database, and then it will try to authenticate. If it is authenticate, this object will be back to here, and will be stored here. Resume. Done, right? This is what right now it will not work because it's already timed out. Maybe I can give again, go back to here and just write Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6, enter. There you go, I'm logged in, right? Home, and there you go. Do a log out. I'm logged out. Guys, making sense? Yes, no, okay. I think this is the toughest session. Maybe I have given you a lot of code walkthrough. So tell me right now, this is what I want to cover. Tell me, are you comfortable with this, with that diagram, Raju?
Yes, Abhilash, I got it.
Okay, yeah. Just go through the code. At least one time, just debug it. Okay, the complete flow. Dilip, making sense?
Yes, Abhilash.
Please debug it. Anu, kind of okay. Got the concept? I know.
Yeah, Abhilash, you have explained many times. So yeah, you put so much. But yes, so yes, yep. You made it easy. It was not easy, let me tell you.
Okay, but the flow is right now making sense. No, Anu?
Yes,
but
yes.
Anu, just try to debug. Okay, anywhere you are getting stuck, I'll just help you. Just ping me in the morning time of tomorrow. I'll just debug that with once with you if you are not feeling comfortable. Okay.
No, I am very much comfortable.
Okay.
Just I have to. Yeah.
Cool.
I am not comfortable with debugging thing, but yeah, what you have done, I am very much comfortable.
Okay, please do that by yourself, Anu. Okay, I know that concept-wise you should have got it. Subha, it should not make a lot of sense to you, isn't it? Today's session. You there, yes. Subha?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Everything is new to me.
Okay, no
and
problem.
Just keep following your way the explanation.
Okay, I understand, but you just start from the wherever you are with that security recordings. Just go with those things.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yes, sir. It's okay.
Sure, Subha. Okay, all right. Karthik, you're good. No questions.
Yeah, I'm good, Abhilash.
Repti, sorry, I just forgot to ask. Repti, are you comfortable? Okay. Your voice is a little low today, Rafti. The flow wise you are okay? The debugging is only causing the problem, isn't it?
Yes, I don't know how to do debugging.
Let's have a debug session otherwise, Rafti. Okay, but the flow is okay, Rafti?
Yes.
Okay. Once you know debugging, that will be pretty much easy. Yash, you should be good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Let's do it 2 or 3 times. I'll just give you opportunity to do everything, and then you should feel more comfortable with all these things, I'm sure. Okay, so we'll talk about 3, 4 times, 5 times, then it will be printed on your brain. I'll just tell you guys to debug 1 or 2 times in front of me, then you'll be okay with this. Ayur, you are okay with this?
Yes, Abhilash. One question, Abhilash. Do we need to create a new class to implement the user details? Why not to implement the user details from our entity, or in this example is a customer, without creating a new one?
Okay, the security user one you are talking about.
Yes, Abhilash.
1250 user details. What is that? Customer user details service, isn't it? That's the one you're talking about, right?
Yes, Abhilash.
This guy?
Implementing user details from the customer class, from our customer class, without creating a new class.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do that, Ayur. But only the thing is that I just want to show you that this is another approach to do it. Maybe someone will ask you to do it. Okay. But yeah, of course, yes. You can use the existing classes that we have. So let me deploy my application. Yesterday, we are learning about AuthenticationProvider, AuthenticationManager, and those stuff. And I'll just tell someone else to repeat the flow till my server gets started. Who's gonna repeat it? The flow. Who's gonna explain that for me? Maybe, okay, Dilip has tried yesterday. Okay, Raju, you wanna try the flow? See the diagram and you can keep explaining.
Yeah, whenever the request comes from the client side, HTTP request, the authentication filter will create an authentication object.
Perfect.
Then it will move to the authentication manager with the help of authentication, like provider manager.
Yes, perfect. Because provider manager is the implementation of authentication manager.
Implementation class of authentication manager. It will search the different authentication providers.
Yes. And then once the match found?
When the match found, it uses like UserDetailsService implementation class like UserDetails or
PasswordEncoder. And it will authenticate this particular object.
Authentication,
right? Yeah. Then it will move to
then
here.
It will move to the authentication manager. Then it will move to the filter. Then it will store in the context folder.
And basically this one is security context folder, guys. I missed it. Security context folder. Remember this name. Perfect. Good job. Okay. So now this is what we have studied yesterday. Okay. This question is for someone else. Raju, you can mute. This is for, okay, Dilip, for you, can you please explain this authentication provider a little by looking into these diagrams? What are these? OTP authentication provider. What I have explained with this particular diagram. By looking into this diagram, it basically explains about the authentication provider. Can you please give a little bit of hint, like, okay, what an authentication provider is?
Yeah, Blush. We have different kinds of authentications. Like suppose if user wants to log into the particular application using OTP or form-based authentication, he can do, or else thumb impression authentication he can do, or else by face recognition he can do. So depending upon the user's input, we will be having different kind of implementation for the authentication providers. So it is our duty to implement all those required authentication providers.
Perfect. Okay. Now is the question for Yash. Now, Dilip said we will have a different numbers of authentication provider. So who is the guy who is going to loop over all the authentication provider and will find the perfect match by looking into the authentication that the user is using, like OTP or username, password, or thumb, or by face cam, whatever. Who is that guy, Yash?
Sir, Authentication Manager.
Yes, Authentication Manager. How many methods we have in the Authentication Manager, Yash? Only one, authenticate method, right? And basically, we have one. Okay, Authentication Manager implementation is Provider Manager, and Provider Manager is basically the guy who basically checks for different authentication provider available. Okay. Okay. Now the next question: if you talk about the authentication provider, and if you talk about the authentication manager, you can say authentication provider. It has DAO Authentication Provider is the default implementation, and we have Authentication Manager. Provider Manager is the default implementation. Now, if you talk about the manager and provider, manager has authenticate method and also provider has authenticate method. But provider has one method extra. What is that?
Supports method.
Exactly, supports method. What is the work of supports method, Dilip?
Just it has to support any of the authentication, like form-based authentication or face recognition authentication. It should match us.
Exactly, exactly. So, okay, next question. What is the okay, we got an authentication object. Can anybody tell me a little about authentication object? Anyone? Authentication object, what is that? Okay, what kind of methods we have? Already I have written the methods that we have. Basically, by looking into this authentication, you can I think right now only Raju was explaining, like whenever a request comes first, that HTTP request will be converted to the authentication object, right? So authentication is an interface. I told you yesterday. We got a implementation class of authentication called username password authentication token. This is basically the actual class, okay, of authentication interface. And we got various methods right here, like authorities, credential, and principal. Authorities to get what kind of authorities that particular user has. Credentials are basically, the user password, and principal is basically the username. Just like that, so many methods are there in authentication interface. This is just a similar kind of interface that we have, just like user details, right? And for user details, we got a implementation class provided by Spring called user. And for authentication, we got a implementation class provided here called username password authentication token. So whenever you guys say that HTTP request is getting converted to authentication object, basically that object is username password authentication token. Okay. Now username password authentication token is basically used for form-based login. Whenever someone is giving username and password as a form input, if someone is giving OTP, at that time you may need your own authentication type, like OTP authentication token. Maybe you can create face cam authentication token, a thumb impression authentication token. But the default implementation provider is username password authentication token. This one is making sense, guys? Yes?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay. Yes, sir.
Okay, so right now, okay, Repti, what is the default filter which is getting used when a username and password is getting submitted as a form? For the form-based input, what is the default filter we have inside the Spring Ticket?
Username password filter we have for form-based.
Yeah, for form-based login, we got this filter called username password authentication filter. Okay, perfect. So as of now, I didn't discuss much about filters. I'm going to come back to that tomorrow. We'll be creating our own filters, but username password authentication filter is the one which is responsible to, whenever we'll be giving our username password login, this is the filter which will be getting used. That's our logout filter whenever we are clicking on logout. So basically the Spring security filter chain needs to, whenever a logout request will come, let's say someone is logging in. Okay, let's say someone is trying to go to my home page. Someone is clicking on logout. Then this filter job is, it is going to invalidate the session, the cookies. Okay, it is going to remove everything from the cache memory. Okay, so those kind of stuff this guy will be doing. CSRF filter, I told you this is a cross-site request forgery filter. Maybe I'm going to talk more about this in the coming sessions. But CSRF is for the protection. Okay, this is in simple word, when you are trying to post something. Basically, posting, whenever you are posting data, just like here this is a login form. Whenever you are giving username, password, whenever you are doing a login, what is the kind of request it is? Get request or post request? See there. Go to source, go to main, go to web app, go to webnf, go to view, go to that login.jsp. So this is a get request or post request. Post request. Whenever you are posting something to the server, at that time only CSRF will come into the picture to protect you, to check that whether that post is happening by you or someone else. Okay, maybe you'll go to my website and you click somewhere. If I have a forgery site, I can post, I can retrieve the session from your cookies and I can do a post to the server, let's say to your bank server. But if I'll be doing that post, now you can basically post that request, but you cannot get the CSRF token, right? The token basically which is getting generated by the server. I'm going to talk about that, pretty soon. But right now, if I will be opening one of the browser, if I will be going to my URL, Control C, and let's say if I'm opening the login page, enter and right click, inspect element or view page source, you will be seeing that CSRF token here. See, CSRF token you got, right? Because right now, whenever I'll be posting it, this token will go with my session also. So my session will be there. I should have a session. If I'll go to storage, if I'll go to cookie, I got a JSON ID already. Okay, and this session is verified already. But hold on, there is an extra bit of protection here because I'm going to post the request. Okay, so posting means I could have post my, I could have trying to, transfer some balance. Let's say this is my amount. This is my, person to whom I'm going to transfer and I'm going to do submit. This is going to be a post request. So if someone is tampering with my session ID, okay, you can tamper with that. But from where you will be getting this guy? If I'll go to the source, from where you will be getting this token, right? So for every post request, this particular CSRF will come to the picture for an extra bit of protection, and we are going to talk about that later. Okay, just like that, we have security context persistence filter. You guys know about this filter. I didn't explain about this, but you guys know about it. You know what? I think someone was telling. I think Raju was telling right now. This particular object is going to be your authentication object. Now this is going to transfer to various layer, and once this particular object is authenticated successfully, it is going to be there inside the security context holder. So next time when a request comes, it doesn't need to go through all this verification process again, but we already have the token, our authentication object. This is basically that authentication object. What is the authentication implementation? Anyone remember the class name? Authentication implementation class name? Anybody remember?
Username password authentication token.
Perfect. That object is this one. So right now, if this object is already there inside the holder, then of course, yes. Then basically this object will be basically an authenticated object, and no need to go through the authentication. The security persistence holder will give that. So who is going to check? Okay, who is going to check? Basically, this is a, this particular object is there or not. This guy. See, this is the second filter in your chain. So your request. So whenever someone is going to log in, there is a request object and there is a response object which gets generated. HTTP request, HTTP servlet request, and HTTP servlet response. And those requests will go through all of these filters, isn't it? And all these filters, that particular request will go through. Now, when the request will first come to here, it will check, okay, then already that object is there, that that inside the security context folder, already the authentication object is there. Then I don't need to basically authenticate that particular things again. It will pick up that object from here. Making sense? No need to go to this particular filter will check, okay, the authentication is already done right now. So I don't have to again transfer that particular object to various layer, and I don't need to perform the authentication again. Basically this particular flow is for for this guy, for username password authentication filter, or for basic authentication filter. These filters are responsible to authenticate your to authenticate the user. But there are also filter, logout filter. This is not going to help you to authenticate. This is going to help you to remove the session from the session and the cookies from the memory, from the cache, from the system, okay, and makes the user logged out from the system. So this role is different. This particular one will help you to protect you from the forgery. This particular filter, security context persistence filter, will check whether the authentication object is already there inside the security holder, security context holder. If there it is, then no need to authenticate again. Already the authentication object will be returned to the next filter. Okay, so like that, all these filters does have an order, and we have so many filters here, and we can also create our own filter, and we can attach it to this particular filter chain. We can also create our own filter and can tag it inside this filter chain. Okay, and we'll be seeing that how we are going to do it. Also, you can see there is something called exception translate filter. Internally, whatever the exceptions are getting generated, those exceptions are getting handled by this filter, exception translation filter. Okay, so basically when some wrong exception is happening, we are getting a sweet message just right here. Okay, process login. Sorry, maybe I can, oh, I'm already logged in. Let's say right now, basically I'm gonna try to give this and this as username and password. Whenever I'll do a login, internally I have a class called UserDetailsService. Where is that class? Controller config service. This is my UserDetailsService. Remember, if the customer is equal to null, I'm gonna throw a username not found exception. Okay, I'm gonna throw an exception, but it will not give an exception to the end user. Internally, that particular exception will be handled, and whenever I'll be doing a submit, see, I'm getting invalid login or password. Okay, who is giving this one? Who is converting that exception to a user-friendly message here? This guy. Exception translator filter. I'm going to talk about this. Don't worry about it. So just like that, there are different filters here, and all the filters have different kinds of role. If I want to insert a filter between this filter and this filter, if I want to insert a filter before header writer filter, I can insert it. If I want to insert a filter after header writer filter, I can insert it. Okay, so yeah, filter is just like that. This is just some theory, and we are going to talk about that maybe probably in the next class. So as of now, we are on the same page.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you guys hearing some background noise from my end? Some motorbike sound? Yes? No?
No, sir.
Right? Okay. Then my system mic is pretty good. It's filtering everything. Great. All right. Yes.
This ordering of filter will be same for all the requests?
Yes. The ordering also same for all the requests, and we can basically define this order. Okay, we can print the order right now. This is basically the order. If I want to print all the orders just right here, then I just need to write one log, and that will show you, okay, this filter is in the is in the order 1, this is in the order 2, this is in the order 3. So if I want to insert a filter in the order number 4, I can do that. Okay, and I'll be telling you that Dilip, that's going to be very, very easy. That particular order I could have shown you if I would have used Spring Boot. In Spring Boot, that is just one line of code, but here also we just need to set up the logger. Maybe we can just do it, and then I can put that in the log statement, and you can see the ordering just right here in the Spring Security is going to print the order like, okay, this is going to be in the number 1, this is going to be in the number 2, this is going to be in the number 3, just like that. But right now also you can think like this is just the order, and you can, if I want to insert a particular filter before of this particular filter, then also I can do it. But yes, the ordering is pretty important. Like, let's say if I want to create a filter and I want to log something, I just want to log about once the authentication happened, I want to create a filter, and I want to put the information regarding the authentication object. So obviously the authentication is happening here. After that basic authentication filter only, I need to add my filter. right? Maybe I can just give you a simple example. We're going to talk about filters more in the next session, but maybe I have some different plan for today, but maybe I'll just give you a simple example. Let's say I'll just create a class called logger filter. Let's say my authentication logger filter, and I'm gonna put it inside a package called com.seleniumexpress.filters. And right here, basically, I'm gonna first, this is gonna be a filter. So implements filter. Okay, so this is gonna be my filter. Now here, what I can do, I can hover on this. I can add the unimplemented method. So in the filter, we'll have only one method that's called doFilter. Basically, this is the servlet filter, javax.servlet.filter, right? So now there are three attribute. One is called servlet request. This is basically the request information that coming to your server. Then the servlet response. This is basically going back to the user again. So whatever you want to add to the response object, you can add it just right here. And you also have the filter chain. Okay. And filter chain is basically what? This guy, right? Here, let's say I will be adding the filter to in this position, or in this, after this CSRF filter, I will be adding my filter. And after that, I want to pass that same request and response object to the next filter, logout filter. Then same request and response object will be passed to this one, then this one. Just like that, the request and response object will be keep passing to the next filter. And the way I can tag it, this particular filter, my authentication logger filter, to the chain by just doing a chain dot maybe add filter or something. Okay, chain dot do filter maybe. So basically, what I can do once I can write your stops here, and once done, I can do chain dot do filter, and you can see the do filter is basically going to take two things. One is going to be your response, pass it here, response object, and sorry, request and response, pass it here, request and response.
Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. Actually, I'm making this particular video while I'm editing the particular series, and I found that I should actually tell you one more thing before you proceed further with the session. So as you understand so far that I'm creating a new filter called my authentication logger filter, which is going to implement the filter interface. And as I have told you previously, the filter means before we hit any request. For an example, I'm here in my sign up page, right? So whenever I'm gonna hit this URL called /signup, it will be going to the controller. Let's say login controller, and it will be opening this up. This /signup, this particular method will be executed. But before it is gonna hit this URL, first of all, the flow will go to your filter. So before any of your request will be invoked, before any of your controller method will be invoked, the flow will come to the filter. I think you understand this. And right now inside the filter, if you want to do any kind of logging, if you want to do any kind of validation, you can do that, right? Because the flow is coming here first. For an example, before I tell you the requirement, or before we implement the requirement that actually we are implementing right now in the video, before that, just keep that in mind. Okay, for an example, there is a sign up page. Okay, this is a sign up page. Okay, so here you have username and password, right? Let's say someone is giving an username. Okay, let's say someone is giving an username here called Abhi. Okay, now if you want to validate this username, let's say the username should be at least of 10 character before you do a sign up. Whenever you are doing a sign up, make sure that the username, the first letter of the username is a capital letter, if you have a rule like this. And if you want to validate this input, okay, what you can do, you can basically have a filter. For an example, I have this particular filter created called MyAuthenticationLoggerFilter, and here, as you know, that whenever I'm going to hit a request, whenever I'm hitting this last sign up request, whenever I'll do a sign up, this is going to be a HTTP request made to my server. So I will be having a request coming to my server, and that request I can copy it, or I can have it just right here. So you can just do request right here. You can just do request, control space, and you can, let's say you want to get the request parameter, get request or get parameter. Okay, so from the request right now I'm getting the parameter. Let's say right now I want to capture this particular username field, whatever someone is entering here, I want to capture that. Then how I'll be capturing? This is my sign up form. In my sign up form, what is the username? The path of the username is username. So this is going to be the path for me. You can basically copy this particular path. You can go to your logger. You can go to your My Authentication Logger filter. In your filter, from this request, from this servlet request, you can basically do username. Okay, you want to get this particular parameter from the request which is coming to your application. If you're going to do that, and if you're going to do control1 and assign it to a new local variable, you can have a capture to that particular username just right here. For an example, if I'm going to print this username right now, sysout, let's say I'm gonna do printing username, and let me concatenate this username. Just want to let you know that here from the request, which is a servlet request, from this request I am able to capture the parameter which is coming with that request. For an example, whenever we are going to enter something here, and whenever we do a submit, then there will be a request will be coming to my server, which is going to be a servlet request, and that request I can capture it with a filter before the request actually go to the handler method, before this particular request actually served by one of my controller handler method. Before that only I'm capturing here, and I'm capturing this username here by doing a request.get parameter. Right now if I'll do a control S, just want to let you know, just want to show you that I'm able to capture that username in the filter. Okay, so right now for an example, if I'll be going to here and I have given some random name and password, if I'll do a sign up, okay, so there is some error. I really don't care about this because basically I'm just recording this particular video after so many days, and obviously my users table right now is not available in my database. That's why it's giving me a problem. That's not actually a problem. So let's see that whether I'm getting that log or not. So where is the log? Now there we go. The parameter username is Abhilash. So I want to show you that your filter got executed. First, before the request hit your URL, it first came to the My Authentication Logger filter, and from this request you are able to fetch the username, right? You are able to fetch the username from the request by doing a request.get parameter. Okay, and right now as you have the username, as the username is available just right here inside the filter, with this username you can have some validation logic, and you can just validate right now. If username the first letter is starting with a capital letter, then only I will make sure that request will go further, otherwise I'll throw an exception here only, right? You can handle those kind of scenario before you're gonna hit your actual handler method. You can do any kind of validation, any kind of thing, any kind of business logic, you can just do it or implement it just right here. Okay, and one more thing guys, this request, whatever you are seeing, this is a servlet request. You can also convert this request to a HTTP request. So by doing this, you can just make it a request, and you can basically convert this request to a HTTP servlet request. That is also possible, right? So HTTP servlet request, right now you can just assign this control C and equal to, I have just casted let's say HTTP request. Okay, and basically right now the servlet request, I have casted it to the HTTP servlet request. Right now you can also do whatever you want to do. This same thing also you can do again. You can just do HTTP request dot get parameter. What is that? Get request parameter. What is that method name? Get parameter. Okay, get parameter, and you can give your parameter, for an example, username, and the things are going to work fine as usually the way your things were working previously. Similarly, the things will work. So I can basically print this one. It'll get you a username, whatever the username you will be inserting there. So let's say username, and also I can copy this again. Let's say I also want to capture the password. So password, and get parameter of whatever the parameter name that you are giving. I think my parameter name is password in the sign up form. Copy that and go back to your filter, pass your password here, and there you go, your username and password. Right now you are able to log. So can I log it right now? Okay, let it be reload, and then I can say sys out, and let's say logging username and password. Okay, and from my HTTP request right now I have got my username, and plus I can get my password, right? So right now I hope that I'll be able to log my username and password, and if I am able to log it, then obviously I can basically do anything with this username and password. This is what I want to tell you. So can I go to my to my sign up form, and if I'm gonna give a refresh, and if I'm gonna obviously right now if you're gonna see the log, so right now obviously my username and password is null and null. Whenever I do refresh this particular page, my request has been gone through the filter chain. Okay, and with that filter chain, right now this particular filter is tagged, and by the time I did refresh, there is nothing inside the username and password, and that's why I'm getting null and null here. But right now, let's say if I'll be going to here, and if I'll be giving a username as, let's say, Selenium Express, and password is Cell Express, sign up. Now you can see that, don't see the error that we are getting here, that is not the part of the thing that I want to discuss, but see the username and password we're able to capture here, Selenium Express and Cell XP, and this thing we're able to capture from the filter itself. I'm inside the filter. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. The filter you can create, this filter you can tag it to the filter chain, and now once this request and response, whatever you want to do with the request and response, do that with that. I mean, you can retrieve something from the request, you can add something to the response. Response is while the request has been served, whenever the response is going to be back to the client or to your browser. And request is whenever a incoming request is gonna hit to your server. Those from those requests or from those response, you can add anything, or you can just retrieve something from the request, or you can do whatever you want to do, just like I did something just right here. And then once you are done with that, you can just pass this request and response to the next filter by doing chain.doFilter. So the next filter will again do the work that it's supposed to do by getting the request and response, right? So make sure you understand this thing. And right now let's get back to the concept that we are discussing. I hope you remember the concept that we are discussing in the session. Sorry for the break, because I believe before you move to the next thing, before we implement that logger, right now what I want to do here, let me remove all these things. Okay, these things were not there, right? So these things I have only added right now. Now let's go back to the session wherever we are. Now let's learn to create my authentication logger filter. Let's say someone, whenever he's trying to authenticate himself, at that time if I want to print the authentication details of the user, then how I'm gonna print that. Okay, so let's continue with our task.
And once done, I can do chain.doFilter, and you can see the doFilter is basically gonna take two things. One is gonna be your response, pass it here, response object, and request and response, pass it here, request and response. Right now I could have fetched the data from the request, but I am not doing anything right now. If I want to, let's say someone is giving something in the request, from the request object only, when someone is giving a request right here, whenever he is hitting login, a request is coming to my server. With that request, if something is coming, the way I can validate it by taking it from here. I can, in the filter I told you, right? I told you this, see this diagram. Whenever something is gonna be first, whenever the request is gonna be hit here, when the request is gonna be first hit your server, that's gonna be your web request. That's gonna be a HTTP request. right? So that HTTP request, right now the authentication filter is doing what? It is converting to a authentication object. Okay, so because it's need to find the username and password from the HTTP request. If you're going to see the Control-Shift-T, what is that filter name? Username password authentication filter. This is the filter which is helping us for authentication. You can see this is also a filter, but right now they have created an abstraction layer for us called abstract authentication processing filter. Either we can extend to this particular abstract class to create a filter, or you can see this one should be extends to generic filter bean, and this one maybe extends to filter, right? So there are two layers right now. So basically we are directly implementing the filters, but they have some abstract class because they have given some kind of functionality if we are going to use.
Guys, let me repeat one more thing. This username password authentication filter is a filter, right? But if you're gonna do Control O on this, and if you're gonna look for do filter method, you will not find the do filter method right here, because this username password authentication filter, as I said, is a Spring implemented filter, and they have an abstraction layer that's called an abstract authentication processing filter. If you'll be going into this filter, which is a super class of your username password authentication filter, inside this filter, if you're going to do a Control O and if you're going to do a do filter, here you will get a do filter, right? Because as I said you, just now I said you, right? Abstract authentication filter is again extending to generic filter. Generic filter is implementing the filter interface, right? So I hope it is making sense. So indirectly, username password authentication filter is extends to abstract authentication filter. Abstract authentication filter is implementing generic bean filter, and generic bean filter is implementing the filter interface. And one more thing to remember over here, in your username password authentication filter, you don't have any do filter method. So while you are debugging the code, you don't get confused. So if you want to see the do filter method, go to this class, do a Control O, and you know that you should have a do filter method inside a filter interface. Because in the filter interface, as you guys know already, inside the filter interface, we should have a do filter method. So there you go. We should have a do filter method, which is a abstract method. So every filter, any filter, okay, any kind of filter which is gonna implementing the filter interface, which is a standard in servlet, that if you want to create a filter, you have to implement the filter interface. And if you're gonna do that, make sure that we have a do filter method and we have to override it. So do not get freaked out by looking into this particular username password authentication filter. Well, is it a filter? If it is a filter, why don't I have the do filter method? Because we got that here inside the abstract authentication processing filter, and inside this filter, if you're going to do a Control O do filter, you should get a do filter method. And inside this do filter method, there is one line of code which we'll be seeing later, and I think right now you can understand this pretty much better. You can see do filter method, servlet request, response. Just now I told you they're converting the request and response, which is a servlet request and servlet response, to HTTP request and HTTP response. Just right here, the request and response, which is a normal servlet request and servlet response, they're converting it to the request and response. Right now, using this request and response, we are doing the authentication. For an example, the do filter method internally call a method called attempt authentication. Okay, it basically call one method called attempt authentication, where it passed the request and response object. You can see HTTP servlet request and response object. It is finding here, and this request and response object, it is passing it to a method called attempt authentication. And if you're going to find a implementation of this particular method, if I'll do click here, open implementation, see where we came to username password authentication, and there you go. You got the attempt authentication method inside the username password authentication filter, and inside this attempt authentication method, we have a request object and response object. HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response. From this request object right now, we are fetching the details and we are doing the login. How? Let's continue.
But one funny thing is that here we don't have any do filter, because do filter has overridden right here inside this abstract class. But here you can see there is something called attempt authentication. See, request and response. This is going to be HTTP servlet request and servlet response. So basically, from this request and response. So they are getting our username and password. See how they're getting our username password. Click here. So username password they are getting here, right? Username, how they're getting it? Obtain username. They have created a method and they're passing this request. What is this request? HTTP servlet request. Click on this obtain username. So this is the method which is going to take the HTTP servlet request as parameter. Then they are doing request.get parameter, username parameter, whatever that form attribute is. From that, they're basically fetching the username. And just like that, if you're going to go back to your method, this is going to be your control O again, attempt authentication. Just like that, they have created one more method called password method. They're passing the same request object. Then basically they're getting the password. If I click on here, they're doing request.get parameter. They're getting the password back. Now go back again. Now here, once they get username password, they are creating a authentication object by passing in the username and password. So if I'll hover over here, I got a constructor here for this authentication token. If I'll go into this class, I should be having a token here, which is going to take a principal and the credential, which is going to be of object type. If I'll give them, it is going to create a authentication username password authentication token object, right? So basically they're creating the token object because right now they need it, because the authentication filter job is what? To authenticate. Okay, authenticate. This is the authentication filter, right? Username password authentication filter. The job of this filter is to authenticate your username and password. But right now, let's say I do have a very simple requirement. I don't want to fetch anything from this request and response. I just want to log it. Once the authentication has done, let's say the authentication will be done here, username password authentication filter. Once the authentication has done, or after the basic authentication filter, once the authentication has done, I want to log. Dilip, you are there in the call or you are disconnected? Dilip,
sorry,
is there?
He was.
Okay. No problem. He'll be back. Okay, so my goal here is, guys, once the authentication has been done, I just want to do what? I just want to, log the information regarding that authenticated user. Like let's say Yash is trying to log in. Okay, Yash is trying to log in. Now Yash is a valid user. The username and password authentication filter will authenticate Yash. Why? Because let's say I'm giving Yash and let's say Yash123 as username password. Let's say I got this data in my database. Whenever he's trying to do a login, he'll be logged in. How he'll be logged in? Who will be? Why the call got disconnected? I don't know. Okay. Anyhow, so right now what I was trying to say here. So basically, I'll be giving the username and password. Whenever someone is doing a login, if it is a valid user, then this guy will be authenticating username and password authentication filter. Okay, if it is a REST service, then basic authentication filter will be authenticating the user Yash. After he got authenticated, right after this filter, I want to create a logger. Okay, I want to create another filter. That filter job is not to authenticate anybody, not to handle any kind of exception, not to do any kind of auditing. That filter job is to log. What it is going to log? It is going to log the authenticated user information. Let's say I want to print the username Yash. I want to print his, let's say, the authorities that he has. Okay, then how I'm going to do it? So in that purpose, I'm creating this my authentication logger filter. Here my job is pretty simple. I want to create this guy. Let's say request response. And now what I'll be doing here, I don't want to do anything with this request and response. I will just pass it to the next filter simply. But here I'll just try to log something. How I'm going to be logging? Where is my authentication object? Once the authentication will be done, if I have that, where is that keynote? Okay, here. Now the authentication object will be there inside the security context holder once this particular process is done. So basically my filter will be working just after this particular things happen, right? So authentication object will be here then inside the context holder. I can pull this object and I can find the authenticated user information. So what I can do, I will be placing my filter right after the basic authentication filter or right after this username password authentication filter. So here I'll do what? Before I put my filter right here, I can write some logic here. Let's say from the security context holder, that's where that particular object will be. Security context holder dot get context dot. Right now I can see if I'll do get dot, I'll just do get authentication. Now this is gonna give me the authentication object, right? So I can just do control 1 on this, assign statement to a new variable. Now this is gonna give the authentication object. Now from this object, this is gonna be basically user authentication object. And now I can simply log something if I want. Sys out, then I can do if, first of all, let's have a null check. Otherwise, if the authentication object will be null, then we'll be having null pointer exception. So let's say if user authentication not equal to null, then let's try to log the user, information. Let's say user authentication dot get credential is going to be getting the credential. Let's say I'll only get the name. To get the name, either I can use get principal dot toString, or this is going to be returning an object, but that object is going to be the username. And also we can directly use get name, that's going to be returning a string, which is going to be a principal, that means the username. So I can, let's say I can do this. Maybe I can write something just right here, that user name is something, and then after this I'm gonna say password. Let's not print the password, let's say roles of the user is, then I'm gonna print from the user authentication object, I'll do dot, and I'm gonna do get authorities. Now that's gonna give me all the authorities, and this is basically gonna give me the collection object. And let me directly print the collection. Obviously I know I have only one authority in my database for the user of Vilas. If you guys remember, where is the database? I got only one object, sorry, one row, and I got only one role for him. It's called admin. We can have multiple, but we have only one role right now. So right now, if I'll go back, so right now I'm done. So this is, if the authentication object will not be null, then obviously, we'll be able to print it. Now after printing, I don't want to do anything with the request object. I don't want to do anything with the response object. If I want, I'm surely can do, but right now I'm not doing, because I'm just creating a simple object, simple filter. Maybe next time, whenever we'll be writing a complex filter, we'll be using this request and response object, right? Now once the filter is, once everything done, once I write whatever I want to write here, whatever I want to do here, I can simply pass this request and response object inside this do filter method. So that's going to pass the request and response object to the next filter in the filter chain. Then all the other filter again going to take the request and response object and keep doing the work that they want it to do, or they're supposed to design for. Like, this filter is designed for this region, this filter is designed for some other region. They can do whatever they're supposed to do right there. So now I have successfully created a filter. Now the next thing is that I'll be adding this filter to the filter chain. And to do that, I will be going to the, my configuration file. Where is my configuration? First of all, let me close all these things. I'll be going to my configuration file. Config, my app config, my security config. I can open the security config. And basically, this is the method that we have, configure method. Here we can add the filter. Now I told you, right? You can see we have different method called add filter after, add filter at. If you want to add a filter in a particular position, then we can use this one. If I want to add a filter after a particular filter, then I can use this particular method. If I want to add a filter before a particular filter, then I can use this particular method. Now let me go with add filter after. Okay, it is going to take two variables. So basic basically right now I want to add the filter after username password authentication filter. Okay, so right now what I can do, I can just create new username password authentication filter. This is sorry. So my filter name is sorry. What I did, Control Shift O to remove all the unnecessary imports. Let's go there. I'm sorry. Not username password authentication filter. What is my filter name? My filter name is my authentication logger filter. Let me copy this name. Let me go there and let me create my authentication logger filter object. Control Shift O to have the import, and then null. This one will be what? Hover over this. Then first one, the filter you want to include. Then after what filter you want to include? After filter. Then I want to add this particular filter after, let's say, basic authentication filter or username password authentication filter. These both filters are responsible for authentication. One is form based, one is base 64 authentication. Maybe after basic authentication filter I can add it. So let me add it. Basic authentication filter dot class. Okay, after this filter, add this particular filter. And okay, no need to give semicolon. There you go. Now let me do Control S and let me see whether my filter is right now added here. Okay, then we can test something. Initializing, reloading, done. Now let me close it. Now first of all, whenever I give any kind of request, obviously my filter chain will be initialized. So now let me do enter. Let's see whether my filter is there. There you go. After basic authentication filter, you got your filter, the one that we have created right after this, right after basic authentication filter. If I want to put this before a basic authentication filter, just do one thing. Go to your config file again, and instead of saying add filter after, just say add filter before. Now what it does mean that put this particular filter before basic authentication filter. Right now you can see my authentication filter will go before basic authentication filter. Let's see whether that is happening or not. Let me wait for the reload. And I will just clear the terminal, and then I can go there and I can hit this URL again. Let's see where it is. Now see, my authentication logger filter is just right before the basic authentication filter. Making sense? So basically the ordering, see the ordering. After username password authentication filter, we got my authentication filter. That's because inside the configuration class, I'm saying wherever the basic authentication filter is, before that add this particular filter called my authentication logger filter. That's why my authentication logger filter is before the basic authentication filter. Making sense so far? Now let's see the job of that particular filter. If I will go back to where? If I'll be going back to my authentication logger filter, here I'm trying to logging in some information. Right now, what I supposed to do, let's see that whether these things are working fine. So whenever I'll be hitting the request, obviously, I can see that logger. Let me first try to do what? If I will be hitting if I'll be trying to authenticate something, let's say. Right now, why that particular logger is not there in the console? Because I had a null check, right? Right now, whenever some URL I'm hitting, let's say if there is a / URL I'm hitting, that URL is not authenticated. If that is not authenticated, this particular guy will not do anything. If it will not be doing anything, then obviously, if I will go back to that particular slide, obviously this object will be a null object. There won't be any authentication object will be there. Okay, that object will be null inside the security context folder. And obviously I've said here inside the config, inside that filter, my authentication filter, I've said if user authentication is not equal to null, then only just log it. So now let me try to authenticate it so that this one will not be null. If it will not be null, obviously this particular condition will be executed, and hopefully we will be getting our desired logger printed in the console. So I have used system.out.println. You can use your logger, logger.info. You can do that. Okay. So now let me go to my login page. I can try to log in with Abhilash and Abhi12345 sorry, this will not be there. This is the invalid one. Abhi12345 valid username is this one. Login. There you go. You can see right now you got something in your console. Why? Because that particular filter does it work. My authentication logger filter. Right now it is just helping you to log your information, and you have right now successfully created a filter, and this filter do filter method is getting executed, and obviously you put that in an order, and after this particular filters will be executed. And obviously in this filter we are not doing any kind of thing, we are just trying to simply logging something. So the responsibility of this filter is not to protect you from something, but it is just to audit, do some auditing or logging, right? So there's a simple use case. We have just created a simple filter by overriding is do filter method. As always, 3 request, response. These are the simple requests that we have, and this is the this is the request whatever we are getting from the web browser. Response whatever we'll be giving back to the web browser if I want to add something to this. Filter chain, the chain of filters, this guy, okay, this guy into this guy. If I want to tag it inside this filter chain, then I can write like chain.toFilter, pass in the request and response. That means once I tag it, wherever this particular filter here will be, you can see now my filter will be right here. Now from here it will pass the request and response object as usual to the next filter. So whatever the work they're supposed to do, they can keep doing by using that request and response object. So far I'm good. You guys understand?
Sir, I have one question. Okay, suppose whenever we are trying to do login, when we click, so means in the previous lecture you said it is mandatory to define username as username, input field name that is, and the password should be password. So can we override that, and what will happen if we override that?
That attribute you are saying, the why, in the username password authentication
filter. Name of the input filter, whenever we design it.
I will be explaining that, yes. So that parameter name, right? Username and password parameter name from the request only we are facing. That's one you are saying, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll have a discussion on that maybe after 2 or 3 sessions, right? So don't worry about it. Alright guys, so the question that Yash asked we'll be discussing in details in the future video, but only few things I want to show you here. So this is my login page. I'm giving a username and I'm giving a password and I'm doing a login, okay? And while we are building this login page, I have told you that we have created our custom login page, and while we are creating a custom login page, we have given the name as username and the password parameter as password, right? And I have told you guys you have to give the username and password parameter as the username and password, and it should be exactly same as the username and password, otherwise the authentication will not happen. Why is that? Well, the reason why I've told you to make it exactly same like username and password, the reason behind that I'm going to explain you in a minute. So if you're going to see here in the login, okay, I got this two field, username and password. Whenever I am giving my username and password to a login, that is basically getting handled by a filter, and you know about that filter is called username password authentication filter. If I'll go into that, so obviously the username password authentication filter should have a do login method. So we do not have a do filter method here. I'm sorry, it's not a do login. Every filter should have a do filter method, and we do not have a do filter method just right here. So how basically the username and password authentication filter logic works? As I have told you, the do filter method is available here inside the abstract authentication processing filter. If I'll be going over here and if I'll be doing a control O and do filter, and here we got a do filter, and the do filter as usual takes a servlet request, servlet response, and a filter chain
as 3 parameters. And from the request and response right now, as it is a simple servlet request and servlet response, we are basically casting the request to HTTP servlet request and HTTP servlet response. And obviously HTTP servlet response and HTTP servlet request has some more advanced feature than the normal servlet request and servlet response. Okay, because HTTP servlet request internally, if we'll go to this is basically extends to servlet request. So obviously we can cast this one, right? So that's why this request and response object that you see over here, as I said, we have casted it to the servlet request and place it here in the request. Same as the response, we have casted it to servlet response and pasted it just right here. And the doFilter method is basically internally have a call, and that call is just having here, and here it is basically trying to do a authentication. Okay, so whenever we are going to pass in our username and password, whenever we do a login, is basically trying to do a authentication, and that authentication will happen by this abstract authentication processing filter class. And basically here the doFilter method is executing the attempt authentication method by placing in or by passing in the request and response object that we got just right here, request and response. Only see this piece of code over here, don't see here and there. Okay, so we got request and response coming from HTTP servlet request and response. We got this request and response right now, passing to the attempt authentication, and this attempt authentication is going to help us to get a valid authentication object, and in this case it's a username password authentication token object. So the way we are generating the username password authentication token or our authentication object by using this method. So if I'll be going to the implementation of this particular method, as usual, you know about this particular method is inside the username password authentication filter, which is the filter which get executed whenever we try to log in, by passing in our username and password whenever we do a login. Basically, this is the filter, username password authentication filter, which basically handles the request, and our attempt authentication method is the method which is going to help us to create a authentication object. And this is basically returns the authentication object. So the way it is basically creates the authentication object by reading the parameter that we are giving just right here, the username and password. And the way it is going to read the parameter, obviously, these parameters will be available in the request whenever I do a login. This is going to be a new request to my server. And right now, the username password authentication does what? Is basically try to obtain the username and obtain the password from my request object. And there we go. That's my request object, HTTP servlet request. It got that parameter. And right now in this parameter, the request is available. My request parameters are available. So it's try to obtain the username just right here by using this method, obtain username, passing in the request, and that method is basically giving it a username back. Now, if we're going to go to this implementation of this obtain username method, if I'm going to click here, you can see the obtain username method is accepting a request, and from the request we are doing request.get parameter of a string. Okay, the string name is username parameter. Okay, this doesn't look like a string, right? It looks like a constant. So what is the string name? Can I click over here? And there you go. The username parameter is basically the key. And what is this key? Click over here, and this is the string, and the string name is username. And see that the username parameter is by default defined by Spring is username. That's why I have told you that while you are creating the login form, the username field here, you should mention here username, because the default is going to be username, and that's how the Spring security framework identify that, well, this is the username that someone is providing just right over here. Okay, and similarly the password, okay, whenever you provide both the username and password whenever you do a login, so you basically go to the username password authentication filter, the attempt authentication method, and in this method, this is how we pass the request object to the obtained username, and that is basically going to get us the username by looking into the request parameter called username. And same as the password, if we're going to click over here, and you can see we're passing in the request, and from the request it is trying to find the parameter, and the parameter name is password parameter. If you're going to click over here, you can see that this particular parameter is assigned to Spring security from password key. And what is this key? we're gonna click over here. The key is basically password. So the default key that we are using for our username parameter and the password parameter, which is later used by these two methods to obtain the username and obtain the password, is basically these two key which has been defined inside your username password authentication filter. And the default key are username and password for the parameter name that we should be using. And that's why in the login.jsp form, whenever we created the login or the custom login form, we have gone with the key called username and password. And well, there is a way to override it. And as you can see over here right now, you can also see the documentation. Login form must present two parameters to the filter or to this filter. This filter needs two things, and two things should be present here. And the first thing is going to be an username, and the second one is an password. And the default username and the password parameters named to the user are contained in the static fields. And these are the two key that we have called Spring Security Form username key and Spring Security Form password key. And these are the two key which has been initialized to username and password by default. But well, we can actually able to override these two things, and I'm going to tell you about that things later. But for right now, you just have that in mind that the default key that we have here is username and password. That's what our username password authentication filter work with. And with this thing only, this particular filter work with inside the attempt authentication method. And right here it is obtaining the username and password from the request, and while that time it is using this key to obtain those things from the request parameter. And with that key, once the username and password has been retrieved right over here, using this username and password, it is creating a new username password authentication token. It is building an authentication token by passing in the username and password that we are getting from over here. And this is basically our username password authentication token object we are building here. And as you guys know, username password authentication token is the token, basically is the implementation of the authentication interface. And you know that, right? This particular token, if we'll go over here, this extends to abstract authentication token. If we'll go over here, this implements to authentication interface. So basically I keep telling you about this. Remember this. Right now our attempt authentication returns the authentication object, but that's an interface. The default implementation to that is username password authentication token, and that's what we are returning right here. Okay, this auth request. Perfect. So because we are getting this request, then we are sending this request to the manager, and obviously the manager authenticate method will return you the authentication object, and that's what we are returning just right here, which is an authentication object. This line will again come back to this, but I hope you guys understand these two things that they have written just right here. Pretty simple, isn't it?
Abhilash, now we can change that username and password in that form, right? Anyhow, we are not using the default schema of the Spring.
Yes, we can. But that's a nice question filter. Good catch. I mean, I'm saying there's a nice question filter. There's a nice question, Yash. Thank you. All right. So basically, okay. So far, are we good with all this filter? I mean, a basic impression. Did you got on filter? I mean, did you get a basic impression on filter, like how the stuffs work?
Yes, Abhilash.
Okay. Perfect. So yes.
We have another method like add filter, right? So where exactly it will add that particular filter? Now we tried before and after.
Yeah, in the current position. I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to explain this filter pretty much in a, by showing you some diagram slides. I'll do that maybe in the coming session, Dilip. And I'm going to tell about all the methods that we have. And I can also show you some complicated examples. So basically, this is a basic understanding that I want to give you on filters. Basically, today I don't want to talk about filters, but yeah, you asked the question. I feel like, let's talk about this. Maybe tomorrow I'm going to talk about the custom authentication provider, how we can create our own authentication provider. And then we can again come back to filter. And then we can go to, some other topic in Saturday, Sunday, if possible, or I'll just stop it and again we'll start it maybe sometime later. Okay. So let's see. Till now we are good with all this stuff.
Yes, Abhilash.
Okay. Okay. So basically this is pretty much enough. Okay. But I just want to give you some more knowledge. So let's see how, whatever I have with me, I can just give you those things. Perfect. So you can stop recording if you want, Karthik. Okay. All right. So let's get started. Basically, guys, before we get started, let me tell you something that my system is not working. It's not functioning today. There is some issues with my, browser SSL. I was just trying to explain this security SSL stuff to one of my Angular guy. He has some problem. I just went with the flow and I did some lot of configuration with my system, and I don't remember what I changed. So basically, what is happening right now whenever I'm deploying any particular project, right now, let's say I'm deploying it. So basically, it's asking for a SSL. It's just directly moving it to C. It's saying that okay, page load failed because an SSL error happened. So it's looking for a HTTPS request instead of a HTTP request. So yeah, so I just had some configuration with my Tomcat server, and then I just created some keys, and I was just trying to explain him, and then something, I just messed it up. So I'll just try to figure out. Anyhow, I canceled one of my batch today in the afternoon. So what I am planning to do, let me explain some concept, and I'll just tell someone of you to code. And Karthik, are you free today to code?
I'm not still the office chat is going on.
Okay. Anyone else is free to code? Who will have a less background noise? So the topic for today is going to be pretty simple. So basically, we are going to talk about our authentication provider. We'll be creating a custom authentication provider. Okay. So basically, if you remember in our project, so our source main Java, if I'll go to controllers, I think we got a hello world controller. We have secured all the endpoints here. And right here in the service, we have created a customer user detail service IMPL. And we have given the implementation just right here to this particular service IMPL. And basically, if you guys remember, if you guys remember our diagram, then we are using user detail service right here. To page our user details. So right now, as I have told you previously, that we can have multiple authentication provider, isn't it? For an example, we can have form authentication provider, we can have face cam authentication provider, we can have, there's a thumb impression authentication provider, we have OTP authentication provider, we can have many authentication provider. Right now, the one that we are using here, that Spring is by default creating, is called the DAO authentication provider. So now today what I'm going to do, let's completely omit this particular layer, DAO authentication provider, and let's create our own authentication provider. Okay, I don't want to use all these things right now. The user detail service and the password encoder internally getting used by the authentication, by the DAO authentication provider, which is the internal implementation of Spring framework. Okay, Spring Security has created this DAO authentication provider for me, but I just want to completely eliminate this DAO authentication provider. Okay, so basically how we're gonna do that. Okay, so my intention here is, if I'm gonna go to here the authentication provider, this is gonna be my number 5th step, this is gonna be my number 6th step, and this is gonna be my number 7th stage, right? Let me say security context holder. So now what I'm gonna do, basically I'm gonna completely remove those user details and password encoder, those 2 layers that we used to have, because our DAO authentication layer used to use those particular thing. Right now, what we're going to do, we are going to create one of our own authentication. Let's say we can create a OTP authentication for a OTP verification, a thumb authentication provider for a thumb impression verification. But right now, let's start from a form authentication provider. Let's say someone is trying to authenticate using a form, and how we are gonna code that out. Before we do anything, okay, before we do anything today, let me right now do one thing. Let me do Control-C, Control-V, and to this particular slide. And today we'll be building something of this. We'll be building a form authentication provider, this guy. So to do that, what we will be doing? Obviously, you know that, right? We can create an authentication provider. I just want to give you a little bit of brief. So this is the authentication manager, which is going to call the authentication provider. This is the DAO authentication provider, which is the default implementation. We'll be removing it. And inside the authentication provider right now, we got these 2 methods. Right now, let's say I don't want to use this default DAO authentication provider. Let me do Control-C, Control-V, and let me move it to somewhere here. And now what I'll be doing, instead of DAO authentication provider, let me say my custom form authentication provider. Okay. Now, if I'll be creating this particular class, then I'll be overriding these 2 particular methods right here, isn't it? One is going to be the authenticate method, which is where I'll be writing my authentication logic, and one will be the supports method, which is going to search for whether the particular type of authentication that user is trying to do, whether that supports or not. And I told you, right? If I'll go back to my code, I told you one thing. I have created few providers just for demo that day. Let me close everything. I have created few providers. Let me go there. And you can see there are 3 providers right now. Fastcam authentication provider, thumb impression authentication provider, username password authentication provider. So okay, so we just need to create one class just like this. Class name can be anything, and we have to implement the authentication provider interface, and there we will be having 2 methods, and we have to write our logic right here. Oh well, there is a mistake here. We don't have to, man, what I did here. We don't have to, this equals method is going to be a little bit different. So did I have the same mistake everywhere? Thumb authentication provider dot class. No, it's not going to be thumb authentication provider dot class. This is going to be your authentication type dot class. Let's say your authentication type, username password authentication token dot class. It's going to be just like that. Anyhow, these are something where I'm going to delete these 3 files. Whatever idea that you had for the last 3-4 session will be enough. Let me close all the authentication provider. I have deleted everything. So now I can create a authentication provider right now First, I'm going to give you some idea, then yes, you can tally the same thing. Okay, you are going to run it for me. I'm going to send it this particular project to you, and we'll run it in your machine. Okay, so right now, only one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to create a new class here. The class name is going to be, let's say, what is the class name? Let's say this authentication provider is going to be for the form-based authentication. I cannot run my application right now, but so far, you know, whenever we deploy our Spring application, we get a login form, right? So if someone is giving the input right there as a username and password, this is the authentication provider which is going to authenticate a particular user. Okay, so right now the intention here is this is going to be my custom form-based authentication provider. Let me take a name just like this. So this is going to be my authentication provider, and in this class, first job is I'm going to implement the authentication provider interface just right here. Okay, so there you go. My custom authentication provider implements authentication provider. Now I can hover over here. I can add the unimplemented method, and here I'll be getting two methods here I have to override. Now I told you there are two methods. Now I will be doing first thing is inside the authentication, write your authentication logic to authenticate an user. Okay, the second one is going to be the supports method. All right, so this one is gonna be check whether or check if the authentication type that user wants to authenticate with, let's say with a fingerprint or face cam or thumb impression, or you know, whatever, OTP, or by giving a username password. There may be so many authentication provider, right? So this authentication is gonna be support the form-based authentication, right? So I will just check whether the authentication type that the user want to authenticate with supports or not. Okay, don't get confused with all these things. I'm gonna explain a little, then it will be so much easier for you.
All right, guys, one more time before we get into the topic. Okay, so any authentication provider that you are writing, okay, you can have multiple authentication provider which can work with multiple authentication type. And when I say authentication type, that does mean that whether the user want to authenticate by using a OTP, or by using the username password, or by using the thumb impression, or by using his face, right? So right now I'm writing the authentication provider which can handle a form authentication type. For an example, whenever someone is trying to log in through a form, this particular authentication provider will help him to log in through the form. And that logic, that how the user will be authenticate himself by using the form, for an example, by reading his username, password, creating an authentication token and things like that, we'll be doing that inside this authenticate method. So inside the authenticate method, we'll be writing all our logic to authenticate the user while he will be submitting his form by using the username and password. Well, but this authentication logic that we'll be writing inside this particular method, that will be specific to authenticate a user whenever he's trying to authenticate himself by giving his or her username and password. Okay, and this authentication only is going to be support to someone who will be trying to authenticate himself through the username and password. And how come we will know when we have to execute this particular method? And how come we will know that the logic that we have written here, which is going to be specific for a form authentication, when we should run this particular logic? Well, we should run this particular logic. We should be running the logic that we'll be writing here in a particular time when someone is trying to authenticate by giving his username and password. And the way we'll be identifying that by using the supports method. I think this is something that I have already covered in my previous lessons. So you have to remember the supports method is going to do what? So the authentication manager basically calls your authentication provider. We have spoke about it earlier. So your authentication manager is going to call all your authentication providers supports method to check whether that authentication is supported or not. For an example, as I said, we can have many authentication provider. For an example, this one is for form authentication. We can have OTP authentication, we can have face cam authentication provider, we can have thumb impression authentication provider, and all the providers will have a support method. Let's say someone is trying to authenticate himself by giving the username and password. At that time, all the providers, how many providers that we have, all the provider supports method will be called by the authentication manager. And authentication manager is going to run a check that, okay, so how authentication manager will know this particular authentication provider can handle the incoming authentication request which the user is doing by giving a username and password. The way it is going to know that this logic is going to be supported and this logic can handle or can authenticate the user request by running this supports method. So here, whenever someone is trying to authenticate himself by giving the username and password, this authentication provider, which is my custom form authentication provider, this authentication provider will return true. Okay, it will say that, well, I do support the authentication type that the user want to authenticate with. So right now, the supports method will tell that my custom form authentication provider will help you to authenticate the user through the username and password, because those logic will be writing here. So once the supports method returns true, authentication manager is going to run this authenticate method. Okay, this is the authenticate method that we have this here. So this is the authentication provider. Authentication provider will be get called by the authentication manager that we have discussed previously. So authentication manager, which is basically a provider manager, will call the authenticate method, this authenticate method, and will run the logic that we will be writing here. Okay, and here we will only write the logic to authenticate the user by getting his form input, which is username and password, and we'll be writing our logic just right here. So make sure the supports method is very, very important. The supports method, whenever it returns true, at that time only the authenticate method will be executed. And let's say right now the user is trying to authenticate himself by using a thumb impression. If he is giving the thumb impression, this supports method will return false, because this supports method belongs to my custom form authentication provider, and this provider that we are writing to handle the form based authentication, and it cannot support the thumb impression authentication type. So that's why the supports method will say, no, I cannot handle if someone is trying to authenticate himself by using a thumb impression. So this is going to return false, and if this is going to return false, authentication manager will never call this authenticate method. This authenticate method will never get execute, because here we'll be writing the logic for our form based authentication. It cannot support the thumb impression based authentication or face cam based authentication or OTP based authentication. It cannot support it. So that's how the supports method and this authenticate method works. So you have to remember, the authentication manager is going to use your authentication provider to authenticate an user. The way it is going to check the authentication type is going to be supported by this provider or not. The manager is going to call the supports method. If the supports method return true, at that time only the given provider authenticate method will be called by the manager, or in simple word, this particular method will be get called and the logic that you'll be writing here will be invoked. Hopefully it's making sense. I was just editing and I thought, okay, let's give a little bit of intro about this and then you can carry on with the session. Well, right now let's carry on with the session and hope you guys are doing good and you are understanding the thing. Let's continue.
Okay, so now here we'll be writing our authentication logic. Previously, if you remember the DAO authentication, what is the interface name we used to have? That used to be DAO Authentication Provider. If you remember here, previously DAO Authentication Provider used to use user details service. Here we used to write our authentication logic, and the password encoder was used by the user details service, and the user details service only used to authenticate a particular user. But right now, as we will be omitting all these things, as the DAO authentication provider will go away, we'll bring in a new authentication provider, which is going to be my custom form authentication provider. Here we have to write this authenticate method, and in this authenticate method right now, we do not want any user details service to be get called. Let's say I don't want to be tied up with the Spring security framework. I want to write the logic here itself, here inside this method itself. Okay, then how I'll be doing that? Very simple. So first of all, you remember, if I'll go there, okay, now the first thing here, what I need to do here, this authenticate method will be returning a authentication object. Okay, so first tell me, this provider, who will call this provider? Anybody can answer this. Who will call the custom authentication? I have a typo here. Custom form authentication provider. Who will call this authentication provider, guys? If you remember. Yes, Authentication Manager will call the authentication provider. You can see that. Authentication Manager will call the authentication provider. Okay, now Authentication Manager will call the authentication provider and it will give a authentication object. Manager will give a authentication object to the authentication provider. What is this authentication object? From where it will be coming from? When the user will try to submit a request, the filter will convert the HTTP request to an authentication object. And right now, whatever the user is providing, that's in the form he's providing, username, password, whatever, those stuff will be there inside this object. So what is this object? Authentication. Now this object will come to here, then manager will transfer it to here. Now the authentication provider will get the authentication object. Now inside the authentication object, we'll have all the authentication detail of the user. Now we can take this object, take the value from this object and can search. Like, okay, the user is saying that his username is this, his password is this. So do we have all these things in our database? Do we have his username? Do we have his password inside the database? So basically, right now, what I mean to say that if I'll go to my STS, so now here, the authenticate method that we have, right now here we'll be getting the authentication object. And I told you, authentication object will have the details of the user. So basically you can get the authorities that the user has, the credential of the user, that means the password of the user, the details about the user, the username of the user. Okay, you can get whole lot of information, just like whether the user is authenticated or not, all these things right here. So now the thing is that, do you remember the implementation class of authentication? This is an interface, right? What is the implementation class of the authentication? Where is my slide?
Username.
Exactly. Username, password, authentication token. We have talked about this last time. Authentication implementation is username, password, authentication token. So right now, look at that particular method. Go there, go back to your authentication provider. So now you are in the authentication provider. Okay. Now here your goal is this authenticate method. Inside this, here is the user details. Whatever user is giving in that form, in that login form that you used to get, right? I cannot run it, but you can imagine that login form that we supposed to use right now. When we run our server, we got a login form, right? In that login form, someone will enter the username and password. Those details you will get here. That details will become layer by layer and will reach here. Now from this authentication right now, you can get the what is that? Credential. Okay, credential is gonna be the object type. I can convert it to toString, and this is gonna be my password. So string password. This is gonna be the user password, whatever he is entering in the form. So just like that, how we'll be getting the username? So I'll just do string username is equal to authentication. Authentication is this object. Here I'll be getting whatever is entering in the screen in his web page. I'll be getting those details here with this object. So I'll say authentication dot get username or get name. So I got the username and password right now. Now I can validate this username and password if the username and password that user is trying to entering from the form. Okay, if I do have that in my database, if I do have that, if you remember, if I will go to my SQL server, where is that? Till now we are on the same page, guys, or you are missing something? Guys, no confusion so far?
Yes, sir, clear.
Okay, so now I'm a bit worried today because I cannot show you the form, because it will be easier if I'll show you the UI as well. But anyhow, you can imagine there is an arbitrary form. I know you have seen that for the complete month of February, so you can remember my login form. So basically here is my password and here is my username. So now let's say in the login form, let's say there is a login form. In that login form, the user is entering something as Yash, and the password is entering, let's say Yash 12345. Then I have to look for this user Yash, that whether that user is there inside the system or not, in my database or not. Where is my database? So here, let me move it to here. Okay, so here do I have Yash? Obviously we don't have any row here for Yash. Then obviously this guy is faking. We don't have any user called Yash. Then obviously this request should not be authenticated. I should not allow this user to go into my database. To go into my system, to go into my application. If someone is giving Abhi, and let's say Abhi and password is Abhi123, is it a valid request? Okay, then the username he is trying to give, how I'm fetching the username from this authentication object. Okay, the username he is giving is Abhi, the password he is giving as Abhi123. Okay, let's go into the database and check. Okay, the username is Abhi, the password is Abhi123456. Then that's a wrong password. Someone is trying to fake it. Then obviously this is also not a valid request. Are you getting it? So now what we need to do with this much of information that we are getting from the user. So from the user, I'm getting the username and password. With this much of information, we have to validate whether the user is correct, user is giving the correct credential or not. If yes, if he is giving the correct credential, and if that user is exist in our database, then we have to authenticate the user. And obviously this authenticate method will be needing an authentication object. So obviously with this kind of details that we are getting, the username and password, we have to authenticate the user by the help of this username and password. And if the user is basically exists in our system with a valid credential, then we can also give him the authority. Like, okay, this user can access, this user can, has an admin role. If you remember, Abhilash right now is an admin, so I'll give his role to him. Okay, pretty simple. So now basically first thing is that how I will be, the first job here is that to check whether the user exists in our database or not, I have to do a DB call. And if you guys remember, I have created something called customer DAO. Okay, I got a method here called find customer by customer name. If you'll go to the implementation, then basically here I am doing a select query. If you remember, select star from customers where username is something, then I can basically use this particular method. I can pass in the username and it will get me the username. You know what, guys, this particular query this particular method will cause problem sometime. This is not a good practice. Okay, I'll just tell you when it will cause problem, but this can cause the exception for you. Okay, I'll just tell you, instead of the queryForObject, we could have used query. But anyhow, right now we have written a method, and this method is going to help us to get a customer back. Okay, so let's use this particular method. Then let's close everything. Right now, let me minimize everything. So inside the authentication method right now, I need to look for this username. Right now, the goal here is look inside your database if the given user is exist. Okay, so right now we have to look inside a database with this username. So obviously what I'll be doing, I have a DAO already. What is that DAO? What is that DAO? Customer DAO, right? Customer DAO, and I'll be auto-wedding it, auto-wed. I'll make it private, Control S, and basically what I'll be doing with this customer DAO dot what is that? Find customer by customer name. Okay, now obviously I got the username, whatever he has entered in the screen, that username I have captured here, right? So I can copy this, paste it here. I will find the customer. Now I'll say, basically, I'll get a customer object, right? Now, here the thing is that, let me do a Control-Shift-O to have the import. Now I'll get the customer object. Let's say right now, imagine a valid scenario. If we have a username exist inside the database right now, in the database, let's say someone is trying to log in with Abhi and Abhi 123456. This is the password. Okay. Now let's say this guy Abhi is right now exist in our database, right? I'll be getting a record back. I'll be getting a customer back. So here is that customer I'll get. Now I'll check. Okay, this guy is exist in our system, but does he has the correct password? The password that he is giving, is that password is correct? So I have to match the password. Okay, first of all, here I'll get the customer. I can just write a condition here. So if customer is not equal to null, then I have to validate his password, validate the user's password, and else we'll just throw an exception. Let's say throw new bad credential exception, or I can say user not found exception or bad credential exception, and I can say user does not exist.
Sir.
Huh?
Sir, I have checked something like we are not going to get customer not equal to null even if user does not exist.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We had an issue here. This is going to give you an exception because this queryForObject method is always going to return you something. If it is not going to return you, it is going to throw exception. It always expects that there should be always one record should be returned by this particular method. If it is not going to return, it is going to throw exception. It is not going to return null. We are going to fix it later. Okay, yes, but good catch. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I'm ignoring it because I don't want to get confused. Later we will fix it. Okay. So now imagine it is going to, if the customer does not have, will be having null here. If we'll have null, then we'll check. Okay, if the customer object is not there. Okay, if the customer object is there, if the customer is actually there, then we'll be having a validation password. If the customer does not return by this call, then we'll throw a bad credential exception. We'll fix that later. Yes. Now assume that everything is working fine. Let's not mess up with all this thing. Okay. Now we got a if condition and an else condition. Now here, validate the user password. So how I'll be validating the user password? Let's say whether the password that we have inside the DB is actually matches with the password that the user is giving in the screen. How we can match it, Dilip?
By using matchers.
Yes, by using the password encoder matchers. Let's do that. Private, what is that? Password encoder, right? Password encoder. And I can do what? I can do encoder.
We need to auto-var it, right?
Oh yeah, we have to auto-var that.
And we need to declare at service also in line number 12.
Yeah, we can make it a component. Okay, a service component. Let's make it a component. Right now we can do encoder.matches. Right now here we have to give the raw password and the encoded password. The raw password here only I'm getting password from the user, whatever he is giving in the screen, that password I'm capturing, copy that, paste it here. Okay, now this is the password what we have in the DB. Now let's say right now whenever I'm doing this DB call, it is going to paste me the data and also I'll be get this password. Okay, right now this password is not encoded because I'm storing it in clear text, but imagine we'll be having a encoded password, that particular thing also gonna work. So whatever you are a password encryption you're using, that's going to be fine. So now here what I'll do from this customer object, what we paste from the DB, I'll do customer dot get password. If this matches, it's going to return me a boolean. Let's say matches. I can say is matches. It's going to be better is matches. Now if it is matches, then it is going to return me true. Then I can say if, okay, if true, because if true means it's a valid password. So I can say if is matches. So is matches is going to be true or false. If it is true, then that's a valid user. He has given the right password. So grant him or grant her the right roles. Okay, we'll be seeing that what kind of roles that he has or she has. And how will we seeing the roles? We have the roles here. We'll be pasting the roles from this particular row, and we'll grant him we'll grant that particular user the roles by pasting it from this customer object, and we'll do that particular thing. If matches, grant him the user roles and create an authentication object. Okay, and return it. Okay, and if not, then I'm gonna say if not, then if not matches, if the password is not matching, if this block is not getting executed, then that's the bad password, right? So return. So basically I can throw exception throw, and I can say what kind of exception that is. Let's say throw new bad credential exception again, and the message is gonna be bad. Let's say invalid password, or I cannot say invalid password. Why should I tell the hacker that he's giving an invalid password or username? So I can say invalid username or password, so he'll get confused what I have given wrong, username or password. Some people will say, hey, your password is not correct, your username is not correct. Don't give hint to the person who is trying to hack. Okay, if he'll be giving a hint like, okay, your username is correct, your password is wrong, then he will be now, okay, the username that I'm using is correct, so let me try only with the password different combination. But that's why you will be always seeing this kind of syntax, invalid username or password. Never say invalid password or invalid username. Don't give hint. Okay, cool. So right now this particular block is done. Only we have to write this logic. Okay, now if the password matches, we have to do one thing. First of all, here, let's say if the password is matching, we can just return the authentication object. So what is the authentication implementation? You guys already know it. What is that implementation?
Username password authentication.
Username password authentication token. Maybe I can use the other constructor that we have. This guy. Okay. So this one will have 3 parameters, right? Password. Hover over here. What we have? We have principal, credential, and the authorities. This authorities is going to be of collection because we can have multiple authorities for a particular user. So first one is going to be username. So username I already have no here. Copy that username, paste it in the first constructor. Second one is going to be the password. Copy this password and paste it just right here. The third one is going to be the role. Okay, now the roles we need to define. Okay, so can anybody help me to write the logic? Hover over here. Now see the third parameter, what it is accepting a collection of granted authority, and it's basically looking for a collection. Okay, so our role is this one. Our role is I can do customer from this. Here I'm doing a DB call. I can do customer.get roles. Okay, now this is gonna giving me a role string. Let's say role 1. Okay, this is the role of the particular user. Now I cannot give this role 1 here. This will never work because it is accepting a collection. The third parameter, you see, is accepting a collection, right? That collection is not. I am not able to hover here because we don't have it. You can see string is undefined. So it's how to do that you already know. Basically I have to create a collection let's say array list I'm going to create. Array list of what? Granted authority. So many times we have done it. Granted authority. Then this is going to be the authorities. This is going to contain all the roles equal to new array list. And right here I can say authorities dot add, and here I have to add the granted authority. Can anybody tell me the implementation class of granted authority? Anyone remember the granted authority implementation?
Simple.
Yes, I can directly write here also, right? New simple granted authority, then role 1. This is also going to work. Or if you are getting confused with this, don't get confused. I am ready to write the lines of code that you want me to write. I can say simple granted authority, or let's say my role or user role 1 is equal to new simple granted authority, and here you can pass the role 1. Okay, and if you don't want to do all the drama, and you can basically pass this user role 1 here. Okay, now you'll be able to add the user role 1 because it's a simple granted authority is the type of the granted authority, right? Now basically you can pass this one just right here, and this authorities you can pass it just right here. Now this guy will be happy. Okay, all happy. Now if you want to reduce the lines of code, you can directly take get roles and you can paste it here. Okay, and also if you want to do some more, now you can remove this, and if you want to do more simplification, cut this code and paste it here. Okay, move it. What happened? Yeah. Okay, simple piece of code. Now if the password matches, we are just getting the authorities for that particular customer. If you would have more authorities, then we can keep adding the authorities just right here. We can create one more like Control C, Control V, then we can keep fetching the authorities from the customer. But right now we have only one. You remember, like, we have only one authority right here. So it is going to give us a string back, only one string back. Okay, so if you remember the customer object, if I'll go to the customer, we have defined the roles as string type. If we would have multiple roles, then we would have defined it as list of string. Okay, so now we have only one, so it's a string. Okay, now I think we are done. Control A, Control Shift F to format the code. Control S. And we don't have this return right now. No problem. We are returning it here only. Okay, now you will see your custom authentication provider is ready. Okay, now one last thing. Okay, now what is the type of authentication that you are doing? Is it form based, OTP based, face cam based, thumb impression based? What is the yes?
Form based.
User based.
Okay, if it is the form based authentication, do I have my server? No, it's not booting up. Okay, anyhow, you remember about the security filter chain, right? Inside the security filter chain, guys, okay, inside the security filter chain, we got one authentication filter, which basically authenticate an user when the request is coming from a form. What is that filter name?
Username and password authentication filters.
Okay, username, password, authentication filter. Okay, inside this, I told you this is a filter, and we don't have any do filter method here because the do filter method is inside the abstract authentication processing filter, isn't it? Okay, here we should have do filter. Okay, inside the do filter, they are calling one method called attempt authentication. If we'll go into that, this is the method, right, that we have inside the username password authentication filter, attempt authentication. You remember sometime in interview they ask also, like if it will be a 3+ guy or 2+ guy, maybe sometime they ask like, okay, abstract authentication processing filter is what? You can say this is a abstract class which implements filter internally. See, this particular class internally implement generic filter, and generic filter internally implement filter. So these are some classes that Spring people has created. We don't have to think much. If you don't worry, you can do Control-Shift-T. Right now you can directly go to username password authentication filter, and you can directly look for attempt authentication method. Okay, now here inside this method, I told you They're converting your HTTP request. Whatever the request comes to your server, they're basically the HTTP request. Those requests and response from those, they're basically getting the username and password. And with those username and password, they are creating a username password authentication token. Okay. So now what kind of authentication they are trying to do? They are trying to do a username password authentication token. This is the authentication type. When someone is trying to log in through the form, this is the object which is getting created, and this object is getting passed auth request. This is basically my authentication object. This object is getting passed layer by layer. I told you, no? If you see that particular diagram here, this object is basically right now authentication filter. This will be your HTTP request. That request will be converted to a authentication object. Now authentication object will be passed from filter to the manager, then manager to the provider. Okay. Now from filter to manager, it will be converted. So if we'll be going here, so now you can see if we'll go down, they are doing this dot authentication manager dot authenticate, and this auth request only they're passing here, right? So it will go to the manager layer, like authentication manager layer, right? Okay. So anyhow, why I'm telling you all this thing? I'm just trying to tell you that this is the object which is gonna come to you. Okay. And this object they are creating when? Username password authentication filter, when it will be coming into the picture? When someone is going to enter the username and password inside a form. Okay. Clear? Now this, okay, keeping into that consideration, right now the flow should come to here, my custom authentication provider. Now this is the provider that I'm writing, and this is the authentication method or authenticate method that I'm writing to authenticate an user when the flow comes through a form. But I told you, no, we can have multiple authentication provider. Okay, maybe I can create few more right here inside this particular providers package. I can create 5 more authentication provider, like OTP authentication provider, like let's say facecam authentication provider, thumb impression authentication provider. I can have many providers, right? But how can I track like the user is using which kind of authentication provider? Because right now, you know, right, when the form based login is on action, this is the provider which is getting used, username password authentication filter. Inside the username password authentication filter, we have the username password authentication token, right? So now the username password authentication token will come to the authentication provider. Now here inside the supports method, right now what I can do, okay, here the authentication type I'll do Control-C, Control-V. This is gonna be the authentication type. Like someone is trying to do form-based authentication, then obviously username password authentication token will come here. So I'm gonna just check, okay, authentication dot equals, and here I can say this should be matched with here what kind of authentication I'm doing inside this provider. I am doing username password authentication token, right? Control-C, and I can do Control-V dot class. This is how I'm going to check, because right now this provider will be called from the filter only, right? The filter is only going to call that particular provider. Come there. Now authentication filter only, from here only the flow will come to here, right? From here only the flow will come to here. Now this guy is creating what kind of object? If the guy is trying to authenticate, if he's trying to log in with a form, obviously which filter will come in the action? I mean, username password authentication filter will come into the action. And there, what kind of object we are creating? Username password authentication token object we are creating.
All right, guys, so sorry for another interruption. I believe that before you guys go forward, I'm going to give you a little bit of idea of the Spring Security internals and how basically this authentication provider is going to be called by the authentication manager. And that thing I want to highlight here before you guys go forward. Okay, so right now I'm going to give you a little bit of details, and maybe you're going to see the same thing, right in the sessions, because right now, as I said, I'm recording these videos while editing, because I think that there is a gap and I need to fill in that particular gap so that, you guys can understand things pretty easily. Okay, so right now let's go for our username password authentication filter. Okay, I have to do a Control-Shift-T, And let's go to username password authentication filter. Well, you know that whenever someone is going to submit the form, the flow will go to username password authentication filter. And inside the authentication filter, we have a method. We have spoke about it so many times as of now, called attempt authentication, which is going to return a authentication object back. And this is going to be a valid authentication token or a valid authentication object that, you know, Spring Security will, use to track a valid user or a valid authentication or a valid, authentication request. I mean, if you are successfully authenticated, this will return you a valid authentication token. Okay, but this username password authentication filter, this guy, this actually doesn't do the logic. Okay, it basically does what? As I said, it's basically, from the request, it's gonna get the username and password, and it's basically create a authentication token for me, right? And this is basically the authentication object that basically is creating, called username password authentication token, by passing in the username and password. And the token it's building is gonna pass this token to the authenticate method of the authentication manager. You know that authentication manager got an authenticate method, and this authenticate method is also going to, give an authentication object back. And that object basically, this particular attempt authentication method is returning, because this guy will return a valid authentication object. But right now it is not validating anything. It is basically creating a token just right here, username password authentication token. And this token, it is going to forward to the authenticate method of the authentication manager, as I have told you before. Now the auth request is going to the authenticate method of the authentication manager, and that guy will talk about, that guy will be taking the responsibility how basically this auth request or this authentication token will be validated. Now, if I'll do a open implementation to this authenticate method, you know that Authentication Manager has so many implementation. One implementation is Provider Manager. If I'll be going back to that, right now I'm here in the authenticate method of the Provider Manager, which is basically an implementation of Authentication Manager. Right now, what is basically happening inside the Provider Manager? Let's check this out. Well, there are so many things happening. Just look at the things that I'm trying to show you just right now. Now, here first we'll get the authentication token, which is basically sent by the filter, and we'll accept the authentication token just right here. And right after that, what we are doing, we are getting the authentication.get class. And what does it is going to be? Okay, so can I use my, my drawing board, because I want to show you a few things, and let me activate my drawing mode so that, I can just draw something and can make the things easy for you. All right, so right now, as you can see, I'm inside my Provider Manager, which is basically my Authentication Manager implementation. And right now we got a authenticate method. Right now inside this authenticate method, what we are doing, first in the first line, you can just see this right here. Maybe I can just activate my paint mode, and you can just see right here, look at this guy. What do you think this particular get class is gonna get you? Right, only see this particular line number 181. Okay, so right now this particular guy will get you a class. Okay, which kind of class that's gonna get you? That's gonna get you a class which is basically a type of authentication. You can see this particular toTest, this particular variable can only hold the object which basically extends to authentication. And of course, yes, right now we are accepting a authentication object just right here. And what kind of authentication type it is? That is basically our username password authentication token, right? So that object only, that particular type of authentication only right now we are doing here. So the type of the authentication that we got here is username password authentication token. Okay, I'm just using my shorthand here. So this toTest will contains the username password authentication token object. Right now, forget about this line. They're setting some null. I really don't care about this. Right now, look at this. Okay, so right now you can see we have a bunch of providers. We are having a for loop here. Okay, we are having a for loop here. Now this for loop is doing what? It is getting all the providers. This get providers is basically going to get you the list of providers. I'm going to show you right now in a minute, but right now you can think like this: get providers, you can understand from the name, is going to get you a lot of different providers. For an example, OTP provider, facecam provider. Okay, for an example, thumb impression provider, maybe my custom, okay, the one that we are creating, this one that we have created right now, right? My custom AuthenticationProvider.java. Right now this particular thing also will come, my custom form, because here we are basically trying to authenticate the user when he is submitting the form-based authentication. Whenever he's trying to do a form-based authentication, like OTP, facecam, thumb, just like we have one more called my custom form, authentication. Let's say authentication. I think you can understand. This is the class that we have just developed. So we'll get all those providers just right here in case all these things that exist. Right now in our case only this particular provider we have. So what this particular for loop basically gonna do is gonna get you all the providers that you have, and right now you can see it's gonna get you the provider one by one. Okay, so right now let's say you got the provider called OTP provider. Okay, this is a list, right? This is a list, 1, 2, 3, let's say 4 elements are there, or 4 objects are there. Right now from the get provider, from all the providers, first the authenticate method of the manager is basically trying to get one provider. What provider? Imagine this is OTP provider. Now it is doing something. It is doing provider.support to test. What does it mean? Understand this if clause. Look at this if clause. Think about your core Java concept, right? So it is doing provider.support. Okay, just this line number 1. Okay, think about the conditions that they have written here. Provider.supports to test. Okay, so to test is what? To test. Right now here only we got to test. Okay, this to test is what we got it here, and the to test basically contains username, password, authentication token. It is containing that authentication object. So right now it is saying that, okay, you got a provider right here. Let's say the first provider you got here is OTP. Now right now, whether the OTP provider supports the to test. Right now, the OTP provider will say, well, I cannot support the username, password, authentication token. I cannot basically support this kind of authentication. Right now, this support method will return what? It is going to return you false. Provider.supports up to test. Obviously the OTP provider will say, well, I will not be able to support you, man, and at the time it is going to be returning you false. And we're giving a not sign just right here, so it's going to be true. So the complete if statement is going to be true for the OTP authentication provider, and if it is true, it will come into the if clause, right? It is going to come to here to continue. And what do you mean by in continue in core Java? Do you guys remember, right? You guys remember core Java? I believe you can understand what you mean by continue. Continue means right now, if the flow will come to here, okay, inside the if clause, it is saying that, okay, right now this OTP is not supported by this particular authentication type. It cannot support username, password, authentication type. This OTP provider cannot support that. So continue it. So continue the loop. That means all the logics that we have written here, skip this. Okay. Whenever you are going to write continue, that means this logic will not be executed and the loop will be continued to the next step. Right now, all these logics will be skipped and it will be continued. Then the next particular provider will be picked from the get provider. So it will be coming to this particular point and it will be picking off facecam provider right now. Okay, now it is going to be facecam provider. Now it is going to say provider.supports up to test. Now provider, which kind of provider will have? Let's say this is our current provider, facecam provider. Now facecam provider dot support up to test. To test is what? To test we got it here, which is username, password, authentication token. So right now the facecam provider, does it support the username, password, authentication token? The facecam provider will say no, I cannot support it. So basically this is gonna be return you false. Now you are making it, you are making it a not, so it will be true. False will be true. It will be going into the if clause, and the if clause is saying continue, because this particular provider cannot help us to authenticate this type of authentication token. So just continue. So right now again the loop will be skipped, this particular logic will not be executed, and the flow will go to the next provider. It's thumb impression provider. And obviously thumb impression provider supports method also cannot support this kind of authentication, username password authentication token. So thumb impression will also say no, I cannot handle it. So this is also gone out of our list. Now whenever it will come to my custom form authentication provider, which is this one, and inside this support method, if you guys remember, if I will go to that, if I will come out of my if I'll be clean everything, and if I'll be coming out of this particular mode, and if we'll be going to here, if you guys remember, so there are some core modification that I have done, and maybe you're gonna see all these things in your future lessons that you'll be learning right now, because I am recording this particular thing after many months of the recording, as I have told you before. Okay, so right now this my custom form authentication provider basically supports what kind of authentication type? Username password authentication token. Now this particular provider basically supports this kind of authentication token. And right now the provider manager is going to do what? Now here what is going to happen? So let me again activate my pen mode. So now we can see at last, let's say from the provider right here, it will get this particular provider called my form authentication provider. Now that provider will come into this. Now again the support method will be executed. Provider the support of two test value will be what? I have told you this value will be username password authentication token, right? Now the two test value is this one, username password authentication token. Now it is going to run this provider the support of two test. Well, the provider right now, our current provider will be this one, my custom authentication provider. Now that guy will say, well, I will be able to support this particular object to test, which is username password authentication token. Right now this is going to return you true, right? And this not option will do what? It will make it false. So this if clause will be skipped, right? It will not go into the if clause, it won't be execute this continue, so it will come out of the if block and it will come to the next line. So we really don't care about the next line. Is basically checking whether the debug is true or not, so that it can log something. We really don't care about that. But think about this right now. You see about this thing. Now you can do what? It is basically doing provider, which is the current provider that we are getting from the for loop. So from the right now, imagine the current provider in the for loop is my custom form authentication provider. So it's going to do my custom authentication provider, my custom form authentication provider, this guy dot authenticate. Right now it supports this kind of authentication token. Right now it is going to do what? Now provider dot authenticate is going to call the authenticate method of authentication provider, which is your my custom authentication provider, by passing in the token that we are getting here. I mean the object that we are getting here, right? The authentication object we are getting here, which is the type of username password authentication token. Now this object, it is basically passing just right here to your authenticate method, and it is calling your provider, which is basically your custom provider that you have created, which is my form authentication provider. And right now that provider authenticate method or authenticate method is doing what? You guys remember that, right? You guys know that just now you have developed. So you know that right now this result will do what? You'll just get a what? You will get a authentication token object. You will get a authentication username password authentication token object you are returning in case of a valid authentication. You understand what I'm trying to say? Right now, if I'm gonna remove everything in this authentication object is given by your filter to your manager. Till now, the authentication object that you will have, it'll have the username and password, but you don't know whether this username and passwords are valid. But now you are making a call to the provider, to your provider, your authentication provider authenticate method, and authentication provider authenticate method will help you to validate the thing. Okay, so if I will be resume from this particular mode, and if I'll be going to this authentication provider, and you know that right now here you have written the logic to to get the customer from the customer database. Once you find the customer, you are seeing that whether his password is correct or not, and based on the password, once the password is matches, you are giving all kind of authority to him, and at last once everything is successful, if the username and password is matching, you are returning a username password authentication token. As I said, there is a slight little bit of code changes, and that we'll be doing in the following lesson. But right now here you can understand if the password is matching and encoder that matches, it is returning us the valid password, and if the password is matches, then we are granting him the roles that he can be using for our website, and at last we are returning him a token that's called username password authentication token. The same object only we are returning, the same authentication object only we are returning, right? So now this particular data, username password authentication token, this object we are creating, which is a valid authentication token, line number 57, you guys can see now this object will be returned to this guy. Where is my manager? Because my manager is called the provider, right? So it will go back to the manager. So in this particular line only, your provider manager is calling your provider, your authentication provider authenticate method by passing in the authentication object, and it is returning a valid authentication object. Now this result will be the valid authentication object, and it will be doing some other thing after that. We'll be coming back to that later. Once you get the valid authentication object, just right now it will be giving back that particular object just right here. It will be returning that object just right here. Now that object will be go back to your password authentication filter. Now that object will be returned. Anyhow, we are returning that object just right here, right? Our manager will return the valid authenticate object by calling the authenticate method of our authentication manager, because our authentication manager authenticate method internally will call the provider manager authenticate method and will return a valid authentication token, and that authentication token will be again go back to our username password authentication filter. Now this particular object will be returned by our attempt authentication method, and our attempt authentication method of our username password authentication filter will return us a authentication object back, right? And this is going to be our valid authentication object. Right now I think this thing is making sense to you, and right now we will be running this in a minute. Okay, we'll be running all these things in a minute, and we'll be debugging this same thing as well. So right now I'm gonna do what? I'm gonna stop this recording, and you please continue with this particular video, and maybe after some time I'll be just debugging the same code and will be showing you the flow.
Now this guy is creating what kind of object? The guy is trying to authenticate. If he's trying to log in with a form, obviously which filter will come in the action? I mean, username password authentication filter will come into the action. And there, what kind of object we are creating? Username password authentication token object we are creating. Let's say someone is trying to log in with OTP. Now the flow will not come to the username password authentication filter. The flow will go to, let's say, OTP authentication filter. Let's say one more filter I'll create, and maybe I'll create another authentication object. Let me go there. Maybe I can create an authentication object. I can go to DTO just for sample. I can create new class, not project, and here I can create like OTP authentication filter. Sorry, OTP authentication. Just like username password authentication token, I can create a OTP authentication token. This is gonna add an interface. What is that interface? Authentication or something? What is that root interface? Authentication. This one. Let's say I got something just like this authentication token. This is OTP authentication token. Right now, if I'll be creating one more provider, imagine, let's say Control C, Control V here. Now let's say this is gonna be OTP authentication provider, or OTP authentication provider. And here I imagine like this particular provider. In that case, now here I don't have all these things. Let me remove all these things, and also let me remove all this logic. Right now we don't have this logic. This logic is for our other provider, right? Now here, okay, it's going to return null. Let me say, now here it is going to return basically not null. It is going to return what? New OTP authentication token. Okay. In the other class, the other class that I have created, my custom form authentication provider. This is also my custom provider. I have created this one. When someone is going to give username and password using the authenticate method, I'm gonna authenticate him, and at last I'm gonna return him a authentication object, and this authentication object is gonna be username password authentication token. Okay, this will be only be used when the type of the authentication, when the user is trying to authenticate using the username password authentication token. Where from this particular object is coming from? From the filter only. From the filter only we are initializing and passing it layer by layer, right? And just like that, when this particular provider will be get into the action, OTP authentication provider, this guy, when basically we'll have one more filter. Maybe in the filter I can go and imagine I can create a filter class, and let's say OTP filter. Okay, and this is I'm gonna add a filter to this, java.x.servlet finish. One more filter inside the do filter. Imagine they are basically creating what, if you'll follow the exact pattern of username password authentication filter. If I'll go to the framework class, Control-Shift-T, username password authentication filter. Here they are extends to abstract authentication processing filter, right? Then I can go here, instead of implementing filter, I can extend to their class only, just for an example, so that this is going to give you more clarity. You can watch it for 2 or 3 times if you're getting confused, and surely this is going to help. And OTP filter extends, and let's say, what is that filter object? Abstract authentication filter, or abstract processing authentication filter or something. Are you guys seeing that particular class? Abstract authentication processing filter. Override that to method. Okay, add a constructor and override that to method. Okay, now attempt authentication. It is going to return an authentication. Here I can create OTP authentication, the class that I have created. Let's say return, okay, new OTP authentication token, and I can pass this to the manager, authentication manager, right? The way that other class is doing, the way this class is doing OTP authentication. Okay, username password authentication filter. Here also, at last they are doing what? At last they are doing this dot get authentication manager dot authenticate. They are calling the authenticate method of the authentication manager, and they're passing the auth request. The same thing I can do in the filter. Let's say I can do this dot authentication manager. Let's say authentication manager, get authentication manager dot authenticate method, and pass the authentication object. Let's say I can create a OTP authentication object. OTP authentication token is equal to new OTP authentication token. I'm not writing any logic. I'm just making you realize that we can do it. This token, I can pass it just right here. Okay, now maybe we will get the OTP from the request. We can take the OTP, then we can pass it to the authenticate method. The authentication manager is right now push that particular token to the OTP authentication provider. Now here we can write our logic right here. Write your logic to validate the OTP given by the user. And from where you'll be get that OTP? From here, right? From here only you'll be get that OTP. Now you just try to validate it. And now here it should be, this particular provider should be called when the user is trying to do a OTP authentication token dot class. Whenever he is trying to authenticate himself with OTP, this particular supports method will be called. Then you will be knowing that, okay, he tries to authenticate with the OTP, then run this particular method and return this particular token, right? Now OTP through OTP only he'll be verified. Okay, so this is the simple kind of prototype I have created right now. This is just for your understanding. So I'll be deleting all these things just because you'll think like, okay, when the OTP, how the OTP filter will be called then, just because that only I have created, right? So is it making sense so far, what I'm trying to do? Or you are getting confused?
Yes, sir, but I think need to practice first. Then we can say we are understanding this.
Okay, so where basically you started getting confused? Yash?
It is not about confusion. It is about to understand the flow basically.
Exactly. So this particular flow we have spoke about last time. So this is the last one that I have told you just to give you an example. If you want to completely ignore it, also you can ignore it. As of now, we have just created one provider, that is your my custom authentication provider Java. Now here the logic, whatever I have written, maybe you will have a question like, okay, why Ovilas is written username password authentication token? Okay, because there can be multiple authentication channel, right? Someone can authenticate using OTP, someone can authenticate using something else, using face cam and thumb impression. For those things, you'll have a different filter, okay, and the filter will send that particular object, and with that only you will be able to check, okay, what is the filter got called, accordingly that particular token got generated, and you will be just checking that, okay, which kind of token is coming. Okay, if the token matches, then just go there and run the code. Okay, here our token will match for this one, my custom authentication provider, because first initially the request is going to hit whom? The request is going to hit our filter. Which is that particular filter? Username password authentication filter. And here only, if you are going to see, we are generating a username password authentication token object. Now that object will come to our provider. Now in our provider right now, from this authentication, we'll be fetching all the details and we'll be validating it. And basically here, first this supports method will run. If it will be returning true, at that time only the provider in this authenticate method will be running. Okay, if it will return false, then obviously this one will not run. Okay. Okay, so I know it needs a little bit of practicing, but how much you get from all these things? Or I just went so fast, or you want me to cover it one more time? That's also fine. Yes, guys. Now the code will run for sure. Okay, now this is the particular provider which will be executed right now. Okay, we don't have to worry about, you know, the other stuff. Is it making sense, guys?
Yes, sir.
I just want to hear from everyone. Tell me some honest opinion. Otherwise, on Monday, I'll cover this again. Everyone? Repti?
Yes, Abhilash.
Okay, are you sure, Repti? Is made sense?
Yes, Abhilash. I have to practice it.
Okay. Dilip, you are there or you left?
No, I'm there. I'm good with it.
Okay, you got everything what I told?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now we just have to run it. Okay, we can run it. I can run it next week because my obviously my system is not functioning and we are in the end of the call. Or yes, if you want to run it, I can push you the code, or we can run it on Wednesday itself. Sorry, in Tuesday itself. I'm gonna tell more about this. Maybe one more time. I'll just create one more authentication provider and we'll run it. Okay. Anyhow, I don't know if I have messed it up, but I hope so you guys understand. You just go ahead and do a practice and just let me know if you don't understand it. And then I'll just write the code again just to make you understand. Okay, don't worry about it. Cool. So yeah, any other questions, guys?
No, sir, I don't have any question.
Looks like I have made you so much confused with this. Do I? I don't know.
No, sir, it is something like we have to practice just to completely understand it.
Yes, of course, yes. And obviously the previous stuff, whatever I told, if you have not practiced, this will not make sense. This will make so much sense if you have practiced it already, whatever I told previously. Isn't it?
Yes, sir, boss.
Yes.
Okay. No problem. I'll just make a note of it. You guys go ahead and do a practice. we can try login right now. Before that, we'll do one thing. We will go to our config class. We'll go to the security config, and here inside the configure method, right now we can comment this line. We are not going to use the user detail service right now. We'll be going to do the authentication by using the provider. So I can do, my provider name is what? My custom form authentication provider. So I can do my custom form authentication provider. Let's say custom auth provider, and I'll do AutoWare because I need that object. And make sure that you already got a add component annotation before this particular class. Now I'll go back to the config file again. I'll make this private. Okay, and here I will comment out this particular line, and here I can register it just like auth.AuthenticationProvider, and you will just pass in the authentication provider object. So now I can copy this, pass it just right here, end it. There you go, done. You don't have to do anything else. So this particular configure method, now it is going to build the authentication manager. You can see authentication manager builder. I think Revti was asking me initially, Avilas, what do you mean by this authentication manager builder? Now you can understand, it's building the authentication manager. We do not create authentication manager object directly. This guy is basically creating the manager object internally. So I'll just tell you later. But right now with this auth only, we are doing authentication provider, and we are giving the provider name. If we have multiple provider, then you can do again dot, and you can put another authentication provider. Let's say OTP authentication provider. Okay, OTP auth provider, what we don't have right now. So we can simply delete it and test our one and only authentication provider that we have, and let's see whether that is working or not. Okay, now let me do a Control S and let me hit the username and password.
All right, so right now let me take control and let me give you a debugging deep dive, and also let me tell you that how our authentication provider is gonna work. Okay, actually there was a lot of repetition that we have done with the previous session that I have taken. So I think that, I can wrap everything up quickly and you guys will not waste time. And that's why I'm just re-recording this particular section of the course where I'll be running my custom authentication provider that I have created. So I can simply do a Control-Shift-R and I can go to my custom form authentication provider. And right here, we have actually done some code changes, and I'm sure that you would have pretty much familiar with this because I have done the same code changes maybe in the second session of this particular episode. Okay, so let me come from the very scratch, and you can see that I have an authenticate method because my custom authentication provider implements the authentication provider, and it has the authenticate method and it has the supports method. And we have already seen this particular method in the last session. We have a authentication type. The type of the authentication is username password authentication token, as you can just see right here. And I'm comparing with this authentication type whether this authentication type which is coming by the manager basically supports my current authentication type, which is username password authentication token. And obviously if it supports, it is going to execute the authenticate method. And let me quickly give you a deep dive that whatever we have done so far and whatever the code changes that I have done. Alright, so first of all, I'll get this authentication object by my manager, and this particular authentication object will have the details of my username and my credential, okay, which is my password. So I'm basically retrieving my username and password in the line number 34 and 35. And right here in the line number 39, if you see this particular line, here I'm making a DAO call. And this time I have done a little bit of code changes to my DAO method. And basically right now this find customer by customer name, where we'll be providing a username, the username that we are basically getting from our authentication object, we are basically doing a query to our database to find the customer name or find the username if it does exist in our database. So right now, if I'll be going into this find customer by customer name, if I'll be opening the implementation of this, here I have done a little bit of code changes. So you can see this particular method called find customer by customer name is taking a name right here, and it is gonna do a query. So previously we were using queryForObject, and I have modified this queryForObject to query. And right now, you know that query method will return a list of customer, even though we are doing a single query just right here, select star from customer where username is equal to something. Then obviously we know that in our customer database, there will be only one user will be present with the same username. So at any point of time, there will be only one user will be present with the same username. So that's what I'm doing just right here. I am basically making a query and finding all my users which is available in our database with a particular username. And obviously, you know that this particular statement will always return one record. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a JDBC template.query, passing in this SQL, and whatever the name is coming over here, I'm putting it in an argument, passing it just right here, using a bean property row mapper to map the retrieved record from the database to my customer instance, which is this one. Okay, so all this data will be retrieved and will be mapped to this customer object by the help of this bean property row mapper. And obviously, you know that query method will return me a list of customer back. And obviously, as I have told you, inside this customer subject, there will be only one record present in any point of time, as this one will return me one record always. And I'm returning this list object back directly to the method whoever is going to be calling this particular method, and we will be returning this list of customer object. Right now I'll be going back to my my form authentication provider. If I'll be going over here right now, as I have told you in the line number 39, just right here, I'm just making a DB call. This is going to get me a list of customers back, and obviously only one record will be present inside this. And that's where I'm just trying to write a if clause. So you can see I have a if clause and I have a else clause just right here. What I'm doing inside the if clause, basically the if clause will be only be executed if this if clause will only be executed when this customers will have a data inside it. If this customer list should contain at least one object inside it. Okay, right now whenever we make this particular call with a username, if the username is actually there in our database, so obviously that record will be retrieved and this particular list will have one record inside it. Okay, so I'm just checking here if the customer.size, if this customer's list.size is greater than 0, if there is at least one object present inside this particular list, then we will go into this particular if clause. Else we will be throwing a bad credential exception saying that the user does not exist in our database. Okay, so right now what will happen inside this if clause? Right now let's dig into that. Okay, first of all, if the data is there inside the customer subject or inside the customer list, I'm finding the first element or first object from this customer and storing it just right here. And of course I got back my customer from my database. Okay, and once I get my customer back here from the database, I'm just trying to match the customer password. I'm just using a encoder.matches, and I have told you this encoder is basically my password encoder, and I'm doing a password encoder.matches just right here in the line number 47. Okay, so I'm just doing a encoder.matches. I'm just matching the password, and this password is basically the one that I pulled from my authentication object, and this authentication object I got from my filter. So whatever the authentication object that we have created from our username password authentication filter by putting the username and password entered by the user, that particular password I have retrieved it just right here, and that password right now I'm comparing with the password that I have stored inside my database, because this customer object that we got from the database only by doing a query or by doing a query just right here. Okay, from this customers we got the customer object back. Right now we are just comparing this customer password which is stored in our database is matching with our current password or not. So once the password matches, if the password matches, I'm running another if inside it, and I'm basically granting the access or granting the roles that I have in the database for that particular customer. I'm granting the roles just right here, creating the authorities object and adding the role, the role that we have inside the database stored. That role only we are giving to this authorities, or we are adding to the authorities. And now we are creating a username password authentication token, which is my authentication object. I'm creating a valid authentication token here by passing in the username, by passing in the password, and passing in the authorities. And this authentication token we are creating when both the username and password matches, right? And if the username and password does not matches, then this else will be executed, which will throw the bad credential exception, and it will say invalid username or password, right? I hope this is making sense, and I can remove this return null just right now. It's not needed, and do a Control Shift F to format your code. And this is the code that we have written for our authenticate method. Can I make it more smaller? Okay, right now I just want to put it in one screen so that you guys can see. Well, that's the code that we have written. All right, so right now I believe that authenticate method is making sense, and of course we have right now registered this authentication provider with our authentication manager builder. And if I'll be going to the configure method or config method, if I'll be going to config file, first of all, that's going to be my security config.java. There are a lot of things just right here. Do not worry, because you will be learning everything in the course. As I said, I'm opening this particular project after the course is complete, but you can see that here I have added my authentication provider to my configure method. So this is my configure method, which takes the authentication manager builder. And of course, I have told you that this authentication manager builder is going to help you to build your authentication manager object. If you're going to click over here in the authentication manager builder, okay, you can see that that's a class, and this class is going to be used to create or build authentication manager object. That's why the name of this class is authentication manager builder. You can see here, used to create authentication manager object, and you can read the documentation. Allows for easily building in-memory authentication, LDAP authentication, JDBC authentication, adding the user detail service, and adding the authentication provider to this authentication manager builder. So this authentication manager builder is going to help us to create the authentication manager object. So right now, this configure method inside our Spring Security filter chain, inside our my Spring Security config, is going to help me right now to attach a authentication provider with this auth object. And that's what I'm doing just right here. I'm doing auth.AuthenticationProvider and adding my custom authentication provider that I have created a bean for just right here. Okay, and previously in the course, we have added also the user detail service with our authentication manager builder. So with our authentication manager builder, which is our authentication manager, we can either attach a user detail service or a authentication provider based on our need. And right now we are going with the authentication provider and our user detail service IMPL. If you remember, we already has a user detail service IMPL. This is also a user detail service method we have created earlier in the course. Right now there is no value to this. This is useless. Right now this code will not execute at all, because this load user by username, this thing we are not at all using right now. We are just removing the DAO authentication provider completely, and DAO authentication provider basically used to use our load user by username method. And right now we do not have any DAO authentication provider, because right now we have created our own custom authentication provider just right here. And I am giving all the responsibility of loading the user and checking the password whether it is valid or not. All these things that I'm doing just right here, and one particular provider only taking care of the validation stuff. So I'll be going to my Spring Security config.java, and this is the line that I have added, and I think I'm all set to run this particular application. First of all, before I do anything, if I'll be going to my login application, okay, and I'm gonna do what? I'm gonna give a valid username and password, and if I'll be going to my custom login page again, either my server is started or not. I think my server is started or not. I think it stopped. Let me start my server, and now I'll just do a test for one time, and then I'll just do a debug for one more time, and then I'll be wrapping up this particular session. Okay, my server has been started. I have given a username called Avi, and the password I'm gonna give Avi 123456, do a enter, and you can see I have come to process login. Why is that? Can I remove this? Do I enter again? Can I do a login again? Abhi and Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6. Do I enter? And there you go, I'm logged in. And right now basically I have used my authentication provider here, and right now I can basically do what? I can go to my home page, and there you go, it's saying hi Abhi, right? So this authentication which has happened, all the responsibility has been taken by my custom authentication provider and not by the user detail service, which is my user detail service. Can I go and do a star user detail service IMPL? This user detail service that we used to use earlier, right now we are not using it. Okay, so to make sure that I can put a breakpoint in the line number 27, and you will be seeing this user detail service will not be executed. And if I'll be going to my authentication provider, I can put a breakpoint in the supports method, just right here in the line number 77, and also I can put a breakpoint here in the line number 34 method. I mean the authenticate method. Right now I can stop my server and can start my server in debug mode. So I can start my server or application in debug mode. And right now once it start, tell me if you are enjoying this particular course or you are already fed up with me. So right now I'm just doing debugging. Okay, so right now let's go there to the insert title here, do a logout. Okay, I have just done the logout. Now I'll be just start debugging by hitting the username and password. First of all, I'll go to the debug log and I'll be checking all my debug points are set or not. So one debug point is there in the customer user detail service IMPL, and couple of debug points that I have set in my custom form authentication provider, one inside the authenticate method, one inside the support method. That is fine. Let me go to the login page and let me give my username and password. So my username is Avi and my password is Avi123456. Do I enter? And obviously it is asking me to switch, and now you can see the flow straight away come to my custom form authentication provider, the Java is asking me to switch, but I won't be switching. So right now it's inside the support method, and obviously the current authentication that we are getting is the username password authentication token. So right now we are comparing either the authentication that we are getting here, is it same or equals to the username password authentication token, and of course yes. So the supports method will be execute and it will go into the authenticate method, and I don't want to switch, so I'll do a no. So right now we can understand that my authentication provider is only getting executed and the flow did not went to customer user detail service IMPL. So load user by username method is right now not getting executed, right? So all the responsibility has been taken care by my custom authentication provider. Right now, of course, in the authentication object, we'll get the authentication token, which is going to be username password authentication token. Of course, timeout happened. I have to do something for this timeout. I'll do okay. So anyhow, the authentication happened, and you can see the authentication token is just there. And if I'll do a step over, it is going to get my username and password, whatever I have given. Username is Avi and password you can see is Avi123456. And now it is going to do a DB call and get and from the database it's going to get my username. Do a step over. I'll be getting a list of customer back, and that is going to be having only one customer inside that particular entire list. And of course it's doing a DB call and it's taking some time. And right now you can hover over here and you can see I'm getting a array list, and inside that list only one element is there. The size is only 1. If I'll be expand this inside the entire list, you can see only one customer is there. All right, if I'll be expand this, you can see this is my details. India@gmail.com is enabled, ID is 1, name is Avilash Panikrai, password is whatever loaded from the database, role is admin, and username is Avi. So things are looking good. So of course this list size is gonna be greater than 0 because we have one element present here. If I'll do a step over, we'll get the customer from the list. Now once we get the customer from the list, we'll get back a customer object. Now we will do a password encoder that matches, and of course if we have given the valid password, this is matches will be true, and if the is matches will be true, the if clause will be executed. And right now if I'll do step over, you can see I'm granting the authorities, and once I'm granting the authorities or I'm I'm basically adding the authorities to this authorities list. I'm creating a valid token just right here. And once I have a valid token just right here, the flow will be go back whichever the method called this particular method. So which method called this authenticate method? You know that, right? Authentication manager call this particular method. If I'll do a step over, it will be going back to my authentication provider manager. So right now, if I'm gonna go back to here, you can see this particular line executed, and here we are inside the authenticate method, and this is inside your provider manager. So I think you got the thing. So provider manager will right now get the result back. And this is basically your authentication token, and this authentication token will be returned to this. It will be returned by this authenticate method to the authentication filter. So right now here you can see, if you go to end, you can see right now we are returning the result that we are retrieving just right here. Okay, this result, whatever we have retrieved, that particular object, the valid authentication token, is right now will be retrieved to your, if I'll do step over, it will keep doing it. It will be go back to our authentication filter. Now if I'll do a resume, so the authentication happened perfectly. So now this thing we have seen. Now one more, okay, the timeout happened. That's why I'm still in here. I can do a skip breakpoint if I'll do a login. So I can do a login again. So sorry. Okay, do a refresh. Okay, so right now I can just do a login again. So Abhi and Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6, do a enter, and of course I am logged in, and you know that my authentication provider is working pretty well. Okay, so I can just simply do a logout right now. All right, so right now, what about an invalid scenario? If I'll be going over here, and if I will be giving an invalid username, let's say Abhi, and an invalid password, let's say the valid username, but an invalid password, I'll just give a random password here. So if I'll give a random password here, and if I'm gonna activate my breakpoint, if I'll do a login, first of all, I won't be doing a switch. You can see the supports method of my custom form authentication provider method called. I'll go to the next breakpoint. I won't be switching. So right now you can see I'm getting my username password. Right now I'll be obviously will be doing a DB call to get my customer. And of course the username that I have given, that I got over here, is Avi. I've given a valid username, but the password I have not given a valid password. It's a random password just right here. So now of course, there is one valid customer inside that. So it will go into the if clause, it will get the customer, but when it is gonna compare my password, this is matches is gonna be false. And if it is gonna be false, if I'll do a step over, it is going to throw us a bad credential exception, invalid username and password. If I'll do a resume, so there you go. So basically you can see that in the login page, I'm just getting invalid login or password. All right, so right now let's do a final time debugging. Okay, so what we'll be doing here, let's come from the first. Okay, so this is our custom authentication provider, but first where our flow is coming to our filter, right? To our username password authentication filter. Can I open this up? So in our username password authentication filter, we know that we have an attempt authentication method. And here we are basically making a call to the manager in the line number 89. Okay, so let me put a breakpoint in the line number 89, and also let me put a breakpoint in the beginning of this particular method, which is 76. And right now this get authentication manager, we are getting the authentication manager object here, and we are sending our authentication request, which is our username password authentication token, to our authentication manager authenticate method. We are passing this auth request to here. I have told you very clearly in the last session, right? So basically we are calling the manager authenticate method from the filter. Okay, so this is our username password authentication filter. So let's go to the authenticate method of our manager. If I'll be opening the implementation, I'll be getting the provider manager. Let's go to the provider manager, and I am inside the authenticate method of our provider manager. And right now I'll be giving another breakpoint here in the line number 181 because I know that flow will be coming to here because this method is getting called by the filter. And right here it will also come to this for loop. I'll be putting another breakpoint here in the line number 188. Okay, and right now this authenticate method will call my provider, which is my custom form authentication provider, to this provider authenticate method that we have created here. Okay, so this authenticated method will be called when? If I'll be going to my provider manager, if I'll be going into this for loop. So here I can see that in the try block, I'm basically making a call. I'm doing provider.authenticate. Right, so I'll be giving another breakpoint here in the line number 199, and if I'll be doing a open implementation to this authenticate method of my provider, if I'll be doing an open implementation, there are so many provider, but this is the provider method that I have created, which is called my custom form authentication provider. If I'll be going over here, I have already given a breakpoint here in the line number 34. Right now I have already started my application in debug mode. Let me give a valid username and password. Let's say Avi. And Avi 1 2 3 4 5 6, do a enter. I won't be doing a switch, or let's do a switch. Okay, so right now let me expand this. First of all, I'm inside, just see here where I'm inside the attempt authentication method of my username password authentication filter. Right, you can see that I'm inside my username password authentication filter. Okay, so now here I'm getting my request and response. From the request I'll be getting my username, password. So all my username, which is going to be Avi, and password, which is going to be Avi 1 2 3 4 5 6, will be captured here. Then I will be doing what? I'll be creating a username password authentication token in the line number 89. If I'll be doing a step over, so with my username and password, which is Avi and Avi 1 2 3 4 5 6. With these two things, I've created an authentication token. And right now in the line number 96, this particular, okay, it's again get timed out, not a problem. So here I am basically making a call directly to the authentication manager authenticate method, because that's going to be helping me to authenticate the request and going to be getting me a valid authentication token. Okay, so right now let me do a resume. If I'll be doing a resume or step into, it will be going into this method, which is going to be authenticate method of authentication manager. So right now, if I'll be doing a resume, I have already given a breakpoint in the authenticate method. Okay, and this authenticate method inside the provider manager. So I am inside the authenticate method. So if you guys remember, I have already explained in the line number 181. So here I will get the toTest variable, and this variable will be initialized with the authentication type. So this is going to be saying authentication.get class, whatever the authentication object that we have sent from this username password authentication token. So here this authentication request we have passed, this is a type of username password authentication token. That type only we will be fetching from the provider manager. Right now the provider manager need to know that what is the type of the authentication the user is want to do. Based on that type, it is gonna call the right provider or the right authentication provider, right? So authentication manager need to know what is the type of authentication that we are trying to do. If I'll do a step over, if I'll be hover over this toTest, you can see the toTest variable is right now having a authentication token, username password authentication token, which is the type of authentication that we are trying to do right now. Okay, so right now if I'll do a step over, because I really don't care about all these variables, because I am only showing you this toTest, what is we are trying to test right now. This is going to be our username password authentication token. Now the question is, which is the right provider which can execute this particular or validate this particular authentication object. Right now we will be running a for loop, and that will be getting the data from the get providers. So what will be this get providers? If I'll be clicking over here, this get providers, basically if I'll be hovering over here, it will be giving me a list of authentication provider. So if I'll be clicking on this method, you can see it is basically giving me a list of authentication provider. So if I'll be hovering over this return, you can see right now it is having a different provider. Okay, this is not our provider, right? It is something called anonymous authentication provider. I'll tell you that when we will get this provider. Inside this element data, it got anonymous authentication provider as a provider right now. This is not our provider. This is one of the default provider that we have. We will be coming back to this. But right now the question is, if I'll be doing a step over, you can see right now from this get provider, the current provider will be getting is anonymous authentication provider. This is one of the Spring default provider. But the thing is that the anonymous, the question is the anonymous authentication provider that we are getting just right here, is it going to handle, is it going to validate this username password authentication token? Is it going to support it? So right now there is a support method. It's going to run the support method. Provider object is what? Anonymous authentication provider. It is going to run the support method of anonymous authentication provider by passing in the toTest. toTest variable is username password authentication token. Right now this provider, whatever the provider it is, this guy will say no, I cannot basically support this kind of authentication, which is going to be username password authentication token. So you can see that if you'll be executing this much, it is going to return you false, and we are making the false to true. Okay, if we are making the false to true by giving a not mark here, it will be going into the if block, because right now it's the complete statement become true, and right now it is saying continue. Continue means all this logic that we have written, this logic till the last, where we are returning something till here, this particular logic will not be executed and the loop will be continued. This particular things will be ignored, and here we are saying that, well, this provider does not support toTest. toTest is going to be username password authentication token. As it is not supporting this authentication type, let's look for the next provider. Now if I'll be doing a resume, or if I'll do a step over, you can see we came out of this loop. All this logic did not happen or did not execute it. Right now, if I'll be hovering over the provider, are we going to get all our providers back? Can I go to the get providers method? If I'm going to hover on this providers, now we got one data, and now still it is anonymous authentication provider. I don't know why it is happening. Is it because our connection is timed out right now? Let's try this. Right now, if I'll be again doing a step over, so let me do another. Okay, hold on. I'll do one thing inside this try block. Okay, I'll be putting, where is the try block? Okay, inside this try block, where basically I'm calling the authenticate method of the authentication provider, I'll be putting a breakpoint here, right here. Well, I'm not able to put it. Okay, let me do step over. Okay, right now again it is coming to this particular method. No, not a problem. So right now if I'll do another step over, what is the toTest? toTest is username password authentication token. That's fine. If I'll be doing a step over again, what is the provider that we are getting? There we go. We are getting our my custom form authentication provider. Hold on. Right now you'll see an interesting thing. Right now this get providers method, if you'll be hovering over here, it will be having your provider. I think the first request I understand. What is this anonymous authentication provider? I'll be telling you in a minute, but you understand this much. My custom form authentication provider. Okay, right now this is your own provider that you have created just right here. If you'll be opening your complete data right now, how many providers that we have added to your authentication manager? There is only one provider that we have added, and that is called my form authentication provider, right? So right now inside the for loop, if I'll be going to my authenticate method, inside this authenticate method, the toTest we already got, the authentication type. The type of the authentication that we are trying to do is username password authentication token. So this is something that we want to test. Right now we are inside the for loop, and we have the get provider method, and it got us the first provider, and the first provider is my custom authentication provider. Now we are going to run provider.support method. I am sure that if we have a breakpoint right now here in the line number 77 of the supports method of my form authentication provider, if I'll be going to my provider manager, right now this one will make a call to my support method, and that support method will say, well, I'll be able to handle this kind of authentication type, because right there in our custom provider we have said that here we'll be able to support the username password authentication type. So this particular method will be returning us true. Okay, so right now if I'll be going to my provider manager, if I'm gonna do a resume, I know that it is gonna go to my support method. See, the support method is getting called right now. The flow actually called my support method of my form authentication provider, and now this guy will return you true. If I'll do a step over, now it again came back to here. This would have returned us true, and we are giving a not to this, and this is gonna be false. If it is gonna be false, it will go out of this particular if clause and it won't be going into the if clause, so the continue will not be executed. If the continue will not be executed, then rest of the code that we have here is gonna be executed. So this if block, we really don't care about this. They are doing some debug stuff. If the debug is true, then they will be logging something to our console, and obviously right now debug, what is debug? I think debug should be false, because right now logger.is debug enabled. We have not set the debug to true, so right now this debug will not work, so it will be go out of this if clause. I really don't care about this particular statement, but think about this. See line number 199. This is the hero of our movie right now. So right now we are doing a provider dot authenticate. Now we are doing a provider dot authenticate. Right now we are calling our provider. Our provider is my form authentication provider. We are calling the authenticate method of our my custom form authentication provider. For our my custom authentication provider, authenticate method will be got called right now. We are basically passing our authentication object. This is the object that we got right here in our authenticate method of our provider manager, and this authentication object has been given by our filter. Okay, so right now that object we are passing to our provider, and then right now our provider is going to be validating this authentication object. Right now, right over our method, our authenticate method of our authentication provider, if we have a breakpoint here in the line number 34, right now if I'll be going into our provider manager and if I'll do a resume, I am sure that it will go to my next breakpoint, and obviously I do have a breakpoint in the authenticate method or inside my custom authentication provider, which is my custom authentication provider. So right now, if I will be just giving a resume, okay, you can see right now the flow came to here to my authenticate method of my custom authentication provider. If I'll do step over, all these things will be executed. Right now it is going to do a DB query, will find the username. Right now everything will happen, it will go into the if clause, password will match, it will grant him the authority, and it will create a new username password authentication token. And this username password authentication token, which is my authentication object, will be right now returned to my provider manager or to my authentication manager. Flow came back to the provider manager. Right now we got the result back, right? This result is gonna be a username password authentication token. Right now what will happen, this token will be given back to my filter. So right now you can see all the data are there. Principal is Avi, credential is Avi 1 2 3 4 5 6, and right now all the data are there. So this particular object right now we are going to return. If I will be going back to the down, you can see we'll be returning this result. But there is a very nice thing we are doing just right here inside this if clause. I'm coming back to this, but here we'll be returning that result, whatever the result we got it from here, right, in the line number 199. Whatever the rest of the things they are doing here, forget about this for now. They will be doing a lot of different checks. That's we really don't need to care about right now. Here we get the result from our provider, from our authentication provider. Authenticate method is validate the thing. It has pulled the authentication detail from the database and created a valid authentication object, which is a username password authentication token, and given us back this particular object. Right now, if I'll do a step over, now it will do some other thing. I'll show you the interesting thing right now. See here. Now this if clause, you just put a little bit of attention. Maybe you're gonna have this question later in your course. So see, right now we got the result back, right? So we got some result detail. You can see this result is having all our details. If I'll hover over here, so we have our principal, we have our principal is OB, and the credential is OB 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now the Spring Security Framework people says, okay, right now you got a valid authentication object, so that means the authentication happened perfectly. If authentication happened perfectly, there is no need to store the credential in your authentication object. So for security reason, what they are doing inside this if clause, if I'll be going into this if clause, obviously the result is not equal to null, so there is some result, so it will go into the if clause, and now they will be erasing my credential after the authentication. Right now they will be basically erase the credential from the result. So now you will be saying, no need to understand, no need to think, okay, how they are initializing, what are the things happening here. I'm just telling you, maybe you can do that debug stuff later. But if I'll be just going forward, you can see right now that erasing stuff happened here. So now if you'll be hovering over in your result, so you'll be seeing that the credential is right now null. So that's why you'll be trying to do anytime authentication.getCredential in your any of your controller, the credential will be always null, because we have wiped out the credential right now in your provider manager layer. So right here in your provider manager authenticate method, right now erased out your credentials, and that's why the result, the final result that you'll be getting here, you'll be getting a username password authentication token, which is a valid authentication object, but there won't be any password or credential attached to this because we have wiped it out. Right now, if I'll be doing a step over, okay, we'll do one thing. There will be some other thing will happen. If I'll do a resume, the flow will be released. Basically, the flow went back to the, where is my filter? Username password authentication filter. This particular line, the flow came back to here, and this line basically will get a valid authentication object back, because right now the authentication manager authenticate method, which is going to be our provider manager authenticate method, is going to be giving us back a valid authentication object back. It is going to get us back authentication object back, and that authentication, the attempt authentication method will be returning, and this object will be a valid authentication token right now, which is our username password authentication token. So this is how the complete debug stuff happened. Right now you feel free to do the same thing by yourself. Try to debug it for a couple of times, and these things will be so much clear. So right now, if I will be doing one more thing, okay, right now I have just shown you a thing, right? So if I'll be going to any of my controller right now, just want to re-verify one thing. If I'll be going to any of my controllers, so how many controllers that I have? Can I go to some controller? Let's say I have a login controller. So okay, I have a login controller, I have a my REST controller. Okay, if I'll go to my REST controller, okay, so I have a simple REST method here. I want to show you something. So if I will just write here something called authentication object, if you know that, right? I'll be just writing authentication object. So right now Spring will by default inject my authentication object just right here. So obviously whenever I'll have a authentication, username password authentication token will be injected to this, which is going to be my authentication token. Right now if I'll be doing sysout, and if I'll be just doing username, okay, my username is going to be authentication dot get username or get name, or I can do get principal. Can I do let me do get principal dot toString is gonna print my username, and also let me print my password here. Let me say password, and let me give a colon here, and let me print the password. How can I get the password? I can get it from the authentication dot get credential, and I have told you that when the authentication will happen, obviously by the time the flow will reach to my controller, to my handler method, my authentication would have already happened. If the authentication would have already happened, the flow would have gone through the provider manager. And if the flow would have gone through the provider manager authenticate method, now right here in the line number here in the 232, here we are basically erasing our credential from our result. So the result that will be returning, with that result, the credential will not be available. I've just now shown you, right? So if I'll be doing a Control S right now, you will be seeing that the password will be returned to us as null. Alright, so right now I'm just logged into my system, but I won't be executing the URL. At least before I go and before I wrap up this particular session, I want you to try and test it by yourself. At least I'm just giving you a simple requirement. So you have to just hit this URL, whatever the URL that you have, and inside any of your handler method, you tag the authentication object just like this and just try to execute that and see that this system.out.println that you have written here, you should be getting the username and the password. The password, according to me, we should not get the password here. By the time the flow will reach to this particular handler method, it should come by your filter. So your filter has already executed a manager, and the manager is basically wiped out the credential from this authentication object. So inside here, you should not get any authentication credential. So you'll get the username, you'll get the roles, but you won't be getting the credential because that's been wiped out for security reason. So please go ahead and do try and test these things, whether it is working or not. That's a simple assignment. This is Abhilash signing up. Alright, so one question that I always get from my students that Abhilash, whenever you basically put your username and password and when you does a login, basically whatever I understood that this flow will go to username password authentication filter and it will go to the attempt authentication method, right? So right here inside the attempt authentication method, it will do create a authentication token of username password authentication token, which is the implementation of your authentication, and this token it will pass through the authentication manager, and authentication manager authenticate method will pass that particular request again to the provider, which is going to validate this authentication request and it's going to give us back a valid authentication token. So we'll get authentication object back, and that object will be returned by this attempt authentication object. And what happens after that? Okay, I understand this is your filter. This is your username password authentication filter. Now this filter attempt authentication method will returns you a authentication object back. Perfect. Now whatever you have given in the slide, for an example, if I'll be going to the slide, not this one, if I'll be going to which one, spring security evening. Okay, if I'll be going to one of the slide, whatever the discussion that we have earlier, that once this authentication filter converts this object to authentication, it will go through the manager, and manager will give it to the provider. Provider will give the object back after validating it. Then this validated authentication object will come back to the authentication filter. So till now you have told me till this, and what happens after that? And I told you, right, this object, if this object has successfully validated and we got a authentication object back by the manager, then this object, the filter will store inside the security context holder, so that next time when someone is trying to log in again, this process will not happen again, and this authentication object which has been already validated, that object will be retrieved from the security context holder. Now they ask me like, okay, can you show me that when it is happening? Okay, it's very, very easy. If you are someone who wants to learn about it, if I'll be going back to my Eclipse, so right here, you can see I'm inside my username password authentication filter. Here I am inside my authentication method. Now I have told you that someone calls this authentication attempt authentication method. Who is that someone who calls this particular method? So this method will be called by this abstract authentication processing filter, because I told you inside this class we do have a do filter, and this do filter only calls the attempt authentication method. Just right here inside the do filter, it calls the attempt authentication object by passing in the request and response that we have retrieved right here from this request and response of the filter. Okay, so now once the attempt authentication method, which is your method which has been overridden just right here inside your username password authentication filter, this attempt authentication will give an authentication object back. So whenever inside the abstract authentication processing filter, which has a do filter method, whenever it calls that attempt authentication method just right here, it will give us the auth result back, right? You can see this auth result is the authentication object which has been declared here. So right now we get the authentication object right here inside the filter only. Now this authentication object, once it get it here, now this authentication object, it will forward it. You can see do filter will do what you can see right now. Right here we are getting the authentication object, which is the valid authentication object back right here in the line number 212. Now it will be going down, right? And if you'll come to down, right, all the way to down, you can see it is going to call a method called successful authentication. So the do filter method, okay, the do filter method makes a call to the attempt authentication, get the auth result back. This is your authentication object. This auth result is your authentication object. Once it gets back, now with this auth result object, it basically makes a successful authentication call. So there is a method called successful authentication where it is going to pass the request, a response, chain, and auth result. This request response, right? What is the request and response? The request and response is here. HTTP servlet request, servlet response, right? So request, response, and the chain. Chain is your filter chain. If you click here, the chain is your filter chain. I told you, right? Let's say you are doing something inside the filter. Once you are doing something inside the filter, you do something with the request, you do something with the response, or whatever you want to do, then you pass the request and response to the chain, right? You basically do chain dot do filter and you pass the request and response, so that request and response will go to the next filter which is there inside the chain. For an example, right now we are inside, let's say username password authentication filter. Once this particular filter does its work, we will pass the same and request and response object to the next filter. Once this does the work, we'll pass the next filter the request and response object. Just like that, the request and response object will go to each filter, and once all the filter executions are completed, it will go to our controller, right? So right now that thing is happening here. With this do filter, they are not doing chain dot filter, they are not passing the request and response object right there. Rather, inside the do filter, they are getting the authentication token from the attempt authentication method, and once they get the object back, they are calling a successful authentication. Upon successful authentication, they are calling this method and passing in request, response, chain, and auth result. This auth result is the one that we got by making a call to the attempt authentication. Now if we'll be going to the implementation of this, you can see inside this method, they are doing certain things, but one thing I will just drag your attention to, and inside this method, only look at this, okay? It is doing security context holder dot get context, okay? From the security context holder, it is trying to get the context, okay? So right now, I told you, if I'll be going back to that diagram, where is that diagram? Right here. This is our security context holder. Inside the security context holder, basically there is an extra layer, okay? So the exact thing is just like this. Security context holder. Inside this security context holder, there is something called context, okay? So inside this context, basically we store this object, okay? Just like this. Okay, so inside this security context holder, we have a context, and inside that context object, we store this authentication object just right here. So previously I told you just like this, directly I put this object just right here, but in real time, inside security context holder, inside the context, this object will be there. And you can see right now, inside the successful authentication, what is happening? They are writing this line, security context holder from this class, or from this, this is a class. From this class, they are getting the context, and inside that context, they are setting the authentication, and they're putting the auth result. See, this auth result we are getting right here, right? Inside the successful authentication method, we have the authentication object. This is coming from the filter, right? This object, auth result object, we are placing it inside here. Look at this line only, line number 316. Security context holder dot get context is guess the context object, and with that context it set the authentication, which is auth result. Now this object, this object right now gets stored. Once it's go by all the layers, once it's come back, the filter will put the object inside the context object, and now this object will be there. Let's say next time if the same user is doing a login, right now this process will not happen. You can see before the, if you'll see your, if you'll see your, filter chain. So this is your username password authentication filter, right? Which basically handles your form request. Before that, there is one more guy that is called security context persistence filter. And this guy will do what? It will basically see if the new request is coming. Let's say right now another request is coming. First of all, it will hit the authentication filter, right? There are so many filters are here. First, it will go to this filter. See, before username password authentication filter, there is one more filter in the chain, and this filter will do what? It will see, okay, with this request is hitting. If this request is hitting, with this request, is there any cookie is there? I told you, whenever there is a successful login happen, there is a cookie created, there is a session created, and with that session only we tracks the user, right? So right now, whenever the authentication happen, the session will be there, the session object will be there inside the request, right? So for an example, can I do the same thing somewhere else? Right now, let's copy this particular link and let me go to a web browser. Let me go to Safari and let me create a private window. Okay, let me do Control B, and if I'll do paste it, what will happen? First of all, let me do one thing in Safari. Can I go to developer mode? Can I click over here, develop, and can I click on web inspector? Okay, can I just take it to a here, bookmarks. So okay, this is a private window, right? So it will be a problem. So let me create a normal window, do a Control B, enter. Okay, so I got this particular custom login page. I'll be going to the develop option here, and I'll be going to show web inspector. It will show me the things, and I'll be going to the storage and cookies. Okay, so you can see there is one cookie created right now, but this has not been authenticated. This cookie has not been authenticated yet. But let's say if I'll be giving my username, let's say Abhi, and Abhi 1 2 3 4 5 6, and if I'll do enter, and you can see right now what is happening. I am logged in, and right now as I am logged in, so there is one cookie got created, there is a session got created, and this is the session ID which has been already authenticated. Right now if I'll be going to any other URL, let's say home, you can see that right now I don't have to authenticate again. And how that thing is happening, because whenever I am hitting this request class home, whenever I'm hitting this request, whenever it is hitting my server, with that request, this cookie is also going, right? You understand this from my cookie session in my Spring MVC Intermediate series. I have told about how cookie and session works. This particular session ID will go with my request and gonna hit my server. And whenever it is gonna hit my server, and whenever the request will hit to the filter, first of all, with this request, right now there will be a cookie coming, right? Or there is a session coming, and there is an authentication filter, and that authentication filter name is what? It will be going to here to my Eclipse. You can see there is a filter called security context persistence filter. This guy will do what? From that request, it is gonna find out that cookie, and from the cookie, it will try to access that authentication object. That object that we are storing inside the context, that object, this authentication object, it will be available inside the cookie also. It will be available inside the security context holder, and this object also will be available inside the cookie. So whenever the session is coming with the request, our persistence filter, one of our filter which is there in our filter chain, which is called security persistence filter, that filter will fetch this object from the cookie or session, and we'll see that, well, this is a valid authentication cookie or session available. So I don't have to authenticate this particular request again. So all these things will be skipped, and then only it will get this particular cookie again. So right now you can think like right here in the Eclipse, the security context persistence filter will help you to get the authentication object from the cookie or from the session if available, and it will create a valid authentication token there itself, and so that the username password authentication filter doesn't have to do anything because the request has been already authenticated right here itself, right? And that particular work has been done by this guy, username password authentication filter. So right now I told you that inside the username password authentication filter we have attempt authentication. This method has been called by the do filter method, and inside the do filter method basically we are making a call to the attempt authentication, and it will get us the token back, I mean the valid authentication object back, and in the end we are creating a successful authentication by passing in the request response chain, and also we are passing a auth result. This auth result is the one that we got it from here while doing a attempt authentication. We got it as a return. Okay, and now that particular object will be going to the successful authentication method, and inside the successful authentication method, upon the successful authentication, the username password authentication filter will do what? It will basically store that particular object, this auth object, auth result object, what is coming from our filter. After the successful authentication, this object will be stored inside the authentication of get context. So inside the security context holder, we have a context object. Inside that context, inside the security context holder, think like it's a container. Inside that container, we have another container. Inside that container, we have successfully store our auth result object inside that container. So container inside a container, and inside that think like a box. Inside the main box is a security context holder. Inside that main box we have another box called context. Inside that particular box we have our auth result, which is our token, which is our valid authentication token. Very powerful object, auth result. This is the object which is containing the details of the successful authentications, right? Let's say I have done a successful authentication. My object is this one. My personal informations are there. So it is a very heavy and secure object, and that object will be remain here, okay, inside the context. And that's what this particular line is basically doing this work. Okay, security context holder, inside that we have context, and inside that we have this particular object. Let me remove this context for now, because next time whenever I'll be telling you about these things again in detail, I'll be again explaining this particular things. For now, let me delete it. So I think you got it right now. What is this successful authentication? This method is getting called from your filter. Okay, from here. Okay, do the same debugging. Maybe you can put a breakpoint here and just try to see whether the flow is going into the successful authentication. Whenever someone will do a login, whenever he does a login, first the request will come to here, to this do filter method. Okay, maybe you can start putting a debug point here. You can also put a debug point right here in the line number 212, and also you can go back to the successful authentication and you can put a debug point here in line number 316, and you can see that at last this particular auth result, which has been created by my attempt authentication method, this object will be stored inside the context right here, and then only this particular request and response will be passed to the next filter. So you can see that the request, response, and this particular object has been passed to another handler, and that will do whatever it needs to do. We really don't need to, check about those things right now. If this is making you curious, go ahead and start debugging again. All right, so one more question that I always get. In my security config file, I'm creating a security filter chain by annotating this particular class as @enable web security, and inside the my security config class, from this class actually, which is web security configure adapter, I'm overriding this configure method. Okay, and this configure method takes a authentication manager builder as a argument. So a lot of people ask that what is the use of this authentication manager builder and how do you want to use it? Maybe I have discussed this a couple of times in this particular video, but I want to repeat it one more time. This class authentication manager builder will help you to build your authentication manager. Okay, authentication manager builder. So it's going to be building your authentication manager object, and to your auth object, to this object, which is your authentication manager builder object, you can just do auth dot in memory authentication. You are telling that to this authentication manager builder, to this guy, I want to use a in memory authentication with the user blah blah blah, password blah blah blah, roles blah blah blah, and I want to use this password encoder. So you are saying that I am going to use a in-memory authentication. So if you're going to control click on this, I have already told you here, in-memory authentication basically helping you to create a new in-memory details manager configure. And if you're going to go into this particular class, you can see this particular class has another constructor which is creating your in-memory user details manager class. Okay, and basically this is the class we have already spoke about, in memory user details manager, which basically stores your objects inside the memory. So to your authentication manager, if I close everything, to your authentication manager, to this guy, you are telling that I'm going to use a in-memory authentication. Or you can also do auth.jdbc authentication dot data source, and you can pass in a data source object, let's say. Okay, so right now what you are doing, you are saying that I want to use a JDBC authentication with the data source given by this data source. So right now you are telling to this auth, to this authentication manager builder, to your authentication manager, that I will be using JDBC authentication to validate the incoming request authentication stuff. Okay, so if we're gonna again click on this, is internally calls one of the constructor, calls another constructor here called JDBC user details manager configure. Click over here. At last you will be reaching here called JDBC user details manager. If you're gonna click on here, so at last this is gonna be your JDBC user details manager. Go to the top, and you will be reaching here inside your JDBC user details manager, whatever we have spoken very detail in our last video. So JDBC user details manager is getting internally used here. Perfect. So I can close this class. So right now I have told you that with this auth, you can either use JDBC authentication, in-memory authentication, or you can do the LDAP authentication as well. I don't have the LDAP jar yet included with my project, but still you can do the LDAP authentication. And also with this auth, if you want to take control, you can also use your own user detail service. To your authentication manager builder, to your authentication manager, you can also tell that, well, I'm using my own user detail service. I won't be using JDBC user details manager or in-memory user details manager to make the authentication happen. I want to use my own user detail service. By uncommenting this line, I can show you that. You can see auth.userdetailService to this authentication manager builder. I'm adding the user detail service, and this is my user detail service IMPL. If I click over here, this is my custom user detail service IMPL that I have created in this particular video. And in this class, we have our own load user by username method. Okay, I hope you understand this. So to this auth, we can also able to add a user details or user detail service. Okay, and also last but not the least, I have told you auth.AuthenticationProvider also we can do. To this authentication manager, to this particular auth object, we'll be also able to add a authentication provider. If not the user detail service, we can also add authentication provider, just like our custom auth provider, the one that we have just created. This authentication provider also we can directly add to our manager and can tell our manager that, hey, go ahead and use our custom authentication provider just right here. Okay, so this authentication manager builder will help you to build your authentication manager object, right? So used to create a authentication manager, allows for easily building in-memory authentication, LDAP authentication, JDBC based authentication, or by adding the authentication provider or user details services. Okay, so I hope that it is understandable. If you want to add authentication provider, not only one, you can add many providers. You can just do dot and you can just do authentication provider again, and you can start adding multiple authentication provider, or just similarly you can start adding multiple user details service. You can do everything with this auth object. Okay, hopefully it's making sense. Now let me do Control G and fix this stuff so that next time I can show you this thing. Hope it's making sense that what this Authentication Manager Builder does. All right, the final FAQ. Okay, even I have been personally asked this question in the interview. Okay, so they sometimes test your knowledge by asking this kind of questions. I'm inside my configure method of my Spring Security config.java. Okay, and I'm using a in-memory authentication. Imagine this is the default, Spring Security provides our in-memory user details manager. We are using that particular manager, and we are trying to set off a user with the username of123, role is something, and there is a password encoder. All right, so in this case, we are using a in-memory authentication. So of course, someone, whenever he tries to log in, by default, the in-memory user details manager class load user by username method will do the trick for us. Okay, for an example, in-memory authentication is internally gonna use in-memory user details manager, this particular class, and of course, this particular class, got a load users by username method, and I know you guys know about this. Okay, so this particular method will do the trick for me. Whenever someone logs in, it is gonna call the user details service and it's gonna use the password encoder to get me the user details. Okay, give all your attention, right? The question is, let's say someone is trying to log in. Okay, so the flow will go to where? Control Safety, username, password, authentication filter. Well, first of all, the flow will go to here, abstract authentication processing filter. We have a do filter, okay? And in the do filter is basically gonna call somewhere the attempt authentication, which is gonna go to username, password, authentication filter. If I'm gonna open the implementation, it's gonna go to username, password, authentication filter. Now you keep your attention. See over here, we're calling the get authentication manager dot authenticate method. So right now the authenticate method will be called, okay, which is going to be the provider manager. This authenticate method belongs to provider manager, right? Right now there is no customized authentication provider available. So right now what is going to be the default one? Which authentication provider will be called just right here, provider authenticate method, and it's going to get us a authentication object. So which particular method will be called, which particular class method will be called? If I open the implementation, there are so many things, right? But I do not have any custom authentication provider right now, because right now I'm not using or I'm not tagged anything with the Spring security configure method. So right here you can see that over here we have tag a authentication manager, and we are trying to do some default kind of setup. So of course we have not tagged our custom authentication provider. Now the question is, which authentication provider will be used? And of course, you know about this. If I'm going to go to provider manager, this authenticate method should be the DAO authentication provider. Okay, I think you remember that class name. We have discussed about that, previously in our session. If I'll open the implementation of this provider and I'm inside the provider manager, this authenticate method will be called by the manager. The one is going to be called abstract detail authentication provider. If I'll be going to over here, abstract user details authentication provider. Okay, right over here we have an authenticate method. Of course we have an authenticate method, and I have told you guys few days before, we have a retrieve user method is there, right? That retrieve user method will do what? It is gonna get the authentication object from the authentication manager, and it's gonna retrieve the user. And of course this retrieve user implementation is there where? Inside the DAO authentication provider. So this is the particular method that we have seen initially, right? Retrieve user method, and retrieve user method is going to do this dot get user details service dot load user by username, and it will get the username from that authentication object, and then it will try to load the username. Okay, so this is gonna call the load user by username method of whom? Let's say it is going to call the load user by username method of in-memory user details service. Okay, so in-memory user details manager, and this load user by username method will be get called, and is going to get you back a user details object, and you know very well about this, right? Now they will ask you in the interview, right? They will say, okay, so this DAO authentication provider retrieve user method is giving you what? User details object, right? But in your diagram, if you're going to see your Spring Security diagram, look at this. So here the default flow is, so right now the DAO authentication provider will use the user details service and the password encoder, and will get you a user details object. So by this layer, the DAO authentication provider is returning you what? Look at that again. The retrieve user method is returning you the user details, right? But this object is what kind of object? This is an authentication object. So how the DAO authentication provider is converting the user details object that it is retrieving by this retrieve user method. Here it is retrieving the user details object, but finally we are transferring, or we are sending a authentication object back to the authentication manager. So how that user details object that we got over here, how this object got transferred to authentication object? And the answer for this is going to be very, very simple. Who has called this retrieve user method? Close this. The retrieve user method is called by the abstract user details authentication provider. Why is that? Because by default the provider manager will call the authenticate method, and the authenticate method implementation is available inside the abstract user details authentication provider, which is there inside the authentication.dao package, right? Click over here and it should have an authenticate method, and inside this authenticate method somewhere it is calling the retrieve user method. Okay, so from the username password authentication token, from here whatever we are getting from the manager, in the provider layer, this is our provider. This is going to help us to authenticate this particular authentication object, to validate this particular authentication object. This object it is taking, it is getting, it is typecasting that particular object, and it is getting the username password authentication token, and also it is getting the username from that. What is this username? It is just retrieving the username right over here. That's not a problem. Once it does it, it is calling the retrieve user method, and the retrieve user method is getting you a user. And this user is what? The user is a user details, right? This is a user details. Look at the type, it's a user details. So the retrieve user method gets us a user details, but this authenticate method returns a authentication object. So this conversion, this user is user details type, right? So user details to authentication conversion is happening where? If you go and see the return statement of this, where it is returning. So let me just check this, where it is returning. Try catch. Let's go down. There we go. Create successful authentication. Here it is getting us the user object. Click over here. This is the same user object. This user object has been defined here. Don't look at this. See, this user has already been initialized again right here inside the try block whenever we call the retrieve user method. Now we retrieve the user over here, and this user, and right now they're passing it to a method. If you go to all the way to down, they're passing it right here, and they're creating a successful authentication. So if you want to see the implementation of this create successful authentication, which takes that user object which is of user details type, if you're going to go over there, then you can see right here somewhere they're creating a username password authentication token. They're getting the token object just right here, which is a type of username password authentication token. So they are getting that object, they're converting, they're constructing the username password authentication token, which is a authentication type. Okay, authentication implementation is username password authentication token. This is the object we have to return, right? That object they are constructing right here by getting the data from principal, user, and authentication. There with this particular username password authentication token, they're giving a username, they're giving their credential, and of course they're giving the authorities, and then they're constructing the result and they are returning this result. And this result only This result is what type? This result is what type? See over here. This is a username password authentication token type. This is the authentication object, right? Authentication is the superclass of this. So that's what the authenticate method right over here. This particular method is returning what? Hover over here. This is returning a authentication object. So this particular authenticate method, the default, this is the default provider by Spring. This authenticate method is returning you the authentication object, right? So this authentication object will right now go back to the manager, and manager will get the result, and you know that this is going to return this result right here, and you will be getting the authentication object back to the filter. That's it, right? So sometimes they do a trick because they want to test, like, you know, do you know what is the default provider or authentication provider that Spring Framework use? Because by default we know about the DAO authentication provider, retrieve user method, but they want to check, do you know the default provider name? No need to remember the provider name. Tell them that, you know, I want a system and I want to show you that particular code. I don't remember the class name. Just open, you know, provider manager, do a Control-Shift-T and open the provider manager, and this is your provider manager. Go to the authenticate method, which is going to be called by your filter, and in this authenticate method they are calling the authenticate method of a valid provider just right over here. Go to the implementation, look for the particular class which comes from a DAO package, and this is the one abstract user details authentication provider, and this provider only has a authenticate method which internally calls the retrieve user method of DAO authentication provider, which is the implementation of this abstract class, right? And in this method they are getting the user back. The retrieve user will do a service call. It is basically going to use the user details service by the help of the DAO authentication provider, and will help you to get a user details object that you will be getting over here. Further, you are passing that user details object, if you go down right over here, and you are constructing with this details, principal, authentication, and user. From this you are retrieving the username, password, and the roles, and you are creating a successful authentication, which is basically an authentication object. And the way you are creating the successful authentication, by creating a username password authentication token. As simple as that. You are creating the object just right here, and then you are returning that this particular method is returning that particular object. So right now your method, which is authenticate method, is returning a authentication token, which will be further used by the provider manager, which is basically your provider. And then this particular object, this authentication object, will be go back to the authentication filter, and right now authentication filter will give back the object just right here. Then the do filter method, who is the superclass of this, the do filter method, this abstract authentication processing filter, which basically calls the attempt authentication method. The flow will go to there, do filter method, and in the do filter method, here it is calling the attempt authentication. You will get the authentication object back. Then you know that when a successful authentication happens, right over here, the successful authentication will happen, and it is going to store that particular auth result, which is basically the authentication object. That object that will be stored inside the security context holder, which will be further used and checked by a persistence context filter to check or to determine whether the user has already been authenticated. If authenticated, no need to authenticate again, and we will get the authentication object from the session or from the cookies. Okay, because not only this stores the object inside the security context holder, also the same object auth result, which is a valid authentication token, also gets stored inside the cookies or the session of the particular user object, right? So that whenever a request comes, we will get this auth result, we'll verify it that whether this cookie has been validated or not. If validated, no need to validate again, man. You are authenticated. Enjoy. Right? Hopefully I have bored you enough. This is the last thing. I still have a lot of things to show you, but not right now. I'll give you sufficient time to to digest all these things, and then you don't need to do anything, guys. Just open your STS or open your IDE. Whatever I have explained to you, just look at those things, and I'm sure by the end of the video, by the end of the lesson, by the end of the day, you will be good. And if you have made it so far, I want to say thank you very, very much for practicing with me, and you are the best. Okay, yeah, this is Avinash signing up. Alright, so that's it for this particular episode. In the next episode, we will learn more about the filters. This course is not end here. A lot of people ask that, Vilash, is this the end of this course? Well, I know this much, okay, and I'm giving you this much. So how can you think that this course is over? So maybe, you know, whatever I know, I'm just distributing you, but you have a lot of different option or source to understand and learn things. Maybe you can go to some other website, maybe you can go to, you know, different blogging site, maybe you can talk to your seniors, your lead, your architects. They will be able to help you to know more and more about the framework and the Spring Security stuff. But I will be creating a lot more videos on Spring Security, and that's gonna be coming up next. And you know what, I'll be trying to give as much things as I can, because, you know, I know it's a very vast framework, and the filter is something that we'll be discussing next. And after that, we'll be having lot more different things like configuring Spring MVC and Hibernate. And for our persistence layer, we'll try to use Hibernate. And also I'll be talking about how to do user lockout, how to lock a particular user after 3 or 4 bad attempts, or how to use two-factor authentication in your Spring Security, how to use JWT, how to work with Auth, how to work with REST web services, and how can you secure your REST web services. All those things will be very, very simple if you have understood till now. Okay, if you understood till now, you are all set, man. I mean, you are going to implement all sort of things by yourself even. So till this much, the concept was important. After that, there will be so much implementation. We'll just see some real-time uses of different things, but those things will be very much understandable if you are clear till now. So take some time, do practice. I'll see you in the next videos. Maybe I'll give you a tons of different things on Spring Security, and I'm gonna keep talking about Spring Security even more and more. And of course, there are a lot of important things pending, and I will be covering them. But your journey does not stop here. You have to go here and there and look for different things on Spring Security. If you found anything new, let me know. Let my community people know. I don't know everything, and I don't have any problem to say that particular thing. I know, as I said, only this much, maybe 10% or 20% of this entire framework. So keep exploring, keep learning, and keep sharing. So I'll see you guys in the next video. Till then, bye-bye, take care, and happy coding. See you guys.